Chapter 19. Maggie left by the front door rather than go through the carport. Her hands were loaded down with equipment. The stair treads creaked under the additional weight. She moved fast because she didn't want Terry to ask them what they were up to. Gail was supposed to be out trapping Johns. Maggie and Kate were supposed to be writing speeding tickets. All three of them would be in a world of shit if her uncle found out they were going to Colored Town to talk to a pimp about a girl. She saw Lee Grant jogging up the sidewalk. He was wearing a gold tracksuit with green stripes down the legs. The plastic box for his hearing aid was tucked into his jacket pocket. He was the Boo Radley of the neighborhood, a little older than everybody else, a little quieter, a little strange. When Maggie was a kid, they'd called him Deaf Lee, which turned into Deathly, which everybody thought was no big deal because it wasn't like he could hear you making fun of him. Lee waved, but Maggie pretended not to see him. All she needed was for Terry to get the wrong idea. He was obviously spoiling for a fight. "Hey, Mama!" Gail pushed open the passenger side door. Her eyes were bruised from the whore yesterday, but she still had a grin on her face. She was dressed in her regular clothes. Her yellow skirt was hiked up so she could hold her flask between her legs. She wore matching gold lame ankle boots with pointy high heels. A vivid blue fedora was tight on her head. Her dry black hair hung like straw around her shoulders. Gail said, "Deathly's giving you the eye, ain't you, son?" She turned to Kate in the back seat. "Maggie's secret boyfriend, deaf as a doornail." She raised her voice. "Ain't that right, Deathly?" Maggie burned with shame. The only thing to do with Gail was ignore her. She dropped the equipment on the floorboard. Gail revved the engine several times. "Hold on, chickies." Maggie jumped in before she was left on the street. The car burned rubber as it streaked away from the house. Gail roared with delight. She turned up the radio, Rolling Stones, and lit a new cigarette off the old one. "Here." Maggie passed back Kate's utility belt, a pair of Jimmy's old shoes, and one of his hats. "Sorry about the smell." Kate quietly laid the items on the seat beside her. She looked pale and weepy. Terry had obviously pushed her buttons. Or maybe it was the way Bud Deacon stuck his hand down his pants, or the stench of puke coming off Jet Elliott, or Cal Vic's inability to look anywhere above a woman's chest, or the way Chip Bigsby had leered at Kate like he wanted to drag her into the woods and ravage her. Maggie couldn't worry about other people right now. She had her own wounds to nurse. She was embarrassed by her family, mortified by her house, terrified that Terry would take the clues she and Kate had scraped together and bust open the shooter case. It was supposed to be her and Jimmy. He'd said so last night. They were going to take all the shooter files and go over them together, work together. After what Jimmy had said to her in the hospital, apologized, no less, Maggie thought it was all going to be different. For the first time in her adult life, Jimmy was actually going to treat her like a fellow officer. And then he'd woken up this morning with the same shitty attitude, and Maggie realized it was all a dream. Gail whooped as the car fishtailed around a turn. Maggie gripped the sides of her seat. The Mercury Cyclone was an expensive car for a cop. Knowing Gail, she'd probably stolen it from a pimp. Trouble, her husband, had souped up the engine and added a sound system that shook the windows. The seats were upholstered in white leather. Red shag carpet was contoured around the dashboard and glued to the ceiling. A pair of dice hung from the rearview mirror. Or mirrors, more precisely. Instead of one, there were 6 mirrors across the top of the windshield that offered a 180 view of everything behind the driver. Gail took a swig from her flask. There was a wide smile on her face. She was like every cop Maggie had ever met. No matter what came at her, she pretended it didn't matter. This was Gail's one true talent: perseverance. She got up every day and took on the world no matter how bruised and broken she was from the day before. Maggie wanted to be that way. She strived for that level of self-denial. Unfortunately, the reset button was only passed through the male side of the Lawson line. For Maggie, everything accumulated. Kate was obviously the same way. She was still staring out the window. Her hand shielded her eyes, though the sun was on the other side of the car. "Shit!" Gail turned down the music. "What are you two gals sulking about?" Maggie silently enumerated the list. 5 cops had been murdered, her brother had been shot, her uncle was determined to drum her out of the police force. "Jesus Christ, what a waste!" Gail took a swig of whiskey, then tossed her flask onto the dash. "Both of y'all need to find a man worth shaving above your knees for." She playfully pushed Maggie's arm. "Come on, kid. They ain't so bad once you get their clothes off." Maggie thought of another list. Jimmy had kicked her in the teeth. Terry was a raging sadist. Jet Elliott was a disgusting drunk. Cal Vick was incompetent. Bud Deacon and Chip Bixby were practically Nazis. Even Rick Anderson had barked at her when she'd walked back into the house. Gail said, "You know old Deathly's cute in the right light. Got a Jagger thing going, but not in the face." "Gail, please." Even if Maggie wanted it, there was no way anything would ever happen with Lee. Their families despised each other. The Lawsons because the Grants thought they were better than everybody else. The Grants because they knew that they actually were better. The situation was less like the Capulets and Montagues, and more like the Hatfields and McCoys. "I got a treat for you." Gail grabbed a cassette tape from the sun visor. "This one's a good one. Trouble's brother recorded it out in L.A. a few weeks back." Maggie fought an eye roll. Trouble and his brother had a side business illegally recording concerts. The quality was always poor. Trouble was a drinker, his brother was a pothead. Most of their tapes captured their own stoned voices, singing along with the musicians. Gail reached back and patted Kate's leg a couple of times. "I picked this one just for you, sulky sheep." Maggie didn't bother checking on Kate again. She stared out the windshield as the sound of a cheering crowd filled the car. Trouble's brother said something about having to take a piss. Gail laughed so hard she slapped the steering wheel. She turned up the volume. No one would mind. They were in Cabbagetown now. The area had been devastated years ago. The brick factories looked as empty inside as Maggie felt. "Come on!" Gail started banging out the beat on the dashboard. She didn't know the opening lyrics, but she belted out the chorus. "Poor, poor, pitiful me," she nudged Maggie. "Poor, poor, pitiful me." Maggie smiled despite herself. Gail bellowed, "Poor, poor, pitiful me." Maggie shook her head, but her fingers started tapping to the beat. She let Gail's good mood take over. Maybe this was how to do it. Listen to a stupid song about feeling sorry for yourself so that you stopped feeling sorry for yourself. The only other alternative was to drink too much or turn into the kind of angry bitch nobody wanted to be around. Clearly, Kate wasn't thinking along these lines. She was hunched against the window. Her head was in her hand. And then the chorus came back on, and Kate gave a desperate wail. Jesus! Gail turned down the volume. She stared at Kate's reflection in the mirrors. Maggie did the same. Kate's shoulders were shaking. She wasn't just crying. She was weeping uncontrollably. Gail asked, "She ever do this before?" "No," Maggie answered, which was partly true. Kate had cried last night when the shift was over. That was nothing compared to her big, gulping sobs now. Gail said, "Poor kid. She's really going at it. What set her off? Jet start telling his stupid Irish jokes?" "Jet was passed out." "Had to be something. Did Terry start in with his helter-skelter bullshit about the coloreds taking over the world?" "We missed most of it." Maggie racked her brain. The Kennedys, the mayor, Edward Spivey, the war. Bingo. Gail slowed the car. The wheels hit the broken sidewalk as the Mercury came to a stop in front of the old cotton bag factory. Her husband was killed in Nam. "What?" Maggie heard her voice go up in surprise. "She was married? You didn't read her personnel file?" Gail pushed open the car door. "He got killed in Bangfuck Me or wherever the hell." She threw the driver's seat forward and climbed into the back with Kate. "Come here, sweetheart." Kate practically fell into her arms. "I'm sorry." "It's all right, Mama." Gail stroked her hair over her ear. She rested her boots on the back of the folded seat. "Those ass hairs spent half the war in whorehouses and the other half in VD clinics." For some reason, this made Kate cry even harder. Gail rolled her eyes at Maggie, but she hugged Kate tighter. "That's okay, sugar, just let it out." She snapped her fingers at Maggie and mimed taking a drink. The flask felt half empty. Maggie unscrewed the cap and handed it back. Gail took a small portion, then offered the flask to Kate. "This'll do ya." Kate didn't have to be cajoled. She took a healthy drink. "Don't be greedy." Gail pulled away the flask. She helped Kate sit up, and then she finished the whiskey. "You all cried out now, chickie?" Kate wiped underneath her eyes. Her hands still trembled, but at least her tears had stopped. "I'm sorry," she managed. "I tried not to. I don't know what came over me." Gail said, "We all get that way." She winked at Maggie, acknowledging that none of them ever got that way, especially in public. "I'm sorry," Kate repeated. She straightened her shirt, adjusted her shoulder mic. "I must look a mess." Gail shrugged it off, but she warned, "Don't ever let those bastards know they got to you. They see you cry, that's the end of it. They'll never take you seriously." Kate nodded, but she obviously didn't get it. The hardest battles didn't take place on the streets. They happened inside the squad room. Every time a female officer took a step forward, a male officer felt like he was being pushed back. The guys pounced the minute you showed weakness. "Shit, you gals don't know how easy you got it." Gail threw the empty flask back on the dash. "My first week on the job, every morning I'd open my locker and there'd be a fresh pile of shit inside." Her lip curled in disgust. Terry, Mac, Red, Les, Cal, Chip, Bud, all of them took turns trying to outdo each other. They jizzed in my purse, pissed in my shoes, crapped in the trunk of my car. And I leave one bloody tampon on your Uncle Terry's dashboard, and suddenly I'm the crazy bitch. Maggie must have heard wrong. She looked at Kate, who was equally perplexed. "Talk about a smell," Gail said.
Middle of goddamn August, hot as hell. He's lucky I was at the end of my period."
That was all it took. Both Maggie and Kate exploded with laughter. Maggie couldn't stop. She grabbed the back of her seat to steady herself. Her stomach cramped. Her throat ached. She couldn't get it out of her head. The look on her Uncle Terry's face when he climbed into his squad car and saw the gift that Gail Patterson had left for him. She hoped he threw up a hot stream of bourbon. She hoped he still gagged every time he thought about it. Gail wiped her mouth with the back of her hand.
"Yeah, they didn't fuck with me after that."
Tears were streaming down Maggie's face. Kate had her head in her hands again, but this time she shook with laughter.
"All right, gals."
Gail slid toward the door.
"Enough lollygagging. Let's get this show on the road."
Kate looked at Maggie, and they both started laughing again. Gail sighed as she climbed behind the steering wheel.
"Come on now, wind it down."
Maggie took a deep breath. Her stomach still hurt from laughing. She wiped her eyes, shook her head. Gail took off her fedora and wedged it between the dash and the windshield. She lit another cigarette. The Mercury went into a wide curve as she pulled back onto the road. Maggie finally managed to stop sputtering with laughter. The trick was not to look at Kate. She wiped her eyes. She settled down into the seat and stared out the side window again. The scenery rolled by, depressing in its monotony. The abandoned factories gave way to run-down houses, which reverted back to empty factories. Gail was taking the back way to the West End. Jimmy had been in CT yesterday. Maggie doubted he had asked for permission, which was probably why he'd been shot. She wondered what he was really asking his snitch about. Maggie got the feeling that there were things about Don Wesley's murder that no one but Jimmy would ever know. Gail asked, "You got any new intel on these mothers?" Maggie shook her head. She had filled Gail in before roll call this morning. A tranny pimp nobody had ever met, and a psychopath henchman who liked cutting white women.
"Listen to me, sheep."
Gail directed her words to Kate's reflection in the mirrors.
"You know why the colored girls are so high on themselves?"
Kate seemed offended by the question. "I hadn't given it much thought."
Gail said, "Black men. That's why. You hear 'em in the halls, on the street, in the diner. They see a black woman, even one got a face like a shovel. They're all, 'Hey, good looking, let me take you to dinner. Let me buy you some coffee.' They tell them they're beautiful, flirt with them all the time. You know what I mean?"
Kate looked mystified. The black men in her life were probably all holding rakes or pushing elevator buttons.
Gail said, "Black girls tune it out easy. They been hearing that shit all their lives. Now a white woman hears it and she's all, 'Oh, golly, he must think I'm pretty.'"
Kate's eyes narrowed. Gail had done a pretty good imitation of her frou-frou accent.
Gail said, "That's how pimps are. They hurl out compliments like it's a business, because it is. They're in the business of tricking out women."
"You're saying all pimps are black men?" Kate still sounded haughty, so Maggie took this one. She framed it as a syllogism. Not all black men are pimps, but all pimps are black men. Kate raised her eyebrows.
"Stop playing, you two, 'cause this ain't no joke."
Gail checked over her shoulder before passing a truck. She told Maggie,
"Tell her how they trick 'em out."
Maggie had gotten the depressing lesson off Gail a long time ago. She hoped that Kate paid as careful attention as she had. "The pimps get the girls when they're 12 or 13. They're runaways or addicts or something bad happened back home. The pimps seduce them. They pretend that they're in love with them. They shoot them up with dope. It doesn't take long to hook them. Then they turn them out, or sometimes it's called tricking them out into the streets. Maggie shrugged, because it really was that simple. The girls have sex with 20, 30 strangers a day. The pimps keep all the money. Gail finished. And then when the girls get too old, 20, 25, the pimp either sails them down the road or he slits their throats and tosses them in a ditch. Kate said, Violet's around that age. Gail wasn't irritated by the observation. She just nodded. You wait for it, Mama. One day you're gonna roll up on a 1054 and it's gonna be Violet's dead face staring back at you. Gail shook a cigarette out of the pack. You know our objective? Maggie's been incredibly forthcoming. Maggie took the dig because she deserved it. We're going to talk to Saoirse and see if he'll let us speak to his girls, she told Kate. He runs older women like Violet, probably because he's new to town. The area where Don Wesley was shot in 5 Points, that's where the hags work. Whitehall, Kate said. She'd done a good job studying the shooter files. Each part of the 5 is divvied up by the pimps. Maggie tried to frame it in a way that Kate would understand. Think of the area as a shopping mall for sex. Gail barked a laugh. Good one. Maggie continued. You want black girls, go down the Marietta Spike. There's some Asians down Decatur. Mixed gals are on Peachtree. Prime real estate is north of Edgewood near Woodruff Park. That's your Saks Fifth Avenue. Big money. Pimps are always fighting for that patch. It's where the young white girls work. They get the easy customers, businessmen, lawyers, doctors. The freaks go straight to Whitehall. Think of it as a JCPenney catalog store. The girls are older. Their pimps don't take care of them. The freaks like to beat on women. They're looking for a discount. They don't care so much what her face looks like or how old she is. Gail said, That's why we want to talk to 'em. Them gals' lives depend on figuring out who's gonna hurt 'em, who's safe to go with. They watch everybody, see everything. I'd bet my left tit one of them either saw something or has a regular she knows for sure's got a grudge against cops. Maggie added, There's a lot of freaks out there who watch cops. You see them at the station sometimes. They just hang out for no reason. They go to crime scenes. They have police scanners. As she talked, Maggie felt a weight being lifted from her chest. After reading the shooter files, she had been worried that the killer might be a cop. The more she thought about it, the more it made sense that they were looking for some freak wannabe. Somebody like that would know codes and routines. Kate said, Well, maybe they washed out of the academy or didn't last on the streets. Gail couldn't resist. You making a confession there, sheep? Kate didn't laugh. Jimmy said the man who shot Don was black. Wouldn't you notice a black civilian hanging around the station house? She added, I mean, if he's not already there because he's a pimp. Gail made a face. Depends on the house. The commissioner's moving all the checkers around the board. That's what happened to Bud Deacon. He got moved to an all-black house. He tells them to go fuck themselves, they fire him. He sues them, judge puts him back on the job pending the trial. They should have moved Jed Elliott, Maggie said. He doesn't know where he is half the time anyway. Hey, Gail warned. Everybody knew Jet drank because he had a sick kid. Mac McKay's filing a lawsuit, too. Said he was demoted for complaining about a hostile work environment. We're a couple of tits to work, Mac. You'll see what hostile's all about. Maggie smiled at the image. Chip Bigsby walked out when they put a woman in his unit, but nobody fired him. Chipper's not so bad, Gail told Kate.
Back when I was so green I was shitting shamrocks, I ended up pinned down behind the counter during a bank robbery. Thought I was gonna die. Seriously, I was making my peace, then from out of nowhere, up pops Chip Bigsby, guns blazing. I truck it on out of the back while Chip takes the heat. Dumbass caught a bullet right here. She tapped her collarbone. It was meant for me, but what are you gonna do? Get old Chipper drunk enough, he'll show you the scar. I'll put that right on my list, Kate said, but she was obviously on to something else. What about with men? Where do they go for sex? Gail looked at Maggie. That's what we're talking about, sister. They go to 5 Points to get laid. I meant sex with other men. Listen to our gal. Gail sounded proud that Kate even knew such a thing existed. The queers go to Piedmont Park. They don't have to pay for it, lucky bastards. Piedmont? Kate sounded offended. Her apartment was right up the street. Talk to Jimmy about it, Gail said. He's always doing ferry runs with the boys after work. Ferry runs? Kate was doing the parrot thing again, repeating words. What on earth are ferry runs? Maggie explained. They go into the park and beat up gay men. Kate still sounded appalled. Jimmy goes to the park and beats up homosexuals? Why wouldn't he? Gail tapped her cigarette out the window. All of 'em do it, Bud, Mac, Terry, Vic. They're just blowing off steam. Who cares if a bunch of faggots get their heads knocked in? They shouldn't be doing that nasty shit anyway. She took a drag off her cigarette. Heads up, gals. We just went from bandstand to Soul Train. Maggie looked out the window. Black faces looked back. Some were curious. Others were perplexed. All were hostile. They just entered Colored Town. The area had sneaked up on her. Maggie hadn't noticed the general dilapidation giving way to unpainted shacks and lean-tos. A long time ago, Gail had told Maggie that blacks and whites were separated by rocks. Blacks lived in houses built on dirt. Whites lived in houses built on stone foundations. Maggie didn't really understand the difference until she saw it with her own eyes. Colored Town crawled through the west side, which contained Atlanta's last still operating industrial area. Foundries and factories belched out black smoke. Tanneries spewed rotting flesh and chemicals into Peachtree Creek. There was a constant buzz from the massive power relay stations that dotted the main road. This wasn't the projects. There was no government housing with on-site management and hourly police patrols. The people who lived in CT either didn't want or didn't qualify for government assistance. They were on their own. They made do with what they had. Bare plywood walls kissed wet Georgia clay. Newspapers plugged holes in windows. The plumbing was so primitive that outhouses dotted the bare backyards. Even in the dead of winter, front doors hung open to air out the odors. Kate started to cough. The smell wasn't that bad, but it had a cumulative effect. Maggie had spent her first year on the job coughing up all kinds of disgusting filth. Delia had been appalled by some of the things she'd brought up. Maggie was constantly sick with a cold or the flu. Her doctor told her to quit her job or end up in an early grave. Gail craned her neck to look up at the houses. They were in one of the residential stretches that specialized in rooms rented by the week. She asked, "You got an address?" Kate coughed again before answering. 819 Huff Road. Shit, Gail grumbled. This is Huff, but ain't a one of these places got a number. Ghetto landlords weren't the only ones who didn't post their street numbers. The problem plagued the city.
Most calls, Maggie had no idea whether or not she was in the right location until someone started screaming. "There," Kate pointed to a house. "That must be it." She'd picked the nicest house on the block. The windows were clean, the dirt yard was swept. The steps to the porch were stacked concrete blocks that read, "Property of Atlanta Waterworks." As with all of the houses, the unpainted clapboard was weathered brown. The front door set it apart, the bottom part was red, the top was green, and there was a yellow circle around the rectangular window. Gail asked, "Where do you see a number?" "The door," Kate answered. "Those are the colors of the Portuguese flag." Maggie said, "The colored girls said the house was run by a Portuguese lady." "Well, la-dee-da." Gail pulled the car over, parking behind an old truck on blocks. "Portuguese? Where the hell is that?" Kate devoted her full attention to putting on Jimmy's shoes. Maybe she was learning after all. Gail said, "This part of CT is on the outskirts of an area called Blandtown. We passed through Lightning and Techwood on the way." She started pointing out landmarks. "Way over that-a-way is Perry Homes, which is a shithole you'll see for yourself soon enough. Trains, there's the Tilford Yard and Inman Yard between Marietta and Perry Boulevard. The Howell Railway is what you're hearing. All the trains go through there. It's on the other side of the plow factory. Not Y for Y. Triangular. Don't ask me why." She seemed to miss her own joke. "That smell is the meat-packing plant. Place'll turn you into a vegetarian. Found a dead hooker there once inside a cow carcass. That was some sick shit. Wish I still had the picture. You following this?" Kate nodded. "Of course, thank you." Maggie got out of the car. She heard the distant rumble of trains roaring through the Howell yard. The low moan of a whistle pierced the air. The noise was a constant in these neighborhoods. Freight ran night and day through the Y. If you stood still long enough, you could feel the vibrations of the engines through the soles of your feet. The Portuguese house was in the center of the road. Directly across from it was an abandoned storage warehouse. The red facade was ubiquitous to the city, constructed of slave bricks that had been thrown from Georgia clay in between cotton seasons. The windows were gone. Some of the bricks had been chipped away, exposing the black tar paper behind them. There was a puddle of water on the ground at her feet. Instinctively, Maggie looked up to check for rain. She saw a hand resting on one of the windows in the upper level of the storage facility. "No, Mama, listen," Gail said from the front seat. She was on the radio calling in their location. She knew the dispatcher, so it took longer than usual. Maggie forced her gaze away from the storage building. There's probably a kid up there. Or maybe a bum, looking for a place to hole up. She pulled the metal clips out of her front pants pocket and hooked them onto her underbelt. She was buckling her utility belt when Kate got out of the car. She held her belt in one hand and Jimmy's hat in the other. Kate said, "The good news is that the shoes fit, so thank you very much for that. The bad news is—" Maggie handed over the metal clips that Kate had left on the dining room table. "Always put them in the same pocket. Thank you." Kate hooked the clips. She was better at putting on her belt today. It only took 2 tries. As a rule, Maggie never asked people about their personal lives, but she figured Kate owed her an explanation for the earlier outburst. "When did your husband die?" 2 years ago. She straightened her nightstick. She clipped her transmitter onto the back of her belt. "I didn't know the details were in my personnel file." They do background investigations. Make sure you're not a communist. Maggie didn't tell Kate that just about anybody could read your file. "It's no big deal." "Oh, I'm sure." Kate adjusted her collar. She seemed ready to change the subject. I've been thinking that I'm allowed one really big humiliation each day. Do you think I've hit my quota for Tuesday? You had your reasons? Come on, Lawson. I'd rather you think I'm an idiot than feel sorry for me. Maggie smiled. You had to admire her spirit. I still think you're an idiot. Of course you do. She smelled Jimmy's hat. Her face soured. No hats today. Maggie threw her hat into the car. Kate did the same. Check your gun. Kate unsnapped the strap around her revolver. She pulled her weapon with a surprising fluidity. She ejected the cylinder, then clicked it back into place. Gail joined them on the sidewalk. A cigarette dangled from her lips. She know how to use that thing? I hope we don't find out. Kate stuck the gun back in her holster. She was grinning, pleased with herself. I practiced this morning. I think I liked you better when you were pathetic. Gail reached into her purse and opened the drawstrings around the Crown Royal bag where she kept her gun. Her revolver had a pearl handle. The tooling around the muzzle wasn't regulation. She hot-loaded her bullets with extra gunpowder, a violation that just about everybody on the force committed. Gail told Kate, "Papers open, mouth shut, you hear?" "Yes, ma'am." Gail narrowed her eyes. The problem with Kate was that you couldn't tell when she was being a smartass and when she was just being smart. Fuck it, Gail decided. She walked up the dirt path toward the house. Maggie tapped the leather safety strap on her revolver, indicating that Kate should snap hers closed. She didn't wait to see if her suggestion was followed. If Kate was going to do this job, and it seemed like she was either too stubborn or too stupid not to, then she would have to sink or swim on her own. The stiletto heels of Gail's ankle boots tapped up the cinder block steps. The porch was small and sturdy. The boards were painted red to match the door, which gave the unsettling feeling that they were standing in blood. Maggie looked through the narrow window in the front door. She saw a set of stairs leading up to the second floor, but nothing else. That's called a Methuselah. Gail nodded toward an ornate metal box nailed to the right side of the door. The top was angled toward the entrance. Gail clicked her tongue as she gave Kate a bawdy wink. Jews use it. Gosh, how interesting. Kate touched the box with the tips of her fingers. Police! Gail banged on the door so hard that the little window rattled. She told Kate, I cracked one open once. It's got paper inside. Funny little squiggles on it. Gail banged the door again. Open up! They were shuffling footsteps inside the house. Suddenly, a few wild strands of black and gray hair appeared in the window. Maggie guessed they were looking at the top of someone's head. Unbelievable. Gail kicked the door. Open up before I break this goddamn door down! 4 locks and a chain were disengaged before the door cracked open. The old woman standing in front of them looked like a Victorian in mourning. Everything was black, from the high lace collar that fanned up her neck to the long-sleeved black dress that touched the tips of her black shoes. She was short, which is why she couldn't look through the window. There was a mole high on her left cheek that gave her a wall-eyed look. Her long salt and pepper hair was spun into a bun on the top of her head. Maggie thought about what Delroy and Watson had said. She could easily imagine a nest of spiders living in there. Gail said, Open the door, Grandma. What do you want? Her voice was deep and heavily accented. She sounded like Ricardo Montalban. Not the female version, but the actual guy from the car commercials. I have work to do. So do we. Gail tapped the police badge on Maggie's chest.
We need to talk to Sir She.
The old woman's eyebrows drawbridged up. She was smiling in a way that Maggie didn't trust. Still, she opened the door to let them in. Gail flicked her cigarette into the yard before entering the house. She took in her surroundings, same as Maggie. Stairs cut through the central hallway that divided the house. To the left was a formal parlor. To the right, a dining room. The kitchen was at the back of the house. Maggie scanned each room. You never just walked into a space without looking for danger. Check the windows and doorways. Make sure you can see everybody's hands. Gail always said female cops, added another step. Judge the decor and cleanliness so you can make value judgments about the witness and/or perpetrator. On this latter point, the Portuguese lady was blameless. Her hair was terrifying, but she kept a clean house. Dishes dried neatly in a rack by the sink. The runner down the hallway was straight as an arrow. The floors were swept clean. There were no cobwebs. Maggie guessed the furniture was from the old woman's home country. The parlor contained a colorful, dainty-looking chair and a flowery settee with a curved, carved back. Doilies spotted every surface. There was a solid black tea set on the coffee table. Matching place settings were laid out on the dining room table. "Bizal Haj," Kate mumbled. Gail ignored her, which was usually a good idea.
Who's in the house?
The old woman gestured up the stairs. "At the moment, I have 3 boarders. One is at work, the others." She shook her head. "They pass Gudniak and the Fresser. They think I'm running a shantois." Gail frowned at the foreign words.
What the hell?
"The pimp and his bodyguard," Maggie guessed. She didn't speak a lick of Portuguese, but the math wasn't all that hard. "Are they upstairs?" "They rent 2 rooms. They do business out of the front one." She shook her head again. "Meshugana, the both of them." Kate looked wary. "How Meshugana?" Instead of answering, the old woman called up the stairs. "Anthony!" There was a loud thump overhead. Heavy footsteps banged across the floor. Grit fell from the plaster ceiling. The chandelier swayed.
What is it, old woman?
An enormous black man stood at the top of the stairs. He was over 6 feet tall and at least 350. His head was comparatively tiny, like a joke snowman if the snowman was a knife-wielding psychopath. His eyes settled on Maggie, then Kate, then Gail, then the Portuguese lady. Gail said,
Jesus, Tubby, they find you on a meat hook at the butcher shop?
He wasn't amused.
What you white bitches want?
Gail grabbed the railing and pulled herself up the stairs.
I need to talk to your boss.
Go fuck yourself.
Every chance I get. You see these uniforms?
I see a washed-up old whore and 2 bitches playing dress-up.
Yeah, well.
Gail didn't dispute the assessment. She stopped a few steps down from the big guy.
We ain't leaving, Fat Albert, so you might as well mosey on back to the junkyard gang.
There was a flash of silver, a series of clicks, and Anthony was holding a switchblade to Gail's neck.
You want to say that again, bitch?
Gail heaved a wheezy sigh.
I know you can't see your dick, Lardo, but I'm pretty sure you don't want to lose it.
He looked down. Gail's gun was pointed straight at his crotch. She cocked the hammer.
See how my hand's shaking? That's 'cause it wants to pull the trigger so bad.
No need for that, officer. There was another man at the top of the stairs. Maggie couldn't see him, but she knew he wasn't local. His accent put him from somewhere up north. He said, Anthony, let these women pass.
The sooner we find out what they want, the sooner they'll leave." Anthony turned sideways. This didn't help matters. Gail squeezed by him first. Maggie sucked in her stomach, but she still brushed up against him as she entered the hallway. She had to pull Kate by the arm to get her through. Sir She stood in front of an open doorway. He was tall, very thin, with skin the color of river water and a tight afro that stuck out just past his ears. He had a red and gold scarf tied around his neck. His purple shirt was silk with white pearl snaps. His trousers were twill in a black and white herringbone. They were tight enough to show the outline of everything he had underneath. Maggie thought he was more of a J.J. Walker than a tranny pimp. There was nothing delicate about his features. He didn't hold his hand bent to the wrist or wear makeup. The colored girls were right about his boots, though. They were vicious. Gold-pointed triangles shaped the toes. The edges looked needle-sharp. Blood stained the white patent leather. The pimp zeroed in on Kate. He flashed a crocodile smile. "Lordy, lordy, you are the most luminescent creature I have ever seen. Your skin reminds me of bone china, and I could wrap both my hands around that dainty little waist." So much for warnings. Kate practically preened. "Thank you." Gail rolled her eyes at Maggie. "You're Sir She." His smile melted into a thin, angry line. "Sir Sheik. Sheik." Kate laughed. Maggie knew she would. "Don't you crackers speak English?" Gail said, "What on the street is your tranny fag?" He cupped his hand to the front of his pants. "I can prove you wrong right here." "Nah, I already got one skinny coon got lost up in my cooch. Hurts like hell when I sneeze." Gail walked into his room. "Shit, it's Fibber McGee's closet in here." Maggie saw what she meant. Compared to downstairs, the pimp's room was a sty. Boxes were stacked everywhere. Trash filled the corners, stuffing poked out of holes in the furniture. There were 2 wooden chairs with the backs broken off. They were pushed close enough together that Maggie guessed this was where Anthony sat. His half-empty glass of iced tea was on the windowsill. A baseball bat leaned against the wall. All Maggie saw was danger. In the right hands, the bat could be more deadly than her revolver. Likewise, the broken spindles on the chairs. The glass holding the tea could be turned into a weapon. God only knew what was hidden inside the holes in the furniture or tucked away in the boxes. Maggie checked outside the window. The abandoned storage facility was across the street. She hadn't seen a gloved hand before. The brick had been chipped away around the window opening so that the granite header could be salvaged. What she'd seen from the street was a piece of black tar paper flapping in the wind. She turned back to the room. The real danger was standing 15 feet away. Anthony grunted as he leaned against the door jamb. His eyes followed Gail's every move. His jaw was tight. His hands were fisted. Maggie got the feeling he wasn't the type to let things go. The colored girls had warned her that the big guy was crazy, but Maggie had seen up close what crazy looked like, courtesy of her father, and she always assumed that other people wouldn't know crazy if it bit them in the ass. In her expert opinion, Anthony looked just like the kind of crazy who could bite their asses clean off. "All right, ladies." Sheik sat on the couch. He smoothed down the legs of his trousers. "You gonna stand there and gawp, or you gonna tell me why you're here?" "What the hell?" Gail sat in one of the chairs across from him. She left her purse in her lap, zipper open. Maggie let Kate take the other chair so she had a reason to stand. She leaned her back into the corner. The window was to her right. Sheik was front and center.
Gail and Kate were at an angle to where he sat on the couch. Anthony stayed in the doorway. Maggie didn't look at him. She could feel him. He radiated hostility. Quietly, Maggie unsnapped the safety strap around her revolver. She knew Gail could pull her gun from her purse in under a second, but it would take more than that to bring Anthony down. "So," Gail wasn't one for lengthy preamble. "Whitehall, you're running girls there." "Am I?" Sheik paused a moment before saying, "I don't think anybody's running anything. Your stormtroopers have jailed just about every working girl in the city." "A cop was murdered," Gail reminded him. "You can do something about it." Sheik quipped, "You think I give a shit about a dead pig?" Gail braced her hands on her knees. "Looky here, Sambo. I ain't got time to chase my tail around no tree." Kate straightened like a stick had been shoved up her ass. Sheik zeroed in on her. "What you looking at, Slit?" He had an accent now, and it was pure street. "You gonna answer me?" For a change, Kate had nothing to say. Sheik couldn't push Gail, so he was going to screw with Kate. "Come up into my house, staring at me like I'm some kind of bug under a piece of glass? Who the fuck are you, bitch, staring at me like that?" Gail didn't move. Neither did Maggie. If Kate was going to keep digging herself into these holes, she'd have to learn how to get herself out of them. "Well?" Sheik demanded. "What you gotta say, bitch? You want me to make you talk?" Anthony stirred in the doorway. The floor creaked under his weight. Kate blurted, "Your scarf." Sheik was as surprised as the rest of them. He put his hand to the scarf. "What about it?" "I just wondered." Kate's voice shook. "I wondered if it was Chanel." Sheik stared at her for a beat. After what seemed like a good, long while, he smiled. "Of course it is." Kate swallowed audibly. Her voice still shook, but only a little. "It's very stylish. I looked at it for myself." He studied her for a moment. "With your coloring, you should stay away from reds. You're a winter, right?" "Autumn, but I've always felt I fall somewhere in between." Maggie wanted to bang her head against the wall. If somebody had told her last week that she'd be standing in the ghetto listening to a Yankee pimp discuss the K-Gill color method, she would have laughed in their faces. "Christ," Gail muttered. "Can we get back to business here?" Sheik raised an eyebrow. "What business is that?" "I'm betting one of your girls saw something the other night that cop was killed." Sheik leaned back on the couch. "Oh, I know at least one of them saw something." Gail sat back too, at least as much as the chair would allow. She was pretending it didn't matter, but they all knew it mattered. "What'd she see?" Again, he didn't respond immediately. He smoothed his trousers. He touched the knot in his scarf. Sheik had the upper hand now, and he was going to enjoy it for as long as he could. Gail looked at her watch. She looked back at Maggie. She looked at her watch again. Finally, Sheik said, "It seemed to me that a man with such valuable information should get some sort of recompense." "All right." Gail sounded annoyed, but Maggie knew crafting the deal was her favorite part. "What do you want?" Sheik turned his attention back to Kate. He was flirting with her again. "What should I ask for, Autumn?" Kate had worked the streets less than 2 full days, but she'd obviously been paying attention. "We can let you work north of Edgewood." Gail made a show of being outraged. "Why don't you give him the keys to the goddamn city while you're at it?" Sheik played right into her hands.
That sounds good. North of Edgewood.
He looked at Anthony.
You like that, brother? I like it good.
Anthony nodded his head up and down.
You'll have to get some better girls, Gail warned, like she gave a flip what they did. Them toothless old whores of yours won't pull in the traffic.
I can get some.
2, Gail told him. Stick 'em near the park, not inside. You go anywhere else, you'll end up with your belly gutted, and it might be a cop what does it.
She leaned forward again.
Now, no more bullshit, Sheik. You better give us some goddamn good information. I mean the kind we can verify.
Sheik tapped his fingers to his knee. He was obviously thinking again. And then he decided. He reached his hand into a hole in the back of the couch. Both Maggie and Gail drew their guns. Sheik said,
"Good Lord, bitches, give me some credit."
He waited for them to lower their weapons. He saw that they weren't going to. He moved slowly, his hand inching out like a stop-motion cartoon. At first, Maggie didn't recognize what he was holding. It was like reading a clue in a crossword puzzle and seeing the thing in your mind but being completely incapable of translating that image into a word that filled in all the blocks. But then she knew. Jimmy's radio transmitter. Sheik lofted up the plastic brick like a trophy. This verification enough? Maggie slid her gun back into her holster. She leaned heavily against the wall.
All right.
Gail didn't take the transmitter. She lowered her revolver, but she kept the gun in her lap instead of returning it to her purse.
Tell me where you got that.
One of my girls found it in the alley where that cop was killed. Whitehall, C&S Bank.
It was just sitting there in the alley.
Gail didn't believe him.
Where's the girl?
I got her hid somewhere. She saw something scared the shit out of her. Sheik looked at Kate, then Maggie, then Gail again.
Ought to scare the shit out of you, too.
Gail asked.
What'd she see?
It ain't a what, it's a who.
And the dude my gal saw sure as shit ain't nothing like the brother you guys put out on the news. Sheik grinned. You know, this is some really good shit I'm giving you. I think we need to revisit our deal. Gail jammed her gun into the pimp's face.
Where is she?
You gonna Edward Spivey me? Plant some bogus shit in my room and try to put me on trial?
I might.
Sheik stared down the muzzle of the gun.
You listen careful to me, bitch. Either you take that gun out of my face, or your dried-out old pussy goes out that window.
Anthony took a step forward. Maggie did too. He took another step. She pulled her revolver again. The grip was warm in her hand. And then 2 things happened, one immediately after the other. Kate collapsed to the floor. The side of Sheik's head was vaporized. At least, that was how it looked to Maggie. The right side of Sheik's face was there 1 second, eye, cheekbone, jaw. And then the next second, it disappeared in a spray of blood. Somebody screamed. The window exploded. Or maybe Maggie was just now hearing it, the same as the distant crack of a rifle that reverberated in her ears. 1 shot, head shot. The shooter. Maggie hit the floor. Kate was already there. Her eyes were closed. She wasn't moving. A trickle of blood ran from her ear down her cheek. Broken glass was everywhere. Maggie's hand was empty. Her revolver was gone. Gail's chair shattered to pieces. The sound was like another gunshot. Anthony had jumped on top of her. He'd assumed the bullet had come from Gail's gun. He straddled her, pinning her down. The switchblade was in his hand. Gail grabbed his wrist with both hands. Her arms shook as the knife got closer. The blade was inches from her eye. No! Maggie scrambled to get Kate's gun. The revolver was twisted inside her holster. The snap was bent on the safety strap. Gail gave a blood-curdling scream. Maggie watched helplessly as the long, sharp blade was driven straight into Gail's eyeball. The snap finally gave. The strap ripped open. Anthony sat back on his knees. That was the last thing he ever did. Maggie pointed the gun at his head and pulled the trigger. Her senses went haywire. She felt her finger pulling the trigger, but she didn't hear the gun fire. She didn't see Anthony fall onto his back. But she could tell from the way the floor shook that he was down. Smoke trailed up from the muzzle, but she couldn't smell the cordite. She heard clicking. Click, click, click. Like a set of wind-up teeth. The gun was empty, but Maggie was still pulling the trigger. She dropped the revolver on the floor. The thud was muffled by the time it reached her ears. Sound came back to her like an approaching siren. First, it was so far away she could barely hear it. Then suddenly, it was loud and heart-stopping. "Jesus! Oh, Jesus!" Gail panted. Her chest heaved as she tried to force air into her lungs. The knife was still jammed into her eye. The handle wavered back and forth like a tent pole. "Gail?" Maggie crawled over to her. "Gail!" "What?" Gail reached up to her eye. "Don't!" Maggie grabbed Gail's hand. This wasn't real. It was a drill. None of this was really happening. Maggie didn't really just kill somebody. She wasn't really looking at a knife sticking out of Gail Patterson's eye. What next? What next? Maggie grabbed her mic with her free hand. "Dispatch, this is Unit 5. 63 times 2, my location. Repeat 63 times 2, urgent. My 1020. Dispatch came back quickly. 10-4, Unit 5, help is on the way. Maggie dropped her mic. She looked around the room. The carnage was unreal. So much blood, pieces of bone and cartilage sprayed the couch. Shards of Sheik's teeth bit into the wall. None of this had really happened. These people weren't really dead. Gail was fine. Kate was fine. Maggie had not killed a man. She had not pointed her gun at a man's head and emptied her entire load into his skull. "Maggie," Gail whispered. "Is it bad?" "No." "Is it?" Maggie forced herself to look at the switchblade sticking out of Gail's face. She was covered in Anthony's blood. A clear liquid seeped from her eye, dragging a line that cut to the pasty white skin of her cheek. This had happened. All of it had happened. "It's not so bad," Maggie lied. The blade was 6 inches at least. A third of it went through Gail's eye. The other third sunk into her brain. "Oma?" Kate mumbled. She was coming too. Her hand went to her head. The top of her ear was bloody where the bullet had nicked her skin. "Kate." Maggie forced an authority into her tone that she did not feel. "Kate, get up. Now." She sat up quickly, panicked. She looked at Sir Sheik. She looked at Anthony. She looked at Gail. Her mouth opened, but only a squeak came out. Maggie said, "It's not as bad as it looks." Kate couldn't take her eyes off the knife. She knew it was bad. That she didn't say so was a minor miracle. "Fuck me," Gail whispered. The panic was taking over. The muscles in her neck stood out like ropes as she fought to keep her head from moving. "It's bad. I know it's bad." "You're gonna be..." Maggie's voice caught. She wasn't going to be all right. None of this was all right. "Don't." Gail's voice was shallow. "Don't you goddamn cry, Lawson.
I'm not, Maggie lied.
I won't. Both of you. I'll take this knife and stab you myself, you hear me? All right.
Kate had no idea what she was agreeing to. Her pupils were so blown open that she looked stoned. Maggie tightened her grip on Gail's hand. She willed her tears to stop. She had to keep her promise. The ambulance crew, the responding officers, whoever was on their way, she couldn't let them see her cry. They had to be tough gals. They had to be stronger than everybody else. Maggie looked up at the ceiling. She took a deep breath and slowly let it go. Her eyes could not find a spot to rest on. She didn't want to see Gail or Kate. She didn't want to see the two dead men whose bodies were already giving off the metallic odor of congealing blood. She looked out the broken window at the abandoned storage building across the street. The flapping piece of tar paper was gone. Chapter 20. Fox passed the pimped-out Mercury as he walked away from the scene. He plucked Kate's hat from the back seat, leaving Jimmy Lawson's for the rest of her shift. Flowers. He knew that Kate's hair would smell like flowers. Not like perfume, but the real thing that grew out of the ground. Fox let himself consider what it would be like to feel her skin, to bite her with his teeth, to screw her into the ground, to one by one pluck away her petals, to cut himself on her thorns. He always felt this way after a kill, not satisfied but craving more. He owed Kate Murphy. She had led him here. Not that Fox didn't keep his ear to the ground. The police scanner had been filled with chatter since Don Wesley had been taken out. Nobody gave a shit when Fox was killing drug dealers and street scum. Put down a couple of cops and that got their attention. Even if they were the kind of cops who deserved to die. Still, Fox was getting tired of surprises. And he was getting tired of correcting his own past mistakes. Fox had been halfway home when he decided he needed to walk the alley where Jimmy and Don Wesley had been going at it. Leaving a kill scene like that was lazy. And Fox was not lazy. Lesson 8. Always follow the plan. This was how it happened. You stuck your gun in their face. You made them call dispatch and clock out. You unplugged their radios so they couldn't call for help. You put them on their knees. You made them lace their fingers together and put them on top of their heads. You pulled the trigger. Pop. Pop. 2 men, 2 bodies. 2 more names off the list. And then you always checked the scene to make sure you hadn't left anything for the good guys to find. By the time Fox got back to the alley, the spunk and blood were already drying on the ground. Grid search, just like they used to do for landmines. Fox had paced back and forth and found nothing but the shit you could find on every street in the city. He now accepted that someone had been there before him. The pimp, obviously. He had a police transmitter in his hand. Jimmy Lawson's transmitter. No whore would have given up that kind of bargaining chip. All any slit ever cared about was sucking cock and stealing some poor guy's money. The pimp wasn't a nuisance. He was a witness. Lucky thing Fox had his rifle. The bullet had clipped Kate's ear because Fox had told it to. He could taste the blood in his mouth when it happened. Kate's blood. Fox licked his lips. The cold wind dried them quickly. He didn't need wind. He needed lightning. The plan wasn't coming together like he wanted. The thing in the back of his head wasn't talking to the front. And the thing between his legs was yelling that it was tired of waiting. Fox was patient, but he wasn't a saint.
Tomorrow, all of this had to come together or something really bad was going to happen. He heard a police siren blaring up the street. They were coming faster than Fox had anticipated, no choice but to duck into an alley. Fox wasn't worried about witnesses in this neighborhood. He was a white man with a cop's hat in his hand and a sniper's rifle slung over his shoulder.
"No, sir, officer, sir. I didn't see a thing."
The police cruiser zoomed past the alley. Fox's car was parked behind the next row of houses. He knew a back way out. Fox always knew a back way out. He allowed himself a smile. The ground shook beneath his feet. The trains were rumbling through the Howell Y. Trains. The lightning finally struck Fox's skull. The plan jolted from the back to the front. He saw it now, a living, breathing plan that he could hold in his hand and study from all angles. It was complicated, but brilliant. And like everything else that had happened this week, it all started with Jimmy Lawson. Chapter 21. "You're quitting!" Terry drove with one hand and smoked with the other. "I'm not playing, Missy. Tomorrow, your resignation on Vic's desk before roll call." Maggie said nothing. She had her eyes closed. Her jaw was ratcheted down so tight that she could taste the silver fillings in her teeth. "Fucking Patterson," Terry muttered. "What are you doing going with that crazy slit anyway? You're not a fucking detective, none of you are." The taste of blood mixed with the metal. She had cut her cheek in the Portuguese house. Maggie couldn't recall when. The edge of her molars had sliced open the skin like a knife. A knife. "You listening to me?" Terry slapped her face. "Open your goddamn eyes!" Maggie opened her eyes. She stared straight ahead. The car's headlights furrowed through the darkness. "Unfucking believable." Terry continued to berate her. She continued to ignore him. They wouldn't let Maggie stay at the hospital. Trouble had asked her to stay. Maggie had said she would stay. Terry had dragged her out by her collar in front of the whole squad. Gail wouldn't even know she had been there. She was still in surgery. She would never see out of her eye again. That's what the doctors had said. They'd also said she might have brain damage. But what did they know? Gail was joking even before the morphine. She had the paramedics cracking up. They had given her a cigarette and she'd made some comment about the smoke coming out of her eyeball. Maggie smiled. They used to joke all the time back when they rode together. Gail would tell her stories about old busts, like the bank robber who jumped on the counter, hit his head, and knocked himself out. Or the idiot who was trying to rob a liquor store and ended up shooting off his own hand. Riding alongside Gail, Maggie hadn't just learned how to be a cop. She had learned how to be in charge. For the first time in her life, she had power. People had to stop when she told them to. They had to listen to what she said. They didn't get to argue or talk over her or tell her she was wrong. Or if they did, Maggie wrote down every single word they said in her arrest report so the prosecutor could use it. And Gail would say, "Keep on talking, motherfucker. We got more pins." That would never happen again. Gail couldn't be a cop anymore. She couldn't pass the physical readiness test with one eye. She couldn't work the streets or bang up the bad guys. Anthony hadn't just taken away her vision with that knife. He'd taken away her power. Maybe that's why Maggie could feel no remorse for her actions. She had murdered a man. She had taken a life. An eye for an eye. "Hey, idiot!" Terry snapped his fingers in front of her face. "I asked you a question." Maggie didn't care about his questions. She had answered them all at the scene. She'd told Cal Vic what had happened to the best of her recollection. Not that she trusted her recollections. What happened in the Portuguese house felt so distant to her that Maggie had a hard time believing that she'd actually been there. It was like hearing stories about things she'd done as a child. Maggie didn't really remember the events firsthand. She remembered the stories because she'd heard them so many times. When she was 3 and she opened all of Jimmy's Christmas presents. When she was 5 and cut her leg on a rusty nail. Maggie flattened her palm to her leg. The ridges of the scar were as familiar as her reflection. She knew the story behind the injury, but the pain and the panic and the fear that had likely gone along with it were completely lost. Terry turned the steering wheel so hard that Maggie had to brace herself to keep from falling. He sped down the driveway and screeched to a stop under the carport. "Where's your brother?" Maggie opened the door. She didn't know where Jimmy was. His car wasn't on the street. Back at the Portuguese house, she kept expecting to see him. Her heart lurched every time a new person came into the room. And then she would realize it wasn't Jimmy, and a cold wave of disappointment washed over her. Maggie walked up the steps to the kitchen. Delia's back was to Maggie. The ashtray overflowed with cigarettes smoked down to the filters. Maggie put her belt on the counter. "Mama." Delia didn't turn around. "You're quitting tomorrow." Maggie felt surprised. And then she felt stupid for being surprised. "I mean it, Margaret." Delia turned around. Her eyes were red. She looked 100 years old. "You'll work with me at the diner. You'll get an office job. You'll drive a damn tow truck. I don't care. You're not going back to that job." Terry said, "That's exactly what I told her." He wasn't a big man, but his presence sucked the remaining air out of the kitchen. "Where's Jimmy?" "He's not with you?" Delia called up the stairs. "Jimmy?" She waited a second, then called louder. "Jimmy!" Lily yelled back, "He's locked in his room." "Locked in his room?" Terry mumbled. "What the hell's wrong with him?" "How the hell should I know?" Delia demanded. "None of my children give a shit about me." Terry went up the stairs. His bad mood lingered. "I mean it, Margaret." Delia's voice was a quiet threat. "No more playing cops and robbers." Even if Maggie had wanted to respond, she couldn't unclench her jaw. "You killed a man. Murdered him." Maggie stopped breathing. "There's blood all over your clothes. On your face, Gail got hurt. She's your friend. I know she's your friend. And look what happened to her. She's handicapped for the rest of her life." Her voice trilled. "Her life, Margaret, it's gone." Maggie forced herself not to look away. "What's gonna happen to her?" Delia answered the question herself. "She'll lose her job. She won't be able to find another one. Her husband will leave her. What man wants to be with a woman like that? To have to take care of her for the rest of her life?" Maggie swallowed hard. "It could have just as easily been you. Did you consider that? That I might be stuck here taking care of you until I die, and then what? Your brother Jimmy has to take care of you, or Lily, God help her?" She clutched the counter with her hand. "Are you just going to stand there staring like an imbecile?" Maggie found her voice. "It didn't happen to me." "But look what did!" Delia's anger erupted. "You're a murderer now! Is that what you want to be, a murderer? With blood on your hands!" She grabbed Maggie's arm. "Answer me!" Maggie looked down at her mother's hand. The fingertips were stained yellow from nicotine. She told her mother, "The only regret I have is that I didn't murder him sooner." Delia staggered back. She could have been looking at a stranger. Maggie opened the cabinet under the sink. She grabbed a paper bag from the pile. "What are you doing?" "Cleaning up Terry and Jimmy's mess." She clutched the bag between her hands. "Isn't that what you want me to do, Mother? Stay here for the rest of my life and clean up everybody's fucking mess?" Maggie walked out the door. The night air was frigid. She didn't bother to turn on the lights under the carport. Her father had installed the fixtures the last time he was out of the hospital. Most of the time, the bulbs flickered like a mirror ball. The kitchen light offered little illumination. For some reason, Maggie wanted to be in the shadows. 7 hours ago, Terry had thrown a can of beer at her head. Maggie picked it up now. Warm liquid sloshed onto her hand. She dropped the can into the bag. She picked up another can, then another. She didn't intend to count, but she was on 15 by the time she made her way to the side yard. Maggie couldn't see where she was going. She stepped on a can. The aluminum cupped around the arch of her shoe. She used her other foot to pry it off. Then she squatted on the ground and resumed picking up cans. 16, 17, 18. The bag was overflowing. Instead of going back to the kitchen, Maggie walked across the yard. Lee Grant's van was in his driveway. She could make out the gold, yellow, and blue bands, the Southern Belle logo on the side. Maggie pressed her hand to the hood. The engine was cold. She went up the 2 steps to the side entrance and knocked on the door. And then she rang the doorbell because she wasn't sure what Lee could hear. She'd said maybe 5 words to him in the last 8 years. He was nervous around Jimmy and terrified of Terry, which meant that he was a hell of a lot smarter than people gave him credit for. Lee opened the door. His eyes went wide. He'd noticed the blood on her uniform. "Don't worry," she told him, feeling self-conscious because she'd forgotten how he looked at people's mouths when they talked. "It's not mine." "Are you all white?" His R's were soft. "Are you all white?" Maggie checked her house to make sure no one was outside. "Is there a central place at the phone company that has numbers and addresses for businesses?" To his credit, Lee didn't ask her if she had checked the yellow pages. "The billing department." "I need the address for a bar called Dabbler's." She spelled out the name for him, carefully enunciating each letter. "Can you get it for me?" "Yes." Maggie let herself breathe for the first time in days. He asked again, "Are you all white?" Maggie could remember Lee asking her the same question 8 years ago. She was lying on the couch in his mother's kitchen. The air was hot and sticky. His mother wasn't much of a cook. She was a nurse who worked nights. All of their meals were frozen dinners and fast food, which was a luxury nobody else on the street could afford. Maggie asked, "Can you put the address in my mailbox? I'm the only one who checks it." "I know." Lee seemed to realize what he'd revealed. He looked out at the street. Maggie saw the hearing aid tucked above his ear. He wore his old one when he jogged, probably because the new kind was more expensive. She guessed it was 15 years ago that Jimmy and Lee had gotten into their last fistfight. Jimmy had broken Lee's hearing aid. Lee's father had come to the house and showed it to Delia. He worked for the phone company, too. He was still wearing his lineman's belt. His eyes were bloodshot, which was odd because he wasn't a drinker. Delia had to work extra shifts for 3 months to pay for a new hearing aid. She'd grounded Jimmy, but Terry had still taken him out on weekends. "I'm sorry," Maggie said, but Lee wasn't looking at her and she wasn't sure he had heard. "Maggie!" Terry yelled. She jumped at the sound of his voice. Lee heard it too. He was already shutting the door. Maggie ran down the stairs. She crossed the yard. "Maggie!" "What, Terry, what do you want?" Terry stood in the doorway. Anger burned in his eyes. He was huffing like a bull, nostrils flared, mouth open. Maggie stopped. She had learned the hard way that as bad as Terry could be when he was screaming, it was far, far worse when he was quiet. He spoke through gritted teeth. "Get in the house, now." Maggie walked up the stairs. She clutched the wobbly railing. Her legs could barely hold her. The last time Terry got this way, he had beaten her into the ground. The kitchen had taken on a darkness that wasn't there before. Delia stood in the middle of the room. She held a sheet of notebook paper between her shaking hands. She was swaying. Maggie thought about the knife in Gail's eye, the way the handle had moved back and forth as Gail tried not to blink. Delia stared at the words on the notebook paper. Everything about her trembled. "It's not true. Tell me it's not true." Maggie could see the blue ink through the white paper. The handwriting was Jimmy's. She took the note from her mother. The first line was so incomprehensible that it might as well have been written in another language. "I am the Atlanta shooter." Maggie felt a cold sensation envelop her body. "I killed those guys because I was a dirty fag with them, and I didn't want anybody to find out." Maggie braced her hand on the counter so that she would not sink to the floor. "Don't try to find me, or I will kill more people." Maggie. Maggie read her name twice. She couldn't recall ever seeing her name written in her brother's hand. "Maggie, I'm sorry that I never apologized to you. I should have told you that what happened wasn't your fault." She studied the signature. He'd written his full name at the bottom, James Lawson. The only letters she could make out were the J and the L. Maggie knew the mark was made by her brother's hand. She typed all his reports. Every morning before roll call, she watched Jimmy scribble his signature on the dotted line. Terry said, "This doesn't leave this room." His words hung somewhere over her head. Maggie felt like she could reach up and touch them. Delia said, "But the guys, they can—" "I mean it," Terry interrupted. "Nobody hears about this." Maggie started shaking her head. "It's a confession. We have to—" Terry's hand clamped around her neck. Maggie's feet lifted from the floor. She clawed at his fingers. "I said no one hears about this." Maggie kicked her feet against the wall. Her lungs screamed in her chest. "This gets out." He tightened his grip around her throat. "Them guys find out they've been riding with a faggot." "Terry," Delia begged. "Terry, she's turning blue. Let her go. Please, please." Terry released his grip. Maggie fell to the floor. She gulped for air. Her throat felt raw. Delia said, "It's not true. My boy's not a queer. Somebody must have made him write that." "Bullshit," Terry countered. "I don't care if you hold a gun to my head. Ain't no way I'd say I was a faggot. You'd have to kill me first." Delia couldn't let it go. "Jimmy's out with a new girl every weekend. He's always fighting them off with a stick." Maggie rasped the glass out of her throat. She picked up the letter from the floor. "Where did you find this?" She looked at Delia, then Terry. "Where?" Delia answered. "Terry found it on his bed." Maggie was halfway up the stairs before she realized she was moving. She pushed herself to keep going into the hall. She passed Delia's room, Lily's with her always closed door, her own room, and then she stood outside Jimmy's doorway. Terry must have kicked in the door. The jamb was splintered. Wood stuck out like daggers. Maggie ran her fingertips along the sharp ends. They dragged a white line across her skin. Jimmy's room was painted the same dark gray as the rest of the house. The 100-watt bulb in the ceiling fixture gave the space the appearance of a crime scene. He had a full-sized bed that Delia had bought for him when he turned 16. There was a dresser they had taken off the sidewalk when the family down the street got evicted. His dop kit was open on the top. She saw his razor, his comb, and brush. His aftershaves were lined up in a neat row. This was the only area in which Jimmy liked variety. Pierre Cardin, English leather, Brut, Prince Machiavelli. Maggie gave him a new kind every year at Christmas. She went to Jimmy's closet. There was no door, just a curtain that he pulled back. His uniforms were on the left, where she always hung them. His pants were in the middle, then shirts, then jackets on the far right. Jimmy was particular about his closet. He kept the colors grouped together: navy, black, gray, white. Maggie looked down at the letter in her hand. I am the Atlanta shooter. She heard Terry behind her. He was still breathing hard, probably from coming up the stairs. She asked, "Where was Jimmy this afternoon, after we left?" Terry didn't answer. Maggie started checking the pockets in Jimmy's clothes. I killed those guys because I was a dirty fag with them. Delia asked, "What are you looking for?" Maggie kept searching the pockets. Nothing, no matchbooks, no more confessions. She did all of Jimmy's laundry. She was constantly finding phone numbers scribbled onto napkins and torn pieces of paper. Had all those numbers belonged to men? Delia said, "Maggie, stop. You know Jimmy doesn't like you going through his stuff." Maggie couldn't stop. What was she expected to believe? That her brother followed her to the Portuguese house today? That he had almost killed Kate? That he had shot the pimp? And what about the other men? Keene and Porter, Ballard and Johnson. Was she supposed to accept that her brother had murdered all of those men, then come to the breakfast table the next morning and filled up on coffee and bacon and eggs with his family? And Dawn Wesley. Dawn was Jimmy's friend. They were partners. Maggie turned around. Terry and Delia were standing behind her. She had to talk out the words before they exploded in her head. It doesn't make sense. Why would he do it? Because he's a faggot, Terry answered. Can't you fucking read? You're the college girl. It was right in front of your face the whole time, but you had your head too far up your ass to see it. You didn't see it either. Terry backhanded her so hard that Maggie fell against the wall. She put her hand to her cheek. The skin had broken open. Fucking mess, Terry mumbled as he paced the room. The space was small. He could only go 3 steps before he had to turn back around. What the fuck was he thinking? No one answered, because there wasn't an answer that made sense. The only sound that broke the silence was the familiar scratch of a needle on a record. Tapestry. Lily had the volume up. She didn't want to hear what was going on. Terry said, "This can't get out. Do you hear me? None of this can get out." Maggie watched him go from one side of the room to the other. He was more enraged about Jimmy being gay than he was about Jimmy being a murderer. Delia tried again. Maybe Bud and Cal can... No. Terry stopped her. Nobody finds out, Dee, that's it. We handled this on our own. What are you going to do? Delia sounded terrified. Terry, please. Tell me what you're going to do. He kept pacing. He was thinking it through, trying to see a way out. Finally, he decided, I'm going to track him down and kill him myself is what I'm going to do. Terry! Delia screamed. For the love of...
God damn it! Terry punched the wall so hard that the plaster bowed. No one spoke for another moment. Tapestry played on. So far away. Terry stared at his hand. The knuckles were already black and blue from work. Fresh cuts had rent open the skin. He flexed his fingers into and out of a fist. He said, "I gotta put him down, Dee. He's a Lawson, it's my responsibility." "Terry!" Delia was turning his name into a mantra. "Terry, no, you can't." "You want a trial? Is that what you want?" He looked disgusted by the idea. "Your cocksucking son pouring out his heart on the stand, talking about how he went queer on all them cops he murdered?" The color drained from Delia's face. "You tell Cal Vic this, he'll shoot him himself. Same with Jet, Mac, Red, all of 'em. They'll put him down, and nobody'll blame 'em." "It won't be like that," Delia insisted. "Something's wrong. He wasn't right in the head when he wrote this." "You think a jury will buy some kind of temporary insanity?" Terry flexed his hands again. "You want to roll that dice, take a chance they won't send him straight to old Sparky?" Delia clutched the doorknob to keep herself from falling. "You want to go to the state pen and watch 'em strap our boy into the electric chair?" Terry wiped his bloody hand on Jimmy's sheets. "They put him in diapers because they shit themselves. They don't like the guy, maybe they don't wet the sponge enough so when the switch is flipped, he catches on fire and burns alive." Terry grabbed Delia's arm. "Is that what you want for him, Dee? You want to watch him burn?" "Oh, God, Terry, please don't say these things, please! I can't hear them!" "You need to hear them." He looked at Maggie. "You need to hear him too, tough gal. He may be a dirty queer, but he's still your brother." Maggie didn't know what to say. All of this was too much. Her throat was sore, her head was pounding. This was insane. She couldn't believe it, not any of it. Jimmy wasn't gay, and he sure as hell wasn't a murderer. "Mom?" Maggie needed to make her see reason. She took Delia's hand. "He didn't do it. There's no way." "No!" Delia pulled back like she'd been scalded. "Don't you talk to me. Don't you say anything else. You should have never taken that job. It was too much stress on Jimmy." The hate in her eyes pierced Maggie's soul. "This is all on you, Margaret." Delia's voice got stronger with every word. "If you'd gotten married, then Jimmy would have too." She seemed almost relieved. She told Terry, "That's it. He couldn't meet a girl and get married. He couldn't abandon us because no one else would take care of us." Terry said, "I take plenty damn good care of you." "I know you do." Delia rested her hand on his chest. The panic was winding down now that she had figured out who was really to blame. "I know you do good bys. But Jimmy, he's a young man. He's under a lot of pressure. He just didn't know what he was doing. I'm sure that's it, Terry. I'm sure he can explain." Terry put his hand over Delia's. He looked at her in a way that made Maggie's stomach turn. "I'll handle this, Dee." Maggie stared down at Jimmy's note. His confession. His apology. "I'm sorry I never apologized to you." What did he mean? He'd apologized to Maggie at the hospital just yesterday. The moment was seared into her memory. Jimmy had never apologized to her for anything before. Was there something else he was sorry for? Was there some other thing he'd done that Maggie still hadn't found out about? Not murder. She could believe her big, strong brother was a homosexual before she could believe that he would kill 5 men in cold blood.
"You have to stop this," Maggie told Terry. "Jimmy wrote this letter for a reason. He wrote it because he wants us to stop him. You ever think of that?" Maggie didn't have a response. She hadn't thought of that. She looked at the last two lines, the apology that ignored the apology from the day before. Was it possible that she was wrong about her brother? 8 years was a long time. The Jimmy that Maggie knew was a grown man now. He went places she didn't know about. He had friends she had never met. Sometimes he stayed out all night, and no one ever asked him questions about it in the morning. Terry said, "He'll be a victim. The shooter got him. I'll make it look the same way, unplug his goddamn radio, break his fingernail if I have to. He'll get a cop's funeral. He'll be buried in the cemetery with an honor guard." He told Delia, "You'll get benefits. He'll still be doing his part. That's what Jimmy wants. He knew what he was doing when he left the note on his bed for anybody to find." Maggie couldn't accept what Terry was saying. She tried to reason with Delia. "Mama, you were right. We need to show the letter to people. This isn't our Jimmy. Something's wrong with him." Suddenly, the paper was wrenched from Maggie's hands. Delia tore Jimmy's confession to pieces. Chapter 22. Fox lay behind the fallen log and stared up at the big house situated at the top of a meandering driveway. The kitchen light was on. Kate's car was parked on the pad down from the garage. His view of the front porch could not have been better. The ground was cold beneath him. He could feel it pressing into his thighs, curling up to his balls. Fox shifted. The pressure was getting worse. The pressure that Kate caused him. He wished for a night sighter. The infrared detector washed the landscape in green light, making it possible for you to see the enemy, while the enemy only saw darkness. During the war, Fox had used a scope-mounted sighter to track his prey. The enemy was clever, but technology eluded him. Sometimes Fox would follow a man through the dark jungle for hours. The green light tracked his every move. Fox would watch the target pause, check his surroundings, stop for a meal, take a piss against a tree. All without knowing that Fox was watching. Which was what Fox was doing now, if only for a few more minutes. He couldn't see his watch, but he estimated from the way the moon hung in the sky that one day was slipping into another. He needed rest. He needed to make sure Jimmy was still where he was supposed to be. And then, he needed to go over the plan one more time. Tonight, Kate would have to go to bed without him. Day 3, Wednesday. Chapter 23. Kate sat on the front steps to her parents' house. A faint glow of headlights passed through the trees as a lone car drove by. The tips of leggy pines kissed the midnight moon. There was a crispness in the air that sent tiny icicles into her lungs. The pain was almost soothing. She wanted to feel things. She wanted to know that she was still alive. Kate couldn't sleep. Her head hit the pillow, and then, without her knowing how it happened, she found herself dressed and walking across the parking garage. She had spent the last 2 hours driving around town, aimlessly going up one street and down the next. She tried to return home, but found herself passing the hotel 2, 3, 4 times before she'd finally directed her car toward Buckhead. The only stop Kate had made was at the Texaco station on Ponce de Leon, not for fuel, but for the slim chance of redemption. The Lawsons were in the phone book. Kate had dropped a dime into the payphone. She had dialed the first 3 digits of the number, and then her hand had frozen as words ran aimlessly through her mind.
I'm sorry I wasn't there for you. I'm sorry I let Gail get hurt. I'm sorry you had to kill a man. I'm sorry, I'm so goddamn sorry.
Kate was surprised by the apologies that rushed to mind. Not because she hated asking for forgiveness, but because she had never felt so horribly responsible for things going wrong. Gail might not be in the hospital right now if Kate had been able to help. Maggie might not have been forced to kill a man had Kate been able to help. Kate realized at that moment that she had never truly been needed before. Sure, she volunteered to help friends move. She went to house painting parties. She was a good third wheel. She paid for her share of rounds at the club. Her family loved her. Kate's friends enjoyed her company. Patrick had adored her. She had needed all of them at one point or another, but none of them had ever truly needed Kate. The sudden realization had felt like a bell ringing in her head. Kate had stared blankly at the graffiti scrawled above the telephone. She wanted a time machine, but not for Patrick. She wanted to go back to the Portuguese house, and in that split second before the bullet whizzed past, she wanted to move her head just slightly away. That was the only thing that Kate would take back. She didn't regret going to the Portuguese house. She didn't want to time travel back to Monday morning and erase putting on the uniform and going into work, or go back even further in time and will herself not to read that newspaper article about women motorcycle cops, or to stop herself from going downtown to fill out the application for the police department, or to prevent herself from not showing up that first day at the academy with her notebook already filled with details she'd copied out of her textbook. No, Kate would not take any of that back. Her only regret was that she had failed to help her fellow police officers. This was what she wanted to say to Maggie Lawson. I am sorry I wasn't able to help you kill that man. I'm sorry that we did not get the information from Sheik before he was murdered. I am sorry that I could not stop Gail from getting injured. I am sorry. I am sorry. I am so goddamn sorry. In the end, Kate had put the receiver back in the cradle without dialing the rest of the numbers. The sound of the dime making its way to the change slot had reminded her of a pinball machine. She should have done better. She should have been better. The only reason Gail was at that house in the first place was because Maggie needed backup, and she didn't trust Kate to do it. She was right not to trust Kate with her life. Everything they had said about the FNG was true. The China doll. The sheep. The worthless buckhead princess who'd fallen to the floor in a heap when everything went to hell. In her mind, Kate knew that she wasn't using logic. She hadn't played possum. The fall to the floor was precipitated by gunfire. She'd knocked herself out so badly that she was mildly concussed. It wasn't as if Kate had been given a choice and failed to act. There was no test of courage, no decision to be made. She hadn't seen Sheik die. She hadn't seen Anthony attacking Gail. She hadn't seen Maggie stopping him. She didn't remember the bullet clipping her ear. She didn't remember falling. Kate was listening to Gail threaten Sir Sheik one moment, and the next, she was looking around the room and feeling like she had walked into the penultimate scene in Straw Dogs. Kate's first conscious thought when she came to was that she hurt. Her head hurt. Her ear hurt. Her leg hurt where she'd fallen. Her gun was missing. She'd snapped closed the strap when they were outside the house, just as Maggie had told her to. She'd heeded all their warnings about the pimp. She'd even negotiated with Sheik, getting him to reveal that he knew something about the shooting. Or at least, that he had a girl who knew something. Saw something. And for what? They would never find the girl now. Sheik had taken her location to the grave. Maggie had literally shot Anthony's head off. There was nothing left of him but a sharp white bone sticking up from his neck like the fin of a great white shark. For nothing. Another car drove by. Kate caught the glow of a cigarette. There was a person walking along the street in front of the house. A chill went through her. Then she felt silly because why on earth would anybody care that she was sitting on her parents' front porch? Still, she couldn't shake the sensation of being watched. If she was being honest, Kate had felt that way a lot lately, as if a pair of eyes was tracking her every move. Even when she was alone in her apartment or inside her parents' house, she couldn't quell the unsettling feeling that her every move was being monitored. Maybe this came with the territory. Being paranoid was probably a healthy trait for a police officer. And she was a sitting duck on the front porch steps. Kate stood up. She smoothed down the back of her skirt. She touched her hand to the mezuzah on her parents' front door. Methuselah, Gail had called it. And then she had winked at Kate, because she'd obviously read Kate's personnel file, and she knew how Patrick had died, just like she knew which box had been checked under religion. Kate whispered the words her Oma had taught her. May God keep my going out and my coming in from now on and evermore. The door was unlocked. No one locked their doors in Buckhead. They didn't even know where all the doors were. The front room was dark except for the embers burning in the fireplace. The light was on in the kitchen. Kate heard her grandmother's laughter, followed by the deep murmur of her father's voice. Daddy? She called, but the word got stuck somewhere in Kate's chest. She had no idea why she had come here. When Kate was a child, she would curl into bed with Oma and count the steady beats of her heart. After Patrick's death, Kate had slept by her side for over a month. She was too old for that now, too hardened. What she really needed was a stiff drink. Darling! Oma lit up when Kate entered the kitchen. She was playing cards with Kate's father. Jacob Herschel had 2 PhDs and a medical degree, but he would have lost everything to Oma had Liesbeth not insisted they play for pennies. Jacob took off his glasses to study Kate. He'd spent his summers in South Georgia as a boy. He had a soft, southern drawl that always reminded her of Gregory Peck in To Kill a Mockingbird. He asked, Is everything all right? Kate wrapped her arm around his shoulders. She kissed the top of his head. Couldn't sleep, she told him, which was true. I was just driving around and I saw the light on. What a wonderful coincidence. Oma refilled her glass of sherry. I love your dress. Is it new? No. Yes. Kate sat at the table. She had thrown on the first thing she could find in her closet, a striped yellow, blue, and burgundy dress that cut too low for any occasion that didn't involve a nightclub. It's lovely. Oma touched the material. Her fingers stroked Kate's arm, then held her hand. She told Jacob, I'm ready to take more of your money now. Jacob put his glasses back on. I assumed you were. Kate studied her father's features as he shuffled the deck of cards. He looked old, though that was only because Kate always thought of him as the young man who used to throw her into the air and catch her. She imagined her father was always surprised by her face, too. He must still see her as that child he could carry in his arms. What would Jacob think about Kate's first 2 days as a police officer? Nothing, if Kate had anything to do with it. She could not tell her father that she had almost died today, that Kate had literally come within an inch of losing her life. Not even an inch. Less than an inch. A millimeter, the paramedic had said. Kate had refused to go to the hospital. They thought she was brave, but she was really terrified. Jacob Herschel was occasionally at Grady Hospital, visiting his charity patients. The way Kate's luck was running, she was certain they would bring her into the emergency room at the exact moment her father arrived for a consultation. He would not yell at her. He would not rage. He would simply advise Kate to leave the job and find something different that would please her more. Her father was very clever that way. He knew better than to try to order around the women in his life. He never gave ultimatums or put his foot down. What he did was offer advice. He posited what he might do should he find himself in their situation. He subtly pushed them toward his way of thinking. The technique was brilliant, though it did not take into account that the women in his life were also students of human behavior. Oma always complimented him on the idea, then changed the subject. Lishbet would tell him he was absolutely right, then do whatever she wanted. As for Kate, she lied. So? Jacob shuffled the cards. What happened to your ear? Kate touched the tiny round Band-Aid the paramedics had wrapped around her ear. The skin was rubbed raw by that silly hat they make me wear. Oma tisked. First the blisters on your feet and now this. They should have warned you it was so dangerous. Yes, they should have. Jacob studied Kate's face as he fanned the cards together. They made a slapping noise that echoed off the marble countertops. Kate wondered if her father already knew what had happened. There had been early reports on the radio about Gail being injured. But Kate and Maggie were just unnamed officers at the scene. The nightly television news hadn't mentioned their gender. By 10 this evening, the radio reporters were referring to Maggie as an unidentified male officer who had saved the life of a seasoned detective and his partner. So, ladies, Jacob started dealing 3 hands. I heard Philip Van Zandt paid a visit to the house last night. Kate slid her cards off the table. She had no idea what game they were playing, but felt certain her father was dealing her a shitty hand. You know what they call him at the hospital? Jacob tossed more cards Kate's way. Dr. Van Ziplis. Oma hooted with laughter. How wonderful! I love it! Kate felt her cheeks ignite. The Ziplis fuck. Erica Zhang's much-vaunted, no-strings-attached sexual encounter. Kate didn't know which was worse, that her father had intimated the word fuck in conversation, or that he had read Fear of Flying. Jacob said, I never tell you what to do, Caitlin, but my advice would be to steer clear of such a man. Kate looked down at her cards. Oma slid some of her pennies toward Kate. Here, my darling, the game is no fun without risk. Jacob noted, Your double meanings are usually more skillful. Oh, my English, Jacob, I have no idea what you mean. Oma pronounced his name the Dutch way, with a Y sound at the beginning instead of a J. She pushed her sherry glass toward Kate. Have my drink, dear. Kate threw back the alcohol like a cowboy in a western. Oma stood. I found Dr. Van Zandt to be quite charming, much more so than his boring father. I never got to show him your stamp collection, Jacob. Kate's father concentrated on his cards. I presume there's no double meaning about showing him a stamp collection, Judith? Oh, my, if I were a few years younger. She went into the pantry and returned with a bottle of scotch. Young men are always so eager for instruction. Kate searched desperately for a new topic. Oma, wasn't Audrey Hepburn born in Brussels? I believe she was born in Ilsena. Oma filled the sherry glass with scotch. She got another glass for herself. A nice Flemish girl. Kate smiled at the familiar words. and then she drank as much of the scotch as was possible without revealing the bottom of the glass. Jacob put down another card. I always liked the Flemish. Bah. Oma took his card and replaced it with one of her own. Peasants. Jacob frowned. He shuffled the cards in his hands, 2 minutes in, and he was already losing. Kate sipped the rest of her drink. Her father had worked for the State Department during the war. He'd been sent to Amsterdam after the liberation to do psychiatric triage on the survivors. He'd met Liesbeth during his service, but Kate had no idea in what capacity. The story was that they fell in love at the flower market. Had Liesbeth been a patient? Was she someone he'd simply met in the street? Unbidden, Kate thought about Terry's words in the carport. The women who threw themselves at soldiers. Well, Oma refilled Kate's glass and topped off her own. I suppose the Flemish are not so bad. They tend their sheep and marry their cousins. Kate laughed. She was feeling tipsy, but she couldn't stop drinking. Maybe this was what being a police officer did to you. This time next week, she'd be passed out behind the wheel of an Impala. Jacob said, There was a Flemish psychiatrist I worked with. Brilliant man. He laid down another card. Kate realized they had been playing without her. His name was Walter de Liege. Oma frowned dramatically. Dat is Vals, Heenflams. Oh, I beg your pardon. The gentleman was Walloon, not Flemish. Please excuse my American ignorance. Jacob winked at Kate. Then he frowned when Oma took his discard. How can... Kate let her voice trail off. She hadn't meant to say anything, but it was out now. How can awful people be good? They both stared at her. This woman I work with. Kate stopped herself again. Did she work with Gail? Would she ever work with her again? This woman? Oma prompted. This woman, Kate repeated, then stopped a third time because she didn't know whether to go on. As before, she found she couldn't stop. She's vulgar, racist, spiteful, critical, violent, mean. Kate felt no guilt about saying these things, because she was certain Gail would take them all as a compliment. I don't think I've ever met anyone like her. She's just... Again, her voice trailed off. Kate wondered why she kept talking. She usually held her liquor better. Maybe the stress of the day, the shock, the pain medication, all of it was conspiring to erode her usual defenses. She looked up. Both Oma and Jacob were paying close attention. Again, Oma prompted. This woman is... She's awful, Kate admitted. And she's also one of the nicest people I've ever met in my life. That this was true came as a surprise to Kate. I got upset today, and she was so nice to me. It doesn't matter about why I was upset, but she was there, and she was kind. Kate was aware that she was slurring her words almost as badly as Gail. But honestly, she's not kind. She's always saying these things to me, these mean, brutal things, and then I think about them later and I realize that she's taught me something. Not just something, but something useful. Something I need to know in order to do my job. Something that will keep me safe. Kate picked up the sherry glass again. And I think, how can she be helping me when she's so awful? How can it be that I'm starting to think of this vile woman as my friend? Jacob and Oma said nothing. Kate finished the drink. She might as well go all in. She said, Then there's this terrible man,
Course isn't the word for him. He's an asshole.
She gave her father an apologetic look. There really was no other word that better suited Terry Lawson. Or his friends. They were all interchangeable as far as Kate was concerned.
Anyway, this asshole, he's awful too, just like the woman, but worse in so many ways because he's so angry about it. He's sexist and racist and ugly and crude. He's the sort of man where you think that it's only a matter of time before he does something violent.
Jacob put his cards down on the table. Oma refilled her glass.
Violence toward me? Kate asked herself. No, I don't feel that way. I feel the threat, though. You know how when you're around a mean dog and he's on a leash, but you know if the leash was released. Her voice trailed off yet again. I feel like this asshole man is so angry that if I find myself alone with him, then I'd better be prepared to defend myself.
Again, Kate wasn't just thinking about Terry. All of them gave off the same threatening vibe. The more they drank, the worse it got. And yet Gail had said that Chip Bigsby had once saved her life. How could that be? The man was a repulsive misogynist, but he had risked his own safety to protect Gail. This was the world Kate lived in now. The old rules simply did not apply. You couldn't judge someone based on their appearance or their accent, or by what their father did for a living. Maybe Jet Elliott was really a gentleman, or Bud Deacon was a God-fearing man, or Cal Vick wasn't a repulsive lech. Maybe the fault was Kate's for looking at their words instead of their actions. She tried to explain the dichotomy.
I feel like if I'm threatened by someone else, a robber or a madman or a killer, that these assholes will be there to protect me. And I feel like I should protect them too, inasmuch as I can protect anybody.
Oma screwed the cap back onto the bottle of scotch. Kate continued.
So, I listened to this one particular violent asshole today, and he was disparaging President Kennedy, saying Bobby's assassination was a godsend. Disparaging the mayor, blacks, women, me.
She laughed. Terry had certainly disparaged Kate.
And yet, he was in the war too, Daddy. He helped liberate the camps. He freed people from enslavement, from death. He helped them in their darkest hour, in humanity's darkest hour. And I have to assume that, in his capacity as a policeman, at some point, perhaps many points, during his day, he helps people then too. He must do this, right?
Oma stared down at her glass. She said nothing. Kate shook her head. She couldn't keep track of the words coming out of her mouth.
How can they be so awful, yet they do these good things?
No one offered an answer. The silence hung over the table in a dark cloud. Finally, Jacob said,
It's one of life's great mysteries.
Platitudes. Kate sat back in her chair. Why had she expected them to understand? She didn't understand herself, and she was tired, and she was drunk, and she should probably go home before she made even more of a fool of herself. Kate pulled herself together. She started to stand.
I once knew a Flemish girl, Oma said.
Kate smiled automatically, but her heart sank as she sat back in her chair.
Did she tend her sheep and marry her cousin?
No. Oma stared at the amber liquid in her glass. She was from Antwerpen. She came to my school toward the end of what you would call my 6th year. Kate held her breath. Her grandmother seldom mentioned her life before Atlanta.
Her name was Hilberta Schukars, which would be very funny to you if you had studied your Dutch. She smiled sadly at Kate. Hilberta fit in immediately. The popular girls loved her on sight, and why not? She wore wonderful clothes, very fashionable. Her hair was brown and silky, like the mane of a horse. She was exotic to us, or to me at least. Her father had rubber plantations in Congo. My father was an academic. She was privileged, I was not. She was a Calvinist, I was Jewish. I was like you, Caitlin. My body developed before the rest of them. The girls turned into ice. But after Hilberta arrived, they were far worse. Even my little friend who used to take tea with me, they teased me about my clothes, my hair, my figure, my academics. She shrugged, like it made sense. And it did make sense, because that's how girls were no matter where you lived. Oma continued, "You will be surprised to learn that the world continued to turn on its axis despite my woes. I graduated, I went to university, I married a wonderful man. He gave me beautiful children. I worked at the school. And then the war came. We were all moved into Jodenbert. We weren't allowed to leave, but..." She stroked her hair. "The Nazis were so stupid. They didn't think a Jewish woman could have blonde hair." She glanced at Jacob, and Kate got the feeling her father had heard this story before. "I would leave the quarter to get food for your opa and mother. Fewer ohm." She looked to Jacob again. "Uncle," Jacob provided. "Yes, your uncle. He was already away, living with a couple in Friesland who kindly agreed to take him in. Very nice people. They did what they could." Oma continued to stare down at the glass. Kate knew the boy had been lost to the war. "So," Oma said, "one day I am looking for food near the new market, Bert. This was a very dangerous area for me. They used the square as a collection point, and of course I could be sent away for not wearing the yellow Jeldenster." She smiled at Kate, though there was none of the usual mirth in her eyes. "I was at the shop wondering if I can sneak a piece of cheese into my pocket while the grocer is not looking, and I turn around and there she is." Oma raised her eyebrows in surprise. "Hilberta Schukars. The girl who tortured me for years. And worst of all, she is with the Nazi soldier." Kate put her hand to her throat. "Hilberta recognizes me. I know this because I see it in her eyes. We are women, but we are still those girls who hated each other." Oma paused. "Friedrich," Hilberta calls. I panic. This is not just a Nazi she is with. This is a German. I look for the door. I want to leave, but he is already standing in front of me. Hilberta says to him, "This is a girl I went to school with." And I am shaking like a leaf. I can't believe it. I'm going to disappear. My family will never know what happened to me. My Liesbeth is already so thin. She can barely rise from the bed. They will die without me. Oma took Kate's hand and squeezed it very hard. And like this, Hilberta grabs my hand and I think, she won't let me go, she is going to turn me in. And she says to me, very sweetly, "Oh, how happy I am to see you, Magshutka." Oma sat back, but she still held Kate's hand. "Magshutka, my sweet like candy." This is a Flemish phrase. I've told you they speak with flowers in their mouths. Kate nodded quickly. She wanted Oma to finish the story. I didn't know what to make of it. Her calling me this name. Oma seemed still perplexed. "And then Gilberto Shukars, this terrible beast who made me miserable for so many years, tells this Nazi, "Darling, you must give my friend some ration tickets. Look how thin she is."
Even now, Oma sounded surprised.
"So he gave me many tickets. Too many. We agreed to have drinks soon. We kissed cheeks, all of us. And then I left."
Oma shrugged. That was it. Her story was finished. Kate wanted more.
"The Nazi gave you ration tickets. Because of Gilberto Shukars. We had bread, cheese, milk. It was a mitzvah. I made the tickets last 3 weeks."
Kate wondered how long it was after those 3 weeks before they were deported to the camps.
"Did the Nazi know you were Jewish?" "Of course, Gilberta did. She could not tell him after the fact. He would have murdered her, or worse, sent her away."
She finished the dregs of her scotch.
"So that is how horrible people can be good."
Kate shook her head.
"I don't understand. That was an example, not an explanation." "Exactly."
Oma rose from her chair.
"There is no explanation, Caitlin. Evil people can do good. Good people can do evil. Why does this happen sometimes? Because it's Tuesday." She looked at the clock. "Ugh, Wednesday. Much past my bedtime. Good night, my dears."
She pressed her hand to Kate's shoulder as she walked toward the door. Kate wanted to stop her, but Oma left without another word.
"Well."
Jacob collected the cards on the table. Kate could feel her heart pounding in her chest. She asked her father,
"You've heard that story before?"
"Yes."
"You've nothing to add?"
"About your question?" He shrugged. "People stink. But then sometimes they don't."
"All those degrees and I get a fortune cookie."
He stacked the cards together.
"That policewoman you were with will never see out of her eye again. She was very lucky." He touched his ear. "As were you."
Kate looked away.
"You've nothing to add? Not even a fortune cookie?"
"I didn't want you to worry about me."
"I'm only worried because you're not telling the truth."
Kate stared longingly at the bottle of scotch. Her father stacked the card deck neatly in the center of the table. He took off his glasses. When Kate was little, he taught her how to play gin rummy. He beat her all the time until Kate figured out that she could see the reflection of his cards in his glasses. Kate had never told him her trick. Obviously, Oma had never told him either. She liked winning too much. For Jacob's part, she imagined he liked letting them win. Kate asked,
"Should I tell you the truth, Daddy?"
"You should tell yourself the truth. I don't matter so much now. You're a grown woman. I can't send you to your room."
Kate seldom sought his advice, but she really wanted it now.
"What would you have me do?"
He leaned his elbows on the table. He smiled at Kate.
"You are more precious to me than rubies. Do you know that?"
She nodded. If there was one thing of which she was certain, it was her family's love.
"There is no such thing as one city."
He sat back in his chair again.
"You've seen that for yourself these last 2 days."
Kate thought he was addressing her earlier question.
"Are you saying people are like cities?"
"I'm saying that your life is very different from the lives that other people live. The girls you went to school with, your fellow officers, the people you help, the people you arrest. For each of them, Atlanta is a different thing, yet they all take pride in ownership. They all feel that this city belongs to them. and that their idea of the city is what the city should be. And further, they feel the need to defend it, to protect it. His smile indicated he knew he was being obtuse, but that Kate should bear with him. Your violent asshole, I assume he thinks Atlanta belongs to the violent assholes. Your horrible woman, maybe she thinks it belongs to horrible women. They both feel very strongly, I'm sure, but which Atlanta is the real Atlanta? Is it ours? Is it the one Patrick knew? Does it belong to the blacks now? Did it ever belong to anybody? Daddy, I'm sorry, I still don't understand. Even with my volunteer work at Grady, I will never see the Atlanta that you are seeing. I will never know the people you know. I will never see the places you will see. Kate finally got it. Her father was articulating the thoughts she had been having since she first walked into the station house. I'm no longer in my insulated world. Yes, he answered, and she detected an unfamiliar sadness in his tone. I will never understand humanity the way you will if you continue to work this job. If? Kate asked. You know my grandfather fought for the Confederacy. Kate nodded. And my father and I marched in a rally for Dr. King. She nodded again. I remember when we returned home after the rally. We had a drink. Such progress. We toasted each other. We patted ourselves on the backs. We did all that right here. He meant this house, this mansion on a tree-lined street, with its chauffeured cars and maids and gardeners. Did we know what it was like for Dr. King to return to his home on the other side of town? Did we know what his life was like living in this city, in his Atlanta, which was our Atlanta too? You help people, Kate said. She had always thought of her father as a man of the people. You heal their minds. I talk to wealthy men who are afraid of losing their money. I prescribe Valium to housewives who would be better served volunteering at their church. Kate didn't like this picture he was painting. You saved Mama and Oma. You brought them here. No, Caitlin. When I got to Amsterdam, the first time I saw with my own eyes what the war was really about. His voice had turned gruff. He cleared his throat. Your mother saved me. I assure you it was not the other way around. Kate clutched at straws. You have your charity cases at Grady. By the time I see a patient at Grady, he's been cleaned up, he's been medicated, he's been strapped down. Jacob smiled sadly. What was his life like 2-3 hours before? I only have his patient chart to go by. Sometimes the police report. I've never been to his home. I have no idea how he really lives. And I never before gave one thought to the police officer who brought him to the hospital, who took away the razor before he cut his wrists, who tackled him to the ground, who kept him from harming himself and others. I've hardly acted so valiantly, Daddy. I ran into a wall on my first day. I knocked myself out this afternoon. He winced, and though she gathered he knew the highlights, she appreciated that her father did not want the details. My point is that you see these people in a way that I will never see them. Your experiences are no longer my experiences. I can't guide you any longer because I don't know where you're going. Kate thought about the putrid smell of the projects, the pimp who licked his lips as he leered at her, the dry cleaner who let her use his bathroom, the 2 dead men lying in the upstairs bedroom of the Portuguese ladies' boarding house. She told her father, It's not all it's cracked up to be. Isn't it?
Kate couldn't answer him, because she couldn't make sense of it. The job was soul-killing, and humiliating and terrifying, but on some strange level, it was challenging, and most surprising of all, fun. She settled on banalities.
I will always be your daughter. I know that, sweetheart. He gently cupped his hand to her face. Your mother was worried that this job would turn you into somebody you're not. I worried it would turn you into the person you really are.
Kate wondered why his honesty didn't wound more.
Is that such a bad thing?
I don't know, Katie. People in these high-stress jobs tend to split in two. Part of you will stay the same girl that we know. Another part will break off into a woman we'll never meet who sees these horrible things. Kate felt defensive.
Like Oma.
Like Mother?
Clever girl. I'll end my suppositions.
The moment was over. His voice took on a lighter tone.
It is not within a father's purview to find fault with his daughter. Freud?
Herschel.
That guy, Kate teased. I hear he's fantastic.
He smiled again. He took off his glasses and rubbed his eyes.
Good night, Daddy.
Kate kissed her father's head by way of goodbye. She left through the front door. Her fingertips brushed the mezuzah. She unpinned her hair as she walked down the steps and across the driveway. She had parked in the turnaround down from the garage. Kate leaned her hand on her car and took off her left shoe, then her right. Next, she pulled down her pantyhose and threw everything into the car. Instead of getting in, she walked down the driveway. Her feet howled with every step. There were blisters on her blisters. Her heels looked like they'd been put through a wearing blender. Kate took a left at the end of the driveway. There were no cars on the road, no glowing tip of a cigarette, no phantom stranger's eyes following her every move. She looked up at the moon, which offered barely a crescent of light. The path was so familiar that she needed no guide. The first 25 years of Kate's life had been defined by this street. Her best friend had lived 2 doors down before she moved to New York. Her elementary school was 6 blocks over. Her high school 7.5. The temple was 4 streets away. The mall was a 10-minute drive. This was where she learned to ride a bike. This was where the school bus dropped her. This was where she made out with Patrick in the car before she took him up to meet her family for the first time. The butcher, the baker, the candlestick maker. They were all within 1 square mile of the exact spot where she stood. Her father's Atlanta. No longer Kate's. She passed Janice Sadler's house. Both her parents were gone now. Car accident. Janice and her brother had sold the house to a young lawyer and his wife. The Kleinmans, the Baumgartens, the Pruitts. Their children were grown, but the parents still lived in the grand old houses that had been passed down through the generations. Kate had played on their swing sets, swam in their pools, flirted with their sons, sneaked through their backyards. She turned left again. The driveway wasn't paved. Pea gravel stuck to the soles of her bare feet. She could barely feel anything now, which she supposed was the best way to describe the current state of her life. When the pain got to be too great, Kate simply blocked it out. The front porch light was off at the main house. All the windows were dark. Kate traced her hand along the black Cadillac Fleetwood. She walked past the kitchen, the sunken den, the swimming pool, the tennis court. The guest house was originally meant for the help, but those times were gone thanks to civil rights and vacuums and washing machines and clothes dryers and all the other modern conveniences that made it possible to run a large estate without a large staff. There was a small sports car parked in front of the one-story house. The top was down. Kate stroked her hand along the soft leather of the driver's seat. The porch light was on. There was a faint glow of light behind the front curtains. She heard a record playing inside. As she had in front of her parents' house, Kate rested her hand on the side of the car. This time, she took off her underwear. She tossed it into the car. She walked up the steps. Then, she knocked 3 times on Philip Van Zant's door. Chapter 24. Kate's knees felt shaky as she walked across the parking garage under the Barbizon Hotel. Every atom in her body was vibrating at a different frequency. Her lips felt swollen from Philip's kisses. Her breasts were tender from his mouth. If she closed her eyes, she could summon up the sensations of his tongue roaming up and down her body. She longed to go back to Philip's warm bed, to let him do all those wonderful things to her over and over again. But there was still some small part of Kate's brain that held on to a tiny sliver of sanity. She couldn't wake up next to him in the morning. She couldn't burn his toast or fix his coffee or ask about his plans for the day. She couldn't let herself fall into domesticity. It felt too much like cheating. How odd that letting Philip do the things he did to her did not feel like betraying Patrick. The 2 men were nothing alike. Philip's kisses were more sensual. He had an intimate knowledge of the female anatomy. He was in no rush. He enjoyed every inch of her. When it was time, he did something extraordinary with his hips, an exquisite movement like a spoon dipping into honey. There were no quickening thrusts that ended too soon, so that Kate found herself slipping off to the bathroom to take matters into her own hand. Kate knew that she had never orgasmed with her husband, at least not like she could on her own. This wasn't a matter of duration, but one of finesse. Patrick brought her to the precipice, which was nice, but there was no final push that sent her over the edge. Kate was certain this would have changed if they'd had more time together, time to explore, time to grow up and appreciate what they could offer one another. As it was, Patrick's pleasure had always been the central issue, which had bothered Kate none whatsoever. She felt good with her husband. Her body responded to him. There were tingles in all the right places, and her heart leapt and her body arched up in anticipation. That the obvious didn't follow was something Kate had always assumed was her fault. Not because of Freud, but because she loved Patrick so much that the failure must be her own. Kate didn't need Patrick for that anyway. Just lying beside him was enough. Feeling his strong arms around her was enough. Hearing the catch in his breath, seeing the look in his eyes, that was more than enough. They were in love, deeply, deeply in love. And his happiness was more satisfying to Kate than anything that could be done to her in bed. If Kate was certain about one thing in her life, it was that she would never feel this way about Philip Van Zant. She would never iron his shirts. She would never lovingly fold his handkerchiefs into neat little squares. She would never press her face to his pillow just to breathe in the wonderful scent of him. Her father was wrong. Kate wasn't splitting into 2 different people. She had fractured into 3. She pressed the call button for the elevator. Normally, Kate took the stairs to the lobby, but she didn't trust her legs to hold her. It was 5:30 in the morning. Bumblebees filled her head. Her body was still pulsing with thoughts of Philip. She needed a shower. She needed a quick lie-down. And then she would put on her uniform and go into work. The elevator doors slid open. Kate eyed the red velvet bench in the back of the car, but knew she couldn't give in. She pressed the lobby button and thought how strange it was that she was still going to work after what had happened yesterday. If anything, the carnage at the Portuguese house made her want to work more. She needed to prove herself. She needed to make things up to Maggie. She needed Gail Patterson to know that her loss was not in vain. Freud popped into Kate's head again. The curse of the psychiatrist's daughter. Undoubtedly, the dead shrink would have diagnosed Kate with masochistic tendencies. Or maybe he'd call it penis envy. Why else would a woman want to do a man's job? She wanted her father's attention. She wanted to punish her mother for giving her father things she could not. She was crazy. She was hysterical. Her hormones were imbalanced. How was it that completely independent of each other, the male cops on the Atlanta police force and an elderly Austrian psychiatrist had reached the exact same conclusions? They should all consult with Dr. Philip Van Zandt. He was more of a Masters and Johnson man. Which was why Kate was smiling when the elevator doors opened. And then her smile dropped. Maggie Lawson stood in front of her. She had obviously been crying. There was a cut underneath her eye. Bruises ringed her neck. She said nothing, but there was such an air of desperation about her that Kate could almost chew it with her teeth. Kate asked, "What's wrong?" "Jimmy's gone." She blurted out the words like she'd been holding them in for a long while. "He's missing." "Missing?" Kate stepped off the elevator. Mr. Scheunemann, the night doorman, eyed her with great disapproval. She wondered how long Maggie had been waiting. She worried that she looked as obvious as she felt. And now she was worried about Jimmy. Kate said, "Tell me what happened." Maggie took a deep breath before answering. "I got home last night. Jimmy wasn't in his room. His car wasn't outside. He wasn't at the station. He's not on duty. None of his friends know where he is. Dawn's girlfriend hasn't heard from him since Monday. He's not at his usual bar. We can't find him. We've looked everywhere." Kate tried to focus her weary mind. There was something practiced about Maggie's tone, as if she was reciting a prepared speech. "We?" "Terry. We split up." She kept looking away, not meeting Kate's eye. "The other guys are looking for him, too. Terry put out a bolo on him. That's be on the lookout," Kate said. "Has Jimmy disappeared before?" "Never. He didn't call or leave a note?" "No." She looked over Kate's shoulder. "He didn't leave anything." Kate tried to put together her thoughts. Part of her was still asleep in Philip's bed. "Are you sure he hasn't gone off with someone?" Maggie shook her head. "There's nobody." Kate wondered if this was true. If Jimmy Lawson had a man in his life, his family would be the last to know. Unless there was another reason. Kate felt her brain finally wake up. The shooter. Maggie looked at her now. There was real fear in her eyes. This must be what she worried about. Not that her brother had run off, but that someone had murdered him, and they hadn't yet found the body. Kate said, "We'll find him, okay? I'm sure he's fine." She took Maggie by the arm and led her toward the bank of elevators behind the front desk. "I just need to change, all right, but I'll make you some coffee and we can talk about this." "There's nothing to talk about." Maggie followed her onto the elevator. "We just need to find the shooter. We have to stop him." Find the shooter, not find her brother. She was all over the place. The doors closed. Kate studied Maggie in the mirrors. She looked awful. Her hair was a mess. Her lipstick had faded. Her uniform was clean, but it was wrinkled, like she'd pulled it from the bottom of her closet. Maggie said, "I've already checked the Golden Lady. That's the strip club where the 4 previous victims ate their last meals." The bell dinged again. Kate got off the elevator. "What did they say?" "They haven't seen Jimmy." They were back to Jimmy again. Maggie didn't know whom she wanted to find. "Did you ask about the victims?" Kate turned when she didn't answer. Maggie was standing in the middle of the hall. Her hand was resting on the chair molding. "Maggie?" "What?" "The other victims. Ballard, Johnson, Keene, and Porter. Did you ask about them at the strip club?" "Yes." Maggie pushed away from the wall. She was like a toy car. The only way she could move was if Kate wound her up with a question. "The club manager keeps a running tab so the boss knows who got comped. All 4 of the victims were there the nights they died. Everyone had the same meal, hamburgers and fries. Those are the only foods on the menu." "That matches what the medical examiner found in their stomachs." Kate slid her key into the lock. "The club manager was certain that Jimmy and Dawn didn't go there the night that Dawn was murdered?" Maggie had stopped listening again. She was visibly lost in her own thoughts. Her eyes tracked back and forth. The poor lighting in the hallway darkened the bruises around her neck. Kate opened the door. "Come in." Maggie didn't go in. She was too distracted by the decor. Having seen Maggie's house, Kate could understand. What she could not understand was the strange smell of cigarettes. No one had ever smoked in Kate's room. Maggie asked, "Should I take off my shoes?" "Of course not." Kate ignored the smell, which was probably coming from the girl next door. She told Maggie, "Make yourself at home." Maggie sounded suspicious. "How long have you lived here?" "A year, maybe." She indicated the overstuffed chair by the window. "Have a seat." Maggie stayed where she was. "Did your father help you get it?" Kate told the first lie that came to mind. "My husband had an insurance policy." She glanced at the photo of Patrick on her nightstand, and then she did a double-take. Patrick's dog tags were missing. They had been there when she'd left last night. Kate could clearly remember looking at the dog tags before closing the door. She leaned over to check behind the nightstand. The space was too narrow to see anything. She wanted to search under the bed, but Maggie already had reason enough to think that Kate was imprudent without seeing her crawl around on the floor in a dress. And no underwear. Maggie asked, "What's wrong?" "Nothing." Kate rubbed her arms to warm herself. The curtains were open. Kate could have sworn she drew them before she left last night. She got the same chill she'd experienced on her parents' front porch. That now familiar, unsettling sensation that someone was watching her. "Kate?" "I'm fine." "Are you sure?" "Of course I'm sure." Kate changed the subject before the current one got away from her. "I was just thinking if the shooter had done something to Jimmy, we would know by now. You said it yourself, his M.O. is always the same. He kills them when they're on duty. He makes them call in a meal break before their radios are unplugged. He knows that someone will eventually go looking for them, and by virtue of protocol, the first place to look is evident. The last 10:20 they gave dispatch." "That's not how it happened with Sir Sheik." "Are you certain that Sheik was killed by the shooter?" "Why else would he be killed?" Kate could think of a lot of reasons, not least of all because he was a pimp. Still, she picked up from Maggie's line of reasoning. "We can't be the only ones who figured out one of Sheik's girls saw something. Obviously, someone got to the Portuguese house before we did.
Or after, since there was plenty of time for him to set up across the street. So maybe he was following us. Kate dropped that theory. She didn't want to think about anyone following her. Either way, the shooter was certainly watching Sheik when we were all upstairs in the front room. Remember how it happened? Sheik held up the transmitter. Gail stuck her gun in his face. Sheik was about to talk. You know he was. And the shooter knew it too. The transmitter was proof that a witness was there. All that was left was for Sheik to tell us what she saw. Jimmy's transmitter. Maggie had clearly forgotten all about it. You know, now that I think about it, what Sheik said was strange. Kate quoted the pimp's words as best she could recall. The dude my gal saw looked nothing like the brother that's on the news. Maggie didn't offer an opinion. Her face was pale. Sweat dotted her forehead. Kate opened the window a crack. Cold air whistled in. Sheik must have been referring to the police sketch Jimmy made. It's been all over the news. It was on the front page of the evening edition. I don't know the slang, obviously, but it seems to me that a brother is a black man. So, what is a dude? Is that a white man? Maggie rested her hand on the chest of drawers. She looked shaky. It depends on who you're talking to. Kate tried to walk her through it. You told me that Gail said that white people kill white people and black people kill black people, so... Maggie waited. What do you remember from yesterday? I mean, after I passed out. Maggie shrugged. I remember everything. Clearly? As in, what everyone looked like? Kate crossed her arms. Thanks to the open window, now she really was cold. Because I've been thinking. For the life of me, I couldn't describe the Portuguese lady. We spoke to her for several minutes. We were in her house, but if you asked me to describe her features to you, I wouldn't be able to. Maggie shrugged again. And if I had seen her at night and she came around the corner with a gun, there's no way I could describe her face. So, maybe Jimmy... That's you, Kate. You've been on the job 2 seconds. You don't know how to pay attention to things. You ran into a brick wall, for Christ's sakes. Kate replayed the words in her head. It wasn't what Maggie had said, which was absolutely true. It was how she'd said it. There was none of her usual irritation. She sounded defensive, and despite the cold air, she was still sweating. You're right, Kate relented. Maybe I need some coffee to wake me up. She took the carafe and walked into the bathroom. She turned on the tap, and she tried to shake the feeling that she was missing something very important. She raised her voice so Maggie could hear her over the running water. Jimmy has been through several traumatic situations in the last few days. He saw Dawn murdered. He was shot in the arm. Surely he was upset by what happened to you. Maybe he just needs some time alone to collect his thoughts. There was no answer at first. Kate started to repeat the question, but Maggie said, That's not what Jimmy does. The carafe was full. Kate returned to the bedroom. Is there a secret person he might be seeing? Maggie studied Kate carefully. A secret person? Kate made herself busy with the Mr. Coffee. I never had a brother, but all my girlfriends who do say they're very secretive, especially when it comes to their love lives. Did he hit on you in the car? Jimmy? The question was strange. Kate wasn't sure how to answer it. I think he was just breaking in the new girl. Isn't that why Terry assigned me to him in the first place? But he flirted with you. Yes. Kate turned on the machine. Of course, I flirted back. He's very charming when he wants to be. Maggie's expression had gone blank. Before, she hadn't been able to meet Kate's eye, but now she seemed incapable of looking away. Kate said, Let's work the case, all right? We'll pick up where we left off yesterday. We were looking for information that leads to the shooter. Let's do the same thing today.
Maggie's head slowly began to nod.
We can't find Jimmy, but if we find the shooter, then we'll know for certain about Jimmy.
Kate was relieved she was making some sort of sense.
Is there something else bothering you?
What else would be bothering me? Maggie went on the defensive again. Do you have a problem with what I did to Anthony?
Absolutely not. You acted in self-defense. You saved us. All of us.
Kate had to stop so she could swallow down the emotions that wanted to come. She was standing in that phone booth at the Texaco again, overwhelmed with the need to apologize.
If anything, I'm sorry. I failed you. I failed Gail. I should have been more alert. I should have been able to help you when all hell broke loose.
Maggie looked at the coffee maker.
I should have checked the building across the street.
You did, Kate insisted. I saw you do it when we walked into Sheik's room. Both you and Gail looked at everything, including the building. Maggie obviously didn't believe her. You told me the first day that you learned how to be a cop by watching other cops. I was watching you and Gail. You both looked at everything. Maggie obviously wasn't going to be persuaded. She bought herself some composure by picking a piece of lint off her uniform. The boss told us we could have a couple of days off.
So?
Kate was standing right by Maggie when Cal Vick told them as much. You're not taking off. I imagine Gail would be at roll call this morning if they'd let her out of the hospital. Maggie smiled before she caught herself. All right. The coffee maker was finished. Kate poured 2 cups as she spoke. The plan is to figure out the shooter's identity, right? I think that we should go back and talk to the Portuguese lady.
Why?
We can assume that the shooter believes Sheik was the witness, but there's somebody else in that house who probably knows the whole story. Maggie seemed at a loss. Didn't you get the feeling that the Portuguese lady is the type of busybody who sticks her nose into everybody's business? We're acting on feelings now? Maggie shook her head. I can guarantee that woman has been interviewed and deposed by every piece of brass on the force by now. That's how it goes when bad shit goes down. There's probably enough paperwork by now to wallpaper this hotel. Kate put the carafe back on the burner. You told me yesterday that people lie. They do. Then maybe the Portuguese lady lied to the police yesterday. She tried to make it into a story. Look at it this way. Something bad happened to one of Sheik's girls. She saw a cop murdered. She got scared. Where do you think she went first? Kate answered her own question. She went to her boss and she woke him up and she gave him that transmitter. And who let her through the front door at that time of night? Who unlocked the 4 locks and drew back the chain? All right. Maggie finally relented. It's a long shot, but that's all we've got left. Give me a minute to rinse off and change. Kate collected a fresh set of undergarments. She felt a flash of guilt when she opened her closet door to retrieve her uniform. The rod bowed from all her dresses. Her shoes were boxed 2 high and 3 deep and spanned the width of the closet floor. Kate grabbed one of the coffees on her way into the bathroom. The pipes squealed when she turned on the shower. She tried not to get her hair wet. Stray nerves fired as she washed herself. She looked battered from the waist down. She tried not to think about the gentle way Philip had kissed her bruises. Kate doubted there was anyone to kiss the bruises on Maggie's neck. There was armor on top of her armor this morning. Was this simply because her brother was missing? Kate felt at her core that there was more to it than that. Had Maggie started to suspect that Jimmy was gay? Was that really why she was looking for him? And it wasn't just Maggie who wanted to find Jimmy. Terry was looking for him too. The entire force had been alerted with the bolo. Every cop in Atlanta would be occupied today, whether they were searching for Jimmy Lawson or hunting down the shooter.
Too bad Kate wasn't a criminal. She got out of the shower and quickly dried herself. All she could do with her makeup was freshen it up. With any luck, the liquid color corrector under her eyes would ward off any dark circles. Kate had forgotten her pantyhose, but she doubted anyone would notice. She listened for noise in the bedroom as she finished dressing. She wondered if Maggie had fallen asleep. Part of her hoped that she had. Yesterday, Kate thought that Maggie Lawson was one of the smartest women she'd ever met. Right now, she seemed barely capable of making even the most obvious connections. Kate opened the bathroom door. Maggie was standing where she'd left her. The bruises on her neck were getting darker by the hour. Kate could have sworn there was another bruise coming up around the cut on her cheek. Kate said, "We should look at our notes from yesterday." Before Maggie could ask, she clarified, "The ones we took from the shooter cases." "Terry has them." Kate didn't ask the question she knew Maggie wouldn't answer. "What about the bar?" "Which bar?" "Dabbler's. The one on the matchbook from Don Wesley's pants." Maggie had obviously forgotten about the place. But then she told Kate, "My next-door neighbor works at the phone company. I talked to him about it last night." Maggie looked for a place to set down her coffee cup. "He said he'd put the address in my mailbox. We should go there first before anybody finds it." Kate wondered who Maggie thought was going to rob her mailbox. "It's after 6 anyway. The Portuguese lady might be in a more talkative mood if we give her a chance to wake up. Just put the cup anywhere." Maggie placed the cup on top of the machine. "It's probably another dead end. Gail said it's not a cop hangout. My father always says if you don't know what to do, just keep moving forward until you figure it out." Kate slid her feet into Jimmy's shoes. She took her belt off the closet doorknob. The metal clips were in her jewelry box. She saw one of her old watches and put it on. "Do we need to get in touch with Delroy and Watson?" "For what?" Kate hooked the clips on her belt. "To get permission to go into that part of town again. I shot a man 5 times yesterday. I don't think anyone is going to fuck with us." Kate stared at her. Was that the real problem? Did Maggie feel guilty for taking Anthony's life? Were the bruises around her neck an attempt to quiet the demons? "I'm fine," Maggie told her. "I didn't ask." "You're like a book." "You know what they say about judging a book." Kate checked her pockets. Lipstick, cash, citation book, notebook, pens. She looped the nightstick through the hook in her belt. She plugged her mic into the transmitter. "Your neighbor seems nice." "He's deaf." Handcuffs, keys, Kell light, back spasm. "Gail's half blind. That doesn't mean you like her any less." "His mother's a nurse. She used to give abortions." Kate looked up. "Before they were legal." Maggie spoke haltingly. "Girls were in and out of there at all hours. That's why their house is the nicest on the block. She made a lot of money. Are you ready to go?" Kate started for the door, then spun around and opened the top drawer of her bureau. They had given her a new revolver yesterday because the other one was logged into evidence. Kate dropped the weapon into her holster and pressed the snap closed. "Now I'm ready." There was a glimmer of the old Maggie in the wry expression on her face. "Check the safety, Murphy. You almost blew your foot off." Chapter 25. Fox could not stop thinking about Kate's hair. He saw it when he closed his eyes. Strands of gold and honey. Silky wisps trailing down her long neck. Cheekbones carved from ivory. Eyes like the most pristine ocean. All lies. Light when she should have been dark. Taking an Irish name when she was Hebrew. Presenting one face to the world while she hid her true self behind a mask of normalcy. This was the problem. These frauds who sneaked in under the radar.
Then by the time you saw them for what they really were, it was too late. Jews, Italians, cunts, chinks, blacks, Indians. The old man had been right. The world really was upside down. People really didn't know their place anymore. Fox was doing his part to fix it now, but he couldn't help but wonder what his life would have been like if he had been able to put things right for Senior. Shoot the greaseball before he could close the factory. Gas the Jew bitch before she screwed up his unemployment check. Execute the yellow-skinned bastard before he could steal his job. Save his mother from Senior's pain. Because it wasn't his anger that hurt everybody, it was his pain. After the factory closed, Senior would sit at the kitchen table every night, talking about the people who had fucked him over. The kikes, the spics, the slits, the motherfuckers who didn't belong. Senior started reading the Bible. He took to it like a true convert. After years of deriding Fox's mother for her church-going ways, he found his calling. From one man he made all the nations, that they should inhabit the whole earth, and he marked out their appointed times in history and the boundaries of their lands. Fox was sitting at the table when Senior found the verse. The old man had thumped his finger against the page and had given an aha that boomed from his gut. Acts 17, verse 26. God had given Senior a purpose passed down from Adam. His appointed time was being stolen away from him. His boundaries were being redrawn. And who were the thieves of Senior's time in the sun? The kikes, the spics, the greaseballs, the slits, they fell like dominoes, crashing down on Senior's world. And then they claimed their final victim, Fox's mother. They were sitting at the kitchen table when she came home from the doctor's office. The Bible was closed. Senior was drinking Jack straight from the bottle and looking for a reason to hit somebody. Fox wasn't going to give it to him. He had just gotten in from school. He was eating the snack his mother always prepared for him. A piece of bread with the crust cut off. A slice of cheese. There was supposed to be a cookie, but Fox knew better than to ask what happened to it. His mother sat down at the table. Her chair was smaller than theirs. The back was splintered. She always sat on the edge of the seat. Despite a lifetime of smoothing things over, she did not sugarcoat the news. The pain in her stomach was cancer. The tumor was the size of a grapefruit. They had given her 3 months. 4, if she took it easy. Senior had started to cry. The first of 2 times total that Fox had seen the old man break down. Fox had not cried. He pictured a grapefruit in his mind. He compared it to other known items. A baseball, a softball, his father's fist. It seemed to Fox more than coincidence that his mother had a cancerous tumor in her stomach the same size as Senior's fist. That was where Senior hit her the most, in the belly. In Fox's head, he imagined the fist compacting the organ until it was the same shape and consistency. He visualized his mother's stomach as a fist. He willed the fingers to open. He begged for God to unclench the tumor and release his mother from the pain. Morphine was the only thing that could help her now. Maybe 2 years ago when she first told the doctors about the sharp sensations, or last year when there was blood, something could have been done. But now it was too late. Fox could not blame the doctors for not believing her. She lied to them all the time. The broken wrists, the fractured ankles, the cuts and bruises, and the panic in her eyes when she was told a wound might need stitches. Nobody accidentally slammed the car door on their leg twice in a row. Nobody got a third-degree burn on their arm from accidentally brushing against the eye on the stove. You got the concentric rings seared into your flesh from someone holding you down to teach you a lesson. If a person lies all the time, how can you tell when they're finally telling the truth? Fox had seen the truth. The way his mother's knees buckled at the sink when the pain cut through. The shaking hands. The shouts of agony when she was in the bathroom. She kept telling the doctors something was wrong, and they kept telling her she just needed some rest. Fox needed rest. Countless years had passed, and the thought of her suffering still took the breath out of his lungs. He leaned against the basement door. He closed his eyes and listened. The soundproofing was good. He had to press his ear to the wood in order to make out the rattlings of the chains. Jimmy Lawson was still crying. He'd been bawling from the moment Fox took him. He did not beg for mercy. He begged for death. Like the rest of them, Jimmy knew what he deserved. 2 bullets to the head, just like Senior. Or at least, like Senior had tried. The fucker had never done one thing right in his life. It happened after the funeral. Fox had watched his mother's coffin being lowered into the ground. The day was bitter cold. Fox was freezing. No one had been there to tell him to put on his jacket. He stood in his thin suit by the pile of dirt that had been taken from the earth, tasting the wet clay in the back of his mouth as the wind sliced him in two like a sword. Senior had cried. The second time Fox had witnessed this. Big, fat tears rolled down his cheeks. Fox had watched them slap against the tops of his shoes. Lesson 9. A man always polishes his shoes. Senior was silent as they drove back to the house. No one was there to greet them. Fox's mother didn't have any friends. Senior's former co-workers were all otherwise engaged. There were some casseroles from the ladies at the church. A neighbor had brought in the milk. There was a pie from the pastor's wife, but no pastor. Just a cold, empty house that Fox had never realized his mother had somehow managed to fill. With her happiness. With her pain. With her fear. With her love. Senior walked into the kitchen. He sat down at the table. He opened one of the cabinet drawers. He pulled out a handgun. He pressed the muzzle to his head. He pulled the trigger. Fox was standing right there when he did it. His eyes had locked with Senior's at the last second. As soon as the trigger was pulled, Senior's eye jerked to the side. It was almost comical, the way he seemed to be looking out the window and looking at Fox at the same time. The gun fell to the floor. Senior didn't fall after it. He sat, ramrod straight in the chair, the same as he had every night for as long as Fox could remember. .22 caliber. The bullet hadn't exited his skull. It had zinged around inside his brain like a mosquito. Side to side, front to back. There wasn't much blood. Just a trickle came out of the black hole above Senior's ear. His mouth moved. His throat flexed up something like a bird's caw. Fox looked at the pie the preacher's wife had brought. The crust was dark around the edges. His mother would have never brought over a pie with a burned crust. Senior made the caw sound again. Fox broke off a piece of crust and put it in his mouth. The buttery richness spread across his tongue. Then the singed aftertaste. He reached into the heart of the pie and pulled out a handful of filling. Fox licked the cherry goo from his hand as he walked over to his father. The thought occurred to him that his hand was redder than the bullet wound in Senior's head, and then the disparity was remedied when Fox scooped the gun off the floor, pressed the muzzle to his father's head, and pulled the trigger for the second time. Lesson 10. A man always finishes what he starts. The most important lesson? The only lesson that really mattered. Fox had something he needed to finish soon. Not because there was any rush, but because there was no use drawing it out. Jimmy Lawson was still crying. He would be crying an hour from now, or a year from now. Fox was not a murderer. He was an executioner. There was no pleasure in Jimmy's pain. At least, not much. Fox pushed himself away from the basement door. He checked the lock. He didn't turn around and go back into the house. He couldn't go anywhere. Pressure. Even when he wasn't thinking about Kate, his body was wanting her. Fox held his hand against his stiff cock. He needed time with Kate. Alone time. He couldn't watch her from afar anymore. He had to have her in his house, in his bed, in his basement. Fox would keep her until the pressure went away. He realized he had decided this a long time ago. Maybe the first time he saw her. Even then, his brain was working on two plans at the same time. Fuck her. Kill her. Fuck her again. What was the harm? No one would ever know what went on between them. Senior was long in his grave, buried beside the rest of the paupers. He would never hear about his son fucking a Jew. He would never know about the control Kate had exerted over his boy. But Fox would know. He put his hands to his eyes. The shame hit him like tear gas. The spikes impaling his corneas. The glass in his lungs, the choking, suffocating knowledge that he was in love with her. Love. There was no use denying it anymore. The lightning bolt to his skull wasn't the plan clicking into place. It was Kate, working her Jew magic. The dirty bitch had turned the tables on him. He had thought he was hunting her, stalking her, but in truth, Kate had already caught him. Fox was going to take back that control. Kate was going to bend to his will. Maybe she would break. Only time would tell. Fox had to get her alone. That was the most important part. He had to have her undivided attention. He was going to study her. He was going to learn her weaknesses, record her responses on his clipboard, so he knew the best way to go at her each time. This wasn't like Senior going after Fox's mother. Kate wasn't innocent. She was a liar. She was an imposter. She had tricked Fox into falling for her just the same as Rebecca Feldman, just the same as every slit Fox had loved since his mother. Fox started nodding. Now he understood what had happened. The lightning had not failed him. This was all part of the plan. His brain had been planning this for weeks. The chains were already bolted snug into the rafters. The soundproofing was in place. Fox wasn't out of control. He had been in charge all along. It was just a matter of bringing them all together. Here was the plan. Finish the job. Start a new one with Kate. Fox reached into his pocket and pulled out the dog tags he had taken from her apartment. The metal discs made a familiar click, when he rubbed them together. Murphy. Patrick R. His social security number, though he would never pay taxes again. His blood type, which he'd spilled all over some godless jungle. His religion, though fuck the Pope for not stopping the war. Fox looped the chain around his neck. He tucked it into his shirt. The cold metal kissed his chest. He wondered if Kate's lips would feel the same way. Chapter 26. Maggie got lost on her way to CT. She had driven from her house to the west side 100 times before, but her brain had checked out and her muscle memory had abandoned her. And instead of finding herself at the Portuguese lady's house, they were stuck downtown in morning traffic. If Kate noticed, she didn't say. Maggie was glad for her silence. She couldn't understand Kate's transformation. She had gone from being the sheep to showing the makings of a damn good cop. Maggie had gotten a glimpse of it yesterday when they pored over the shooter files. This morning, Kate was making connections faster than Maggie could keep up. Every day, Kate seemed to get better at the job. And every second, Maggie was getting worse. She was terrified Kate was going to rope-a-dope her into admitting the truth about Jimmy. Not that Maggie knew the truth. Was her brother gay? Was he a murderer? Could she believe one without the other? Were both some kind of cruel fabrication? Her head was going to explode as she kept asking these circular questions. Maggie had gotten to the point where she was doing all the stupid things that she looked for when she was confronting a suspect. Her hands were shaky. She was sweating. She couldn't look Kate in the eye. They should drag Maggie out of the car and put her in front of a class at the academy. She was textbook guilty. And she was so tired. Last night, Maggie had left her mother's house with a thought in her head that she would never go back. She hadn't packed. There was nothing in her room that she needed. She'd grabbed her belt off the counter and walked out the door. She'd radioed a cruiser to come pick her up on the corner. She'd had them drop her at the station. She'd showered in the empty men's locker room. She'd changed into a fresh uniform she kept in her locker. Everything Maggie did had felt so permanent, but she knew there was nowhere to go but back. She didn't have a place to live. Her car was in the shop. She didn't have a dime to her name. She didn't have a fancy apartment with a white shag rug and more clothes in her closet than there were days left to wear them. Terry controlled all the money. The idea hadn't seemed like such a bad one at the time. Delia couldn't open a separate bank account without her husband's signature, and Hank cleaned them out every time he got home from the hospital. Delia started giving Terry her checks when they almost lost the house. Maggie started giving him her checks when she got her job on the police force. And when either one of them stepped out of line, Terry yanked the strings on the purse so tight that it strangled them. There were all kinds of new federal laws that were supposed to open financial doors for women, but they were still firmly closed in Atlanta, Georgia. There was always a workaround, always some catch that kept the door from opening. Maggie couldn't get a bank account that Terry couldn't access. She couldn't get a car loan without Terry's co-signature. She couldn't get a credit card or rent an apartment without Terry's permission. Nearest living male's information. That's what all the forms asked for. Maggie had spent months calling apartment ads in the paper. All of them required a man to vouch for her. Even the sketchy ones. She was too afraid to ask Terry, and Jimmy refused because he didn't want to get caught in the middle. Jimmy. Last night, Maggie had started with his friends, banging on their apartment doors, waking their families all the while knowing Jimmy would not be there. She went to the bar where he sometimes grabbed a drink after work. She called every old girlfriend whose name she could think of. She checked the back seat of his cruiser. She busted open his locker at work. She visited the shooting range. She went to the Grady High School football field. She searched the locker room, the coach's office, the basement where kids sneaked in to make out. She woke up all the managers at the motels along the interstate. She walked through Piedmont Park with a flashlight. She shined her headlights into underpasses and down alleys where she knew gay men went for company. She went to porn theaters and all-night diners. The despair built with each new parking lot and alley. Every frightened, anonymous man who fled at the sight of a police car. Maggie had to find her brother before Terry did. She didn't know whether or not her intention was to save his life. That felt strangely secondary to locating him. Her primary goal was to get some sort of explanation. Jimmy had to look Maggie in the eye and tell her why he had written that letter. The letter. Every single word was seared into her brain. Delia had torn up the paper, but Maggie had transcribed Jimmy's confession into her notebook as soon as she left the house. She'd studied each sentence individually. She had blocked off phrases. She had looked for some kind of hidden meaning. There had to be more to it than the actual words. Because what was the point? Even on the off chance that Jimmy really was gay, and Don Wesley and all those other men had been gay with him, then why murder them? Each held a weapon just as powerful as the other. They were like Russia and the United States agreeing not to release their nukes because of mutually assured destruction. And if Jimmy wasn't gay, then why confess to the murders? What was his motivation? Maybe Kate was right about Jimmy's state of mind. He'd seen Don shot right in front of him. He'd failed to save his partner's life. He'd been shot in the arm by a madwoman. Was Jimmy like those battle-fatigued soldiers who went nuts when they got back into the real world? Was the letter a cry for help? If that was the case, Jimmy had found the one thing that ensured Terry would put him out of his misery. The only thing he hated more than blacks and liberals was homosexuals. Son of a bitch! Maggie banged her fist on the steering wheel. They were driving up 3rd Street, a few blocks from the Georgia Tech tunnel, and there was London Fog, traipsing along the sidewalk like he hadn't a care in the world. He was still wearing the old man's overcoat, but this time she saw the legs of his worsted gray pants above the shiny black loafers on his feet. Maggie swerved the car so hard the engine stalled. Kate grabbed the dashboard. "What are you—" "Him." Maggie was already getting out of the car. "That's the rapist who went after the little girl." Kate got out of the car, too. "You're sure?" "He stole the grandfather's coat." Maggie pulled the nightstick off her belt. She was talking loudly enough for London Fog to hear, but like the other day, he just kept on walking. "He raped a 13-year-old girl. He stole her grandfather's coat." She jogged to catch up with him. "His name is Louis Wendell Conroy III. He's from Berwyn, Maryland." That stopped him. His hands clutched in his pockets. He still didn't turn around. Maggie stood behind him. She slapped the nightstick against her palm. "Get on your knees." He didn't move. Maggie wasn't in the mood for second warnings. She swung the metal baton through the air and slammed it into the back of his legs. Conroy dropped like a sack of hammers. Kate gasped, "Maggie!" "Get up," she told the man. "Get up or I will hurt you as bad as you hurt that little girl." Conroy could only make it to his hands and knees. The baton had knocked the wind out of him. He opened his mouth, but only drool came out. "I said get up!" Maggie cracked his tailbone so hard that the metal sang. Conroy screamed. His arms and legs flew out from under him. He fell face down on the sidewalk. Maggie gripped the baton. "You think your daddy's gonna get you out of this, Louis?" She yearned to hit him again, to hear the crack of bone, the screech of pain. "Get up," she repeated. "Get up, you baby-raping asshole." He tried, but his arms would not lift him. He fell flat to the sidewalk again. Maggie told Kate, "Help him up." Kate looked terrified as she gripped Conroy under the arm. She wasn't strong enough. He offered nothing but resistance. "Please," he begged. "Use your legs," Kate said. "Please, lady." Like all of them, he sensed Kate's weakness. "Please help me. I didn't do anything wrong." "Shut up." Kate let him fall back onto the sidewalk. She asked Maggie, "What do you want to do with him?" The question stopped her. She hadn't thought it through. "Please," Conroy whined. "This is all just a misunderstanding." Kate said, "Radio the girls." Maggie knew this couldn't go out on the radio. She looked around. There was a phone booth on the next corner. "Are you okay with him?" "We'll be fine as long as he understands I'm just as good with my nightstick as you are." Kate raised an eyebrow, acknowledging the lie. She was so damn good at this. When had that happened? Kate asked, "Do you need change?" "I've got it." Maggie shoved her nightstick back onto her belt as she walked toward the phone booth. She was so furious she couldn't get her fists to unclench. Louis Wendell Conroy III. He could walk into any apartment building in the city and rent 10 units. He could buy any car he wanted. He could do whatever the hell he pleased. Except get away with raping a little girl. The phone booth smelled like piss. Wet vomit splattered the floor. Maggie held the door open with her shoulder as she leaned in. She dialed the station and requested a landline to radio transmission. Delroy answered with her call sign. Maggie didn't identify herself or bother with an explanation. "Corner of 3rd and Cypress." "Gimme 15. Delroy ended the transmission. Maggie hung up the receiver. The door sprang back on its hinges. She could see Kate standing over Conroy. Her nightstick was drawn, but she held it in front of her face like a Roman candle. 13 years old. Lily was the same age. She was pretty, and she might even look sexy if she wore too much makeup, but she was still a child who played with her Barbie up until a few months ago. Maggie looked down at her hands. She made the fingers straighten one at a time. She wanted to be calm by the time she made it back to them. She wanted to think that she wasn't out of control like Terry, or a cold-blooded murderer like Jimmy. But by the time she reached Conroy, all she wanted to do was take out her gun, shove it into his mouth, and pull the trigger until it clicked and clicked the same as it had with Anthony. "How long?" Kate asked. "Too long. Stand up." She grabbed up Conroy by the collar. He knew better than to resist. He stumbled like a colt taking its first steps. "That way." Maggie kicked his ass to get him started. "Move." Kate was at Maggie's side. Her nightstick was still in front of her face. Maggie pushed it down at an angle so she could get a better swing. Conroy walked slowly. His head was down. He was looking for a way out. "Ladies, please. We can talk this through. It's all just a misunderstanding." "That girl needed stitches when you were done with her. Did you know that?" "Is that what this is about?" He sounded relieved. "For God's sakes, I'll pay the doctor's bill. My father will write a check." "You're not getting off that easy." "Why don't you ask a family? I'm sure they'll accept the money. Trust me, she knew what she was doing."
Did she trick you? Maggie had heard the excuse so many times that it made her stomach turn. She didn't tell me how old she was. She was mature for her age. She came on to me. She wouldn't stop. What was I supposed to do? The entire world gave men the responsibility for everything in it, except for their dicks. Maggie pulled her nightstick again. Pick up your feet. He glanced furtively left and right. Now he was looking for an escape. Maggie pressed the baton to the base of his spine. Try to run, asshole. Just give me a reason. I know your names. We know yours too. Maggie ignored the panicked look Kate gave her. It's going to be a lot of fun seeing you on the front page of the newspaper beside a photo of that little girl you ripped apart. What do you care? He demanded. She's just some damn little pickaninny. And you're a spoiled little bitch who's going to take a beat down instead of going to prison for the next 3 years. They were at the phone booth. Get in. Maggie pushed him. He hesitated. There was vomit on the floor. He didn't want to get his loafers dirty. Take off your shoes. What? She banged the baton against the phone booth. Shoes off. He slipped them off. There were pennies in the loafers. He wasn't wearing socks. He had probably paid more for his worsted wool pants than Maggie made in a week. She was sick and tired of these wealthy people who floated through life like it was nothing. She told Conroy, "Take off the coat. It doesn't belong to you." He didn't protest this time. The coat came off. Kate grabbed it before it hit the ground. Maggie said, "Take off the rest of it." What? She swung the baton back. That's all it took. He ripped open his shirt. The buttons popped off. He unfastened the snap on his pants, slid down the zip. His thumbs hooked into the waist of his underwear. No, Maggie said, not because she didn't want to humiliate him any further, but because she didn't want to see him. Get in the phone booth. He stepped tentatively into the vomit. She'd hoped it was cold. She hoped he could feel the chunks against the soles of his feet. Conroy asked, "What are you?" Maggie pushed the folding door closed. She reached up to the top of the booth. She had to stand on her tiptoes to find the trip lock. The bolt clanged down. Conroy pushed on the door. It wouldn't budge. "Let me out!" He started to panic. He put his shoulder into it. "Let me out, God damn it!" Kate had folded the grandfather's coat. She laid it beside the phone booth. "Do you think they'll give it back to him?" "It's not our business." She jammed the baton back onto her belt. "Anything else, Kate? Anything you want to ask me or question me or drill me on?" Kate shook her head. Maggie walked away. She tapped her fingers on her Kell light. Her head pounded with each footstep. Her vision was wonky. She was sweaty and shaky. Kate's footsteps came up behind her. She followed at a distance. She was giving Maggie some space, which was irritating and demeaning and just like something Kate would do. The first week Maggie rode with Gail, she'd known to keep her trap shut. She'd taken notes. She'd followed orders. She hadn't asked questions. She hadn't volunteered her opinion every 5 minutes. She hadn't turned every stupid thing she did into a joke so that she could laugh at herself before everybody else did. Maggie fished the keys out of her pocket. Her hand cramped. She couldn't loop the ring on her middle finger. Pulling the trigger. Gripping the steering wheel. Banging on doors. Holding the Kell light. Wielding the nightstick, wringing her hands and praying to God that her brother was alive, that he was dead, that Terry hadn't found him, that she would never have to see him again. Maggie stopped in front of the cruiser. Her chest hurt. She wondered if she was having a heart attack. Kate stood behind her.
She said nothing, but the question was loud and clear. Are you all right? Are you all right? Maggie tossed her the keys. You drive. Chapter 27. Maggie gritted her teeth the entire way to the Portuguese lady's house. Kate drove like an old woman. She tapped her foot on the brake any time another car got near. She didn't pass anyone. She engaged her signals 200 feet from the turn. She kept both hands on the wheel in the 10-2 position. Maggie knew an act when she saw one. She had pulled over her share of Kate Murphys. Women like that didn't think the rules applied to them. They ignored stop signs. They pushed the speed limit. They drove with a convertible top down and silk scarves wrapped around their heads to keep their hair from getting messed up. Gosh, officer, was I really going that fast? The cruiser came to a slow stop in front of the Portuguese lady's house. The place looked much the same as it had the day before. The only difference was the sheer curtain blowing out of the broken window on the second floor. No one had bothered to board it up yet. Kate got out of the car first. She was first up the sidewalk, first on the porch. Maggie was fine with letting her take the lead. Let someone else be in charge for a change. Knowing Kate's luck, she would open the door and Jimmy would be standing there. He'd hold out his hands and give her a confession. Calvick would promote Kate on the spot. She'd be the only female detective on the force. At the ceremony, she would take a bow and a rainbow would come out of her ass. Kate knocked on the door like she was the Avon lady. Maggie said, "You need to knock harder." I was under the impression that you wanted me to handle this. Maggie said nothing. Every time she thought her hostility was gone, Kate would open her mouth and she would want to punch her all over again. Kate knocked. This time, like she was a kid selling magazine subscriptions. Maggie asked, "Where'd you learn Portuguese? You live in Europe or something?" She had probably honeymooned there with her dead husband, who looked like Robert Redford. Pardon? Kate looked confused. Then she smiled that million-watt smile. She wasn't speaking Portuguese. It's Yiddish. I picked up some from my grandmother. Father's side, she's Eastern European. A Shanda, una Charpa. It was quite a scandal when they married. Maggie was saved asking what the hell she was talking about by the door opening. There were no bolts and a sliding chain this time. The Portuguese lady stood back from the doorway. She held a candle in her hand. The house was dark, no lights were on. She was wearing the same black outfit as the day before, but the sleeve was torn at the shoulder. Her salt and pepper hair hung down to her waist. Maggie didn't know why. She hadn't bothered to wash it. Kate didn't speak. She touched the little rectangular box on the door jamb before walking into the house. Maggie felt her training rear its head. The rooms were filled with shadows. All the drapes were closed. Even the mirror over the fireplace was covered with a black sheet. She wanted to turn on a light. There was no telling who else was in the house. The woman walked toward the kitchen. The candle flickered from the breeze. Her feet padded softly against the floor. She wasn't wearing shoes. Kate started to follow. Maggie grabbed her sleeve. "Shh," Kate warned. Maggie tried to catch her sleeve again, but Kate was already walking down the hallway. All Maggie could do was follow. This was what she got for letting Kate take the lead. An interview where nobody was allowed to talk. At least the kitchen wasn't as dark as the rest of the house. There were no curtains on the windows. Sunlight streamed into the room. Food of all kinds was laid out on the countertop. Maggie didn't recognize half of what she saw. The Portuguese lady put the candle on the windowsill over the sink. She nodded toward the kitchen table. Kate sat down, so Maggie did too. The woman kept her back to them as she fixed 2 plates. Maggie let out a long sigh to let everybody know she was not happy. None of this was getting them any closer to finding Jimmy. She'd known this was a stupid idea from the start. The old woman finished loading the plates. She turned around. The sunlight bathed her face. A surprised, "Oh," came out of Maggie's mouth. Stubble covered the woman's face. No wonder she sounded like Ricardo Montalban. The Portuguese lady was a man. He asked, "May I offer you some iced tea?" "Yes, thank you." Kate didn't seem surprised by any of this. She took the plates. She set them on the table. She gave Maggie a look of warning, similar to the one a mother would give a misbehaving child. "I don't think we exchanged names yesterday. I'm Officer Murphy. This is Officer Lawson. Eduardo Rosa." He rested his hands on his hips as he studied Kate. "Murphy. I'm assuming you married a Shagets." "I did." "Smart girl. Jewish men never shut up." Kate laughed very deeply at what was obviously an inside joke. Eduardo went to the icebox. He pulled out a pitcher of iced tea. He took a tray from the freezer. He found 2 glasses in the cabinet. Maggie watched, transfixed. How had she not seen this yesterday? The high collar hid an Adam's apple. The long sleeves covered hairy arms. The floor-length skirt obscured big feet. The biggest giveaway should have been his hands. They were enormous. Maggie realized, "You're the tranny pimp." "Feh." He popped the ice out of the tray. "Pimps are all Schwartzes." Kate snorted into her hand. "My late husband, Gerald." Eduardo set the 2 glasses of iced tea on the table. "He was in charge of the business." He pointed to the chair Maggie was sitting in. "Died right there 3 months ago. Heart attack. We worked together 20 years. Kate asked, "Sheik was your son?" "His name was Lionel. He lived in Detroit with his mother, Lydia. I always liked the dark ones." There were 2 more chairs at the table, but Eduardo steadied his hand on the counter and sat down on the floor. "Lionel was pimping up in Detroit, but he got into trouble. He was always in trouble. Alav HaShalom." Eduardo paused a moment before continuing. "Lydia asked if I could help. With Gerald gone, we thought he could take over the business down here." Maggie rested her chin in her hand so her jaw wouldn't hit the floor. "Did you give them your real name for the witness statement yesterday? That's sworn testimony." "I gave them Gerald's name. Nobody asked me to put my hand on the Bible." Eduardo looked up at Kate. "I know you're here for information. Can you get my boy released to me?" Kate seemed surprised. "You haven't had the funeral?" "The coroner won't release the body. We have all the paperwork. Lydia's down there now. They say it will be another week." Finally, Maggie could contribute something. "They have to do an autopsy. It's an important part of the investigation. If they can track the bullet back to the gun that was used, then they might find the killer. And all of it has to be presented at trial. I don't want my son's body mutilated any more than it already is." Eduardo's voice was firm. "I need to do right by him." Maggie said, "I'm sorry, but it's the law. Don't you want us to catch the man who killed your son?" "Young lady, I know that Lionel was in a very dangerous line of business. Would I be happy if you caught his murderer? Of course. But you must understand that
I need his body released so that his mother and I can bury him."
Kate asked, "Have you talked to your rabbi?" He indicated his dress.
"Do I look reformed to you?"
"Maggie, do you know someone?"
"At the coroner's office?" Maggie thought she knew a girl from night class who was a secretary. "I can make some calls, but I can't promise anything." Eduardo clasped his hands together in his lap. He looked down at the floor. Maggie wondered if he was praying, but she wasn't sure how Jews prayed, or if they prayed at all. He finally looked up. "If you promise to do whatever you can, then I'll tell you what you came here for."
"All right,"
Kate agreed, as if this was exactly what she had planned. Eduardo began. "The girl who was there the night the policeman was shot. Her name is Delilah. I have no idea if that's her real name. Maybe she likes Tom Jones, who doesn't? I don't know her last name either. She was probably 15 when Gerald found her sucking cock inside the porn theater on Ponce."
Kate sat back in her chair.
"He worked her hard. That was his reputation. Puritan work ethic."
He gave a one-shouldered shrug.
"Delilah didn't last long, and she was a lot more trouble than she was worth. Gerald sold her off at a loss just to get rid of her. When Lionel came to town, he had to start from scratch. I loved my boy, but he was an Aramläufer. Everything had to be handed to him. I said I might know a girl desperate to do anything that was needed. He found her working the Amtrak station on Peachtree."
"In Buckhead?" Kate's voice went up. She was back to form. Maggie took over. "Is Delilah still working Whitehall?"
"I have no idea where she's working. She came here the night of the shooting. Lionel smacked her around. She was supposed to work all night. She gave him the police transmitter. Lionel called me in to look at it. I knew immediately what we had."
Maggie said, "A bargaining chip."
"We were going to wait until the reward got higher, $5,000.
He huffed with disgust.
"When they caught the last guy, the reward was up to 20.
Kate crossed her arms. All of her pleasantness had drained away. Maggie asked, "What did Delilah see? I assume you weren't going to let her walk into the police station, tell her story, and collect the money."
Eduardo asked, "You'll make the call? You promise?"
"I said I would."
"I'm trusting you."
Maggie said, "You realize that the person who killed Lionel is probably the same man who killed that cop?" He put his hand to his chest. His voice wavered.
"I understand that. But you must understand that I want my son's body buried in the ground where it belongs."
Maggie felt his despair as easily as she felt her own. "I promise you that I will do everything I can to get him released." Eduardo nodded. "The killer was white, not like the black man in the police sketch." Maggie felt her heart seize. Tall, muscular, broad shoulders. He was wearing black pants, a red shirt, and had black gloves on his hands. She didn't notice the shoes. Maggie bit her lip to keep it from trembling. Jimmy wore black gloves. Eduardo continued. He had dark hair cut short. His mustache was trimmed, long sideburns. Delilah said he looked like a square except for his sideburns. Maggie forced her voice to remain steady. "That's pretty specific. How close was she?"
"She was at the end of the alley. She saw everything. The man came around the corner. He had a midnight special in his hand, Raven MP25.
The brand of gun had not been released to the public. Was she sure about that? An MP25?
Delilah knows her weapons. Her father knocked over his share of liquor stores."
She saw all of that. Maggie forced some incredulity into her voice. She was close enough to make out the gun, and the shooter's face, and what he was wearing, and she was still alive when it was over. If I know Delilah, she was under a cardboard box shooting age. She was stoned? Maggie felt a glimmer of hope. That's not what I'd call a reliable eyewitness. She's reliable when there's a knife in her throat. Eduardo reached up to the counter. With much groaning and popping, he managed to pull himself up from the floor. I'm telling you what we got out of her. I let Anthony handle it. Delilah told him everything she saw. On that, you can trust me. Maggie felt sweat rolling down her back. The kitchen was too hot. She was going to throw up if she didn't get out of here soon. Kate asked, "What were the two cops doing when the shooter came around the corner?" Eduardo turned back to the sink. She didn't say. And I've told you ladies everything I know. May Hashem strike you down if you fail to carry out your part of the bargain. We will, Kate said. I promise. Maggie stood up. She had to get out of this house. I'm sorry for your loss. Kate said, May heaven comfort you. Maggie forced herself not to run up the hallway. Her throat was closing up. She pulled at her collar. Her fingers brushed the bruises on her neck. She wrenched open the door and took great gulps of air into her lungs. Kate put her hand on Maggie's shoulder. You all right? Maggie shrugged her off as she walked down the stairs. She buttoned her collar. She had told Kate not to trust anybody. Why were they trusting Eduardo? He could be lying about the description. He could be lying about the girl who was a witness. The girl could be lying to everybody. But then, how did she get Jimmy's transmitter? Kate said, Well, I guess that was interesting, but I'm not sure that it was helpful. Maggie wiped the sweat off the back of her neck. Her stomach was churning. She felt strung out and exhausted. Kate said, We were already considering the fact that the shooter might be white. And that description, tall, athletic mustache, long sideburns, who does that sound like? Maggie tasted bile in her mouth. Every cop on the police force, that's who. Including Jimmy and your Uncle Terry. And all of them wear black driving gloves. Too many Steve McQueen movies, methinks. She handed Maggie the keys to the cruiser. It's probably best if you drive to Dabbler's. I've never been to that part of town. She opened the car door. I'll give Gail credit for this. She was right about those people. I can't believe the way Eduardo talked about that poor girl. I know she's a prostitute, but still, you'd think he was discussing a side of beef. She paused for a second. He? She? Gosh, which is it? Maggie walked around the car. She got in behind the wheel. She tried to put the key in the ignition, but the ring slipped from her fingers. She blindly reached down to try to find them. Kate chattered on. She, I guess. We ought to reward the effort. That's what I would prefer in his shoes. Her shoes. I couldn't believe it when she opened the door and I saw that beard. Eduardo Rosa. That explains the voice. Yesterday, I kept expecting her to talk about soft Corinthian leather. Kate laughed to herself. I guess we should run her name just to be sure nothing else surprises us. My gosh, I hate to sound arrogant, but one just expects more from a Jew. God damn it. Maggie muttered. She could feel the keys, but her fingers couldn't grip them. I know. I shouldn't be unkind. She's sitting Shiva. It's actually a beautiful ritual. There are all kinds of rules. You're not supposed to shave or use makeup. She tore her clothes. That's called kriya, to signify grief and anger over the death. She was sitting on the floor because you're supposed to keep low to the ground.
Though you're supposed to bury the body within 24 hours. That's why she's so upset. The mourning should go on for 7 days. Shiva means 7.
Got him. Maggie's cheek bumped against the steering wheel. She winced from the pain. The bruise had its own heartbeat. Kate brought her rambling to an end. Maggie, I'm running out of pointless things to say, so I'd really appreciate it if you would give me some kind of response. Maggie took the easy route. I'll call in about Eduardo Rosa. See if he has a sheet. Kate studied Maggie. All morning I felt like there's something important that you're not telling me. Gosh, really? Maggie mimicked. Like that I'm Jewish, or that I'm a widow, or that my father is the richest gardener in the history of the world? Yes, all of those are excellent examples of what I'm talking about. Maggie jammed the key into the ignition. She started the car. Does your throat hurt? Only when I have to answer stupid questions.
Chapter 28. Kate stared at the transmitter in her lap. Every other call to dispatch was about a possible sighting of Jimmy's car or a new lead on the shooter. She had been right about today being a criminal's holiday. Wanda Clack called in a cleared chicken bone, and one of the colored girls reported finding a previously reported stolen CB radio. But those were the only crimes that were being solved today. She leaned her head against her hand. Kate was sitting in the cruiser outside of Dabbler's, while Maggie used the payphone on the side of the building. She had no idea what part of town they were in, let alone if they were still inside the city limits. To say the bar was nondescript was an understatement. Kate supposed that was its own protection. You didn't come here unless you knew what it was for, and if you didn't know what it was for, you probably never noticed it. The brick facade was painted black. The narrow windows were tinted to block out the daylight. There were no neon liquor signs that she could see from the street. There wasn't even a sign on the door. What gave the place away was the clientele. One after another, well-dressed men in suits got out of their expensive cars and walked through the swinging door. Their hair touched their collars. Their sideburns hugged square jaws. They all had mustaches, and they all, to a one, looked like the gay men with which Kate was more familiar. That there was a police cruiser parked outside the establishment seemed to have little impact on traffic. Within 10 minutes of Maggie getting out of the car, the parking lot was full. Cars surrounded Kate on all sides. Some of the men even smiled at her as they walked toward the building. So, a police officer wasn't an unusual visitor at Dabbler's. Kate wasn't surprised. You didn't wind up in this part of town by accident. You had to know exactly where you were going. They could assume Don Wesley had visited the establishment at least once. Had Jimmy, too? Was he inside the building right now nursing his wounds? Because he had to be wounded, and not just from the pieces of skull embedded in his leg, or the bullet that ripped through his arm. No matter how cavalier he had acted at the house yesterday morning, Kate could not accept that Jimmy Lawson did not feel something for his lost lover. Or his sister. Maggie had killed a man yesterday. Did Jimmy know that someone had also tried to choke her? The bruises were starker now. Kate could make out the finger marks where a hand had wrapped around Maggie's neck. She assumed that Terry was the attacker. Jimmy could be a self-righteous prick, but she could not imagine him strangling his sister. Then again, Kate could not imagine Maggie losing her shit. But that was exactly what had happened with Louis Conroy. Kate couldn't very well say she'd never seen anything like it. Gail had attacked that prostitute. She'd broken the woman's leg, then tortured her. Maggie had not tortured Conroy in the same sadistic manner, but there were some eerie similarities. Was this what Kate had to look forward to? Was there a fourth person lurking in her psyche who was going to be a violent sadist? As with everything else that had to do with this impossible job, The situation wasn't completely black and white. Or maybe, in the case of Louis Conroy, it was. That he was a white man and his victim was a young black girl meant a great deal. There was no question of his guilt. Conroy had just as much as admitted to it. He had shown no remorse, even when he was on the ground straining for air. He'd never apologized. Actually, he'd sounded arrogant, like a man arguing with a waiter over a miscalculated bar tab. If you were the sort of man like Conroy, you knew that was an argument you were always going to win. No wonder they all hated people from Kate's side of town. She was beginning to hate them herself. The sense of entitlement, the attitude. Was that what had set Maggie against her? She'd been enraged after they left Conroy. Kate had assumed she just needed some time to collect herself. Instead, Maggie had taken that time to redirect her vehemence toward Kate. The radio hummed with another possible shooter sighting. Kate turned down the volume. She studied the white plastic brick in her lap. If she lived to be 1,000,000 years old, she would never forget what this thing looked like. Gale had used it as a weapon. Sir Sheik had used it as a bargaining chip. Jimmy had left it at the scene of Dawn's murder. Kate could guess why Jimmy had left the transmitter in the alley. You couldn't sit with one of these clipped to your belt, let alone pull down your pants with one on. He must have put the brick beside his leg the same as everyone did. Unplugging the jack ensured no accidental transmissions were sent out. And when Dawn was shot, the last thing Jimmy would have been worried about was his radio. Maggie had finished her phone calls. She was walking across the parking lot. She weaved between the cars. Her head was down. Her spiral notebook was in one hand. She got into the car. She rested her arm on the door. She stared at the building and did not say a word. Kate stared at the building, too. She had tried questions. She had tried pointless babbling. Now, she was going to try silence. Maggie seemed content to let it drag out. She watched the men going into the building. The lot was full, though it was only 11 in the morning. Overflow parking lined the street. She finally spoke. My contact at the coroner's office is going to see what she can do. She's just a secretary. I don't know if they'll listen to her. Kate bit her lip so that she wouldn't answer. I asked for Eduardo Rosa's rap sheet. Rick said he can leave it at the hospital for us. I thought we could check on Gale. Kate couldn't help herself. She nodded. Maggie hissed out a stream of air between her teeth. This is a gay bar, isn't it? Kate hesitated. Yes. Maggie pulled the door handle. Ready? Kate got out of the car. She clipped the transmitter on her belt. She put Jimmy's smelly hat on her head. Maggie resumed her silence as she walked between the cars. Her hat was low on her head. She kept her hands down at her sides. Her shoulders were stooped. Kate wondered how little pressure it would take to knock her to the ground. She hoped she didn't find out. Everyone inside the bar looked up when they entered. There were some curious mumbles, but for the most part, none of the men seemed worried that 2 female cops had walked through the door. And none of them were Jimmy Lawson. Maggie headed toward the bar. Yet again, Kate followed. The inside of the building was just as dark as it looked from the outside. Men sat close to each other at the tables. They were jammed shoulder to shoulder into the small booths. Linda Ronstadt played softly through the speakers. The song choice seemed appropriate for the crowd. When Will I Be Loved? Kate didn't know what she had been expecting. Lecherous glances, filthy back rooms. For the most part, the men looked like couples who met for a drink before lunch. Hands were being held. Arms were draped over the backs of chairs. Glances were stolen across the room. The atmosphere was loose and casual. Barring the fact that everyone was of the same sex, The place felt like every club Kate had ever visited. Chivalry was not lost at Dabbler's. 2 men gave up their places at the bar. Maggie didn't acknowledge the gesture. She sat down. She put her hat in front of her. She looked like she wanted a drink, but Kate was still surprised when she ordered a bourbon neat. She asked Kate, "You want one?" "Sure." Kate put her hat on the bar. Maggie stared at the mirror behind the rows of liquor. Her eyes slid back and forth across the room as she checked each face, noted each gesture. "On the house." The bartender put 2 glasses in front of them. He was gorgeous, probably no more than 18, and sporting the same long sideburns and thick mustache as the rest of them. "Is there something I can help you gals with?" Maggie reached into her breast pocket. She pulled out a photograph. "Have you seen this man?" He smiled. His teeth were straight and beautiful. "Yeah, that's Jim. Is he a friend of yours?" Maggie put the photo face down on the bar. "When's the last time you saw him?" The bartender narrowed his eyes. "Is he in trouble?" "It depends on when you saw him last." "Couple of nights ago?" He gave it some more thought. "Must have been for Dawn's memorial service. That was Monday night, right?" Maggie picked up the glass. She finished the bourbon in 1 swallow. Kate asked, "You haven't seen Jimmy since then?" "Nope. He doesn't usually come during the day." "He's a regular?" "Sure. Everybody loves Jim." The bartender nodded at a customer, indicating he'd be a minute. "Is there anything else?" Maggie asked, "Have you seen anyone suspicious hanging around here?" "Other than 2 Pepper Andersons?" he told Kate. "I love your hair, doll. The color is dazzling." "Thank you." Kate stroked back her hair. She couldn't help herself. "There hasn't been anyone here lately who seems out of place. Someone who doesn't blend in?" "Honey, every man in this place blends in as soon as he walks through that door. That's kind of the point." He refilled Maggie's glass. "Sorry I couldn't." He stopped. "You know what? There was a guy here yesterday who kind of freaked me." Maggie asked, "What did he look like?" "Me," he laughed, "except older." Kate knew this wasn't much help. When you were 18, 30 was ancient. "Did he say anything?" "Not really. He was one of those strong, silent types. Good tipper. Drank Southern Comfort. He kept watching the door every time it opened. I got the feeling he was either waiting for somebody or looking for somebody. Of course, that's pretty much what everybody's doing when they're in here." "Was he a cop?" "He wasn't wearing a uniform. He kind of looked like a cop, or a soldier. We get a lot of vets in here. I think most of them aren't even gay. They just got used to being around men over there. They want to feel like they're part of a unit again. Weird, huh?" Kate nodded like she understood. He topped off Maggie's drink again. "Listen, cutie, you're both welcome to sit here and drink all you want, but don't go asking the customers questions. You won't get anything more than what I've told you, and you'd be surprised how many cups higher up the food chain darken our doors. You picking up what I'm putting down?" "Yes." Kate had given up on jive talk after yesterday's debacle. "Thank you." He winked at her before walking away. Maggie took another drink. Kate tried her bourbon and nearly gagged. He certainly hadn't given them top shelf. "Let's go." Maggie grabbed her hat. She walked toward the door. Kate decided to take her time. She picked up the photograph on the bar. It was a good picture of Jimmy. He was leaning against a car. His shirt was tight across his muscular chest. His chin was tilted up confidently. He was smiling, and Kate hoped that Maggie had taken the picture, that the grin captured by the camera was meant for his sister. She tucked her hat under her arm as she made her way through the crowded room. She didn't have to push her way out. Men politely stepped aside. They nodded, deferentially. Someone even opened the door for her. She scanned the parking lot for Maggie. She wasn't in the cruiser. She wasn't walking between cars. Kate turned. The payphones were empty. She was about to go back into the bar when she heard heaving. Maggie was on the side of the building. She was on the ground on all fours, divulging the contents of her stomach. Kate's first instinct was to go to her, to put her hand to her back, to help keep her hair out of the way. But she was the second Kate now, or maybe the fourth. So she just stood there, waiting for the nausea to pass. The passing took longer than anticipated. Kate's feet started to hurt. She sat down on the curb. She stared out at the debris-strewn, vacant lot next door. Someone had abandoned a shopping cart filled with wet pieces of cardboard. Condoms, needles, tinfoil, spoons. The usual detritus that she'd come to accept riddled every part of the city but her own. Finally, Maggie groaned out what little liquid was left in her stomach. She wiped her mouth with her hand. Kate looked down at her hat. Jimmy's name was written inside the brim. She had no idea where her own hat was. She'd found her shoes in the back of Gail's car, but the hat was missing. Maggie sat back on her knees. She was panting. Kate said, "I meant to put a sachet in this hat last night. I keep some in my lingerie drawer. They smell like roses." Maggie looked out at the lot. Kate hooked the hat on her knee. She smoothed the legs of her pants. "My father's a psychiatrist." "God damn it," Maggie muttered. "That makes so much sense." Kate smiled because it probably did. "He's paying for my apartment. There was no insurance policy. I never claimed my husband's benefits, because I thought if I did, then it would mean he's really dead." Maggie turned to look at her. "I spent last night with a married man. He wants me to come back tonight, but I don't know if I will. Should I? Probably not." "Why are you telling me this?" "I don't know," Kate admitted. "You seemed so angry at me before. I thought it was because you knew I was lying. Now I'm not so sure." "Is this some sort of deal? Show me yours and I'll show you mine?" Kate shrugged. She didn't know what it was. "Jimmy's gay." Maggie's tone had a finality to it. "He wasn't lying about that. I've been fighting it all night, but I don't think he was lying about anything." Kate knew better than to ask for clarification. On the street, somebody tells you one lie, you just block out everything else. They can't be trusted. Maggie cleared her throat several times. She looked like she wanted to spit. "So, if he's telling the truth about something so horrible..." Her voice trailed off. She leaned over and spit on the ground. "I'm sorry." Kate didn't know why spitting felt less ladylike than throwing up, but it did. "Do you want me to go back into the bar and get you a glass of water?" All those men in there. She started shaking her head. They looked so normal. They are normal. Maggie looked back at her again. "You never thought about what your brother did with women? Why would you think about what he might be doing with men? It's all so easy for you. You just decide that this is the way things are and you go on like it doesn't matter. I can't sit around feeling sorry for myself. I tried that for 2 years and it gained me nothing. Kate, you cry all the time." She laughed because she didn't think of it as crying. The tears from the last few days were nothing like the ones she'd cried for Patrick. You have to get things out. You can't keep them bottled in all the time. That's easy to say when you have choices. You have a choice. Kate handed her the photo of Jimmy. You can choose to love your brother no matter what. Maggie cupped the photo in her hand. She stared at the image until a tear splashed onto Jimmy's face. All night, I didn't believe him. I know my brother. At least, I thought I knew him. Kate maintained her silent strategy. Maggie crumpled the photo. She stuck it in her pants pocket. Jimmy confessed to being the shooter. He killed all those men. Kate felt the words travel around her brain. They were like marbles in a wooden labyrinth puzzle rolling around, looking for the right path. Maggie said, Mark Porter, Greg Keene, Alex Ballard, Leonard Johnson, Don Wesley. Jimmy killed them all. Finally, Kate could speak. That's not possible. He wrote it down. Maggie pulled her notebook out of her pocket. His confession. I copied it. Where's the original? It doesn't matter. Kate took the notebook. Of course it matters. What happened to the original? My mother tore it up, all right? Are you going to read it or not? Confusion still clouded Kate's brain. She looked down at the letter and silently read the words. She had to go through the note twice before comprehension began to dawn. I am the Atlanta shooter. I killed those guys because I was a dirty fag with them, and I didn't want anybody to find out. Don't try to find me or I will kill more people. Maggie, I'm sorry that I never apologized to you. I should have told you that what happened wasn't your fault. Kate was so stunned that she could barely think of a response. Jimmy didn't write this. He did. It was his handwriting, his signature. It's not true. I know what you're going to say. I went through the same thing last night. Maggie indicated the bar. He's gay, Kate. Why would he tell the truth about being gay and lie about being a murderer? Kate's mouth opened, but she couldn't think what to say. You ask my Uncle Terry, the first one is worse than the second. Jimmy might as well have written a suicide note. Tell me why he said any of it, if it's not true. Because. Kate was still stymied. Because. Eduardo's description? That's Jimmy. Think about the shooter. He knows the police codes. He knows police routines and procedures. Don wouldn't be expecting Jimmy to pull a gun. Nobody would. And look at where we are. This is a gay bar where they had a memorial service for Don. You don't have a service for somebody you don't know. Don was gay. They were both gay, and Jimmy snapped and... Maggie, stop this. You're exhausted. You haven't slept all night. You're jumping to so many conclusions that you've forgotten the facts. I know the facts. Then let's go over them. Kate laid it out for her. Delilah said that the shooter was wearing jeans and a red shirt. Are you telling me Jimmy changed his clothes to kill Don, then changed back into his uniform before carrying him all the way to the hospital? Maggie started shaking her head. I don't know. I don't know what to think anymore. Does Jimmy own a red shirt? You said he only wears black, gray, and navy. The whore could have been lying, or Eduardo was. She told the same lie Jimmy did then. He said the shooter was wearing a red shirt and jeans. Maggie still could not accept it. Jimmy lied about the shooter. He said he was black. The shooter was wearing black gloves. That's why Jimmy said he was black. He probably saw the gun and the hand holding it, and then he dove for cover. After what you and I both went through yesterday, I think it's understandable that some of the details were lost. Maggie kept shaking her head. There were tears in her eyes. You just have to accept it. We both have to accept it. I won't accept anything of the sort. Kate finally realized that there was nothing to do but to tell Maggie the truth. Or at least part of it. The night that Don was killed, Jimmy got hurt too. Maggie looked dubious. I told you he has a bad knee.
That's not what I'm talking about. Some shrapnel from the bullet that killed Dawn was in Jimmy's thigh. Kate chose her words carefully. Maggie didn't need the details. I talked to the doctor at Grady who treated him. Jimmy didn't say anything about shrapnel. Kate flailed for an explanation. You know how Jimmy is. He's not going to admit he's hurt. He's too tough for that. Maggie looked desperate to be persuaded. What are you saying? Jimmy couldn't get shrapnel in his leg if he was holding the gun. Ergo, he was standing beside Dawn when it happened. Maggie put her hand to her neck. He had blood all over his face and chest. I remember thinking he had to be close when Dawn was shot. That's right, Kate agreed. He was standing beside Dawn when it happened. Maggie sat up. I saw fresh blood on Jimmy's pants. You were there. I was in the street with Conroy. You guys pulled up. I saw the blood and I asked him about it and he got really weird. She grabbed Kate's arm. Oh, Kate. Are you sure? That's really what the doctor said? You can talk to him yourself. Kate felt certain Philip would have no trouble spinning a white lie. We'll go there now. Maggie wasn't listening. She was still picking everything apart. I don't understand. Why would he say he killed those people? Stress? Kate was on shaky ground. This was more her father's area of expertise. Maybe at some level he felt responsible because he couldn't save Dawn? Maggie saw another hole in the confession. So all those guys were gay? Keene, Porter, Johnson, Ballard? You heard the bartender, Kate said. The force is full of them. But those guys had wives. They had mistresses. Kate could not begin to explain. She was only worried about Jimmy now. Why had he written those words? What could his motive possibly be? She read the letter again. Dirty fag. The phrase was something another person would call you, not something you would call yourself. Maggie said what they were both thinking. None of this makes sense. There's always a reason. We just need to figure it out. I've spent all night trying to. There's no reason. Maggie picked up a piece of gravel from the ground. She tossed it into the weeds. Kate read Jimmy's words aloud. I should have told you that what happened wasn't your fault. Maggie threw another rock. This one went farther. She was trying to hit the shopping cart. Kate silently read the lines again. I'm sorry that I never apologized to you. I should have told you that what happened wasn't your fault. She asked, What wasn't your fault? Maggie hurled another rock. This one landed closer to the cart. Instead of answering, she searched for another weapon. Kate looked down at the letter. She had it memorized by now. She stared instead at the cursive words. Maggie's handwriting was better than her own. The pen had bored down into the paper. She could feel the indentations through the back of the page. Maggie said, 8 years ago, Jimmy had this friend named Michael. Kate kept her eyes down. He was good-looking. Jimmy's friends are always good-looking. Maggie's sharp, surprised laugh indicated that she finally understood why. Michael slept over all the time. I was 15. I had a crush on him. He wouldn't give me the time of day. She gripped a rock in her hand. One night I was asleep, and I woke up and Michael was on top of me. She shrugged. I was stupid about that kind of stuff. I didn't really know what was going on. But it hurt like hell and he wouldn't stop. And Jimmy must have heard me scream because the next thing I know, he's in my room and he's beating the shit out of Michael. She glanced over at Kate. My mother was there, and my Uncle Terry. which was the first time I realized he spent the night sometimes. My sister was 5. She slept through it, but she knows about it now. Terry made sure of that. She threw the rock. It clanged against the metal cart. He hangs it over my head all the time. All of them do. It's what they use against me when I forget my place. Kate smoothed together her lips. She didn't know what to say. At least now Maggie's rage over Louis Conroy raping a teenager made some kind of sense. Maggie said, "You know, the whole time Jimmy was beating Michael, he kept screaming, 'How could you do this to me?' Like he was the one who was hurt. And he was hurt. I'd never seen him upset like that before. He was bawling, tears pouring down his face, snot dripping out of his nose. He wouldn't talk to me for months afterward. And when he finally did, it was never the same." She kicked at the gravel on the ground. I always thought that it was my fault. Because of what came afterward. Because I had shamed the family. But now I think Jimmy was upset because Michael had cheated on him. She laughed again. He was jealous of me. Or about what happened between me and Michael. Kate heard Maggie's words echo in her ears. What came afterward? What had come afterward? The nurse next door? Maggie took back her notebook and stared at Jimmy's confession. The weird thing is, Jimmy apologized to me yesterday when we were in the hospital. He told me he was sorry for what happened. First time he's ever apologized for anything. And I know that he was talking about that night with Michael because he said 7 years ago, and I told him it was 8 and he agreed. She shrugged at Kate. So why would he say he never apologized? He didn't apologize for what really happened. He was doped up on pain pills. Maybe he forgot he apologized. She closed the notebook. That still doesn't explain why he wrote these things, or where he is now. He could be with somebody you don't know. Maggie echoed Kate's earlier words. A secret person. He's probably with a friend, Maggie. Somebody who knows about Don and can comfort him. Kate tried. Look at the letter from his point of view. Revealing that he's gay means you won't show it to anybody else. And the part about hurting more people if you come looking for him? He never hurt any of them in the first place. He was trying to push you away. Terry's looking for him. Maggie's voice went down in distress. He's going to shoot him on sight. He told me himself. If you can't find Jimmy, then Terry can't. Maggie's desperation was back. I don't know what to do. We need to keep doing what we've been doing. Work the case. This is a big break. Dawn and Jimmy were targeted by the shooter for a reason. If that reason is because the shooter hates gay men, then we have a connection. What if Jimmy knows who the shooter is? What if it's somebody he was with and he knows the guy is killing people but he can't turn him in? That sounded as good an explanation as any, but it still got them nowhere. We can sit around talking conspiracy theories, or we can actually start looking into things. Maggie said, maybe Jimmy is tracking him on his own. That's what he was doing yesterday when that woman shot him. Maybe Jimmy has a lead and writing the letter was his way of making sure we didn't get in the way. Again, Kate could not argue with the theory. I don't see how we can get in the way if we keep working the case the same way we've been working it. You mean the files? Maggie said. Terry has them. He doesn't have our brains, and you have yet to notice what an excellent memory I have. Kate had no problem recalling all the questions she had yesterday after reading the shooter files. Autopsies are public records. Would a doctor censor the documents if he found evidence that led him to believe that the victims were gay? I have no idea. What about your friend at the coroner's office?
All she does is type the reports. They don't tell her anything. Maggie rubbed her eyes. Mark Porter was happily married. Greg Keene was separated from his wife. I didn't know Ballard and Johnson. They were married, according to their files. 2 kids each. Gail might know more. She's in everybody's business.
Then let's go to the hospital.
Kate pushed herself up. She offered her hand to Maggie.
You get the gossip from Gail. I know a doctor who might be able to answer our other question about the autopsy.
Maggie stood on her own. What if we're wrong and Jimmy's missing for another reason? Kate repeated her earlier advice. We just keep moving forward until we figure it out. Chapter 29. Fox flicked up his coat collar as he walked through the train yard. He hadn't shaved today. He smelled of booze. He was dressed in his usual camouflage.
Nothing to see here, buddy. Just another bum looking for a dry place to hole up.
He had expected to open his front door this morning and find the newspaper screaming up a headline about a cop who had confessed to the most heinous of crimes. Instead, he saw a story about the mayor's new integration plan. Fox's eyesight was good. He stood over the paper, read the first few lines, then quietly shut the door. An unexpected development. Fox's plan had depended upon the confession being made public. There had to be a day of reckoning. Jimmy Lawson had to be hunted. He had to be captured by a hero cop, and then he had to be handled by a hero force. 1, maybe 2 men would be selected for the task. Trusted men. Men with steady hands and iron constitutions. Jimmy could not be allowed to tell his story. The force could not handle the shame. This fallen officer had been one of their own. Would they let the world know that they had harbored a murderer, a deviant in the Brotherhood? No, sir. The good men who controlled this city would not let that happen. Fox knew for a fact that shame was a great motivator. It was why Jimmy had broken so quickly. All Fox had to do was press the gun to Jimmy's head. And the next thing he knew, Jimmy was sitting at the Lawson dining room table with a pen in his hand. And then the problem started. Jimmy's tears had wet the paper. Fox made him start over. Jimmy's pen had torn the page. Fox made him start over. Jimmy had fucked up so many times that Fox had finally dictated every single word to him. And then Jimmy had asked for permission to write more. Who would have guessed the guy gave a shit about his sister? Fox had been an only child, as were his parents. There were no cousins to play with. The only uncle he ever knew was his Uncle Sam. Fox had never given any thought to what it might be like to have a sibling. Just one more head for Senior to cuff. One more ass for him to beat. One more hand to crush with the heel of his shoe. Another pair of legs to break. Because, of course, it wasn't just Fox's mother. Why just beat on a woman when you could wail on a growing boy? Fox didn't ask Jimmy what he was apologizing to his sister for. They had time, but not that much time. If Jimmy was sending some kind of code, Fox was worried not one bit. No one would listen to Maggie Lawson. Fox had considered her for a target years ago and decided that she just wasn't worth it. A woman like that would burn herself out on her own. Maggie had brought so much shame onto the family that her own mother couldn't hold up her head when she walked down the street. What Fox didn't count on was Terry Lawson's shame. Jimmy was his blood. Fox should have known an old soldier like Terry would want to put his nephew down himself. An unexpected development, but one Fox could put to his own good use. That was what a man did. Other men looked at problems. Fox looked at solutions. Still, Fox was nervous. Could Kate do her part?
Could Fox coax her into his lair? He felt a breath on the back of his neck. He heard the invisible footsteps sneaking up behind him. He saw the flicker of the leaves that could be the wind, or could be a man with a knife, who would silently slit Fox's throat, then hide in the jungle, waiting for the next white face that came along. Fox had seen it happen. They called him Mick. He had a movie star's features, but he was willing to get his hands dirty. Adaptable. Smart. He learned the ropes. He paid his dues. And then he went in the wrong direction, ignored the right signs, and ended up with his neck cut back to his spine. Fox had not tracked the killer. He was too much in awe of his work. Mick was 10, maybe 15 feet away from Fox when his time came. Fox was transfixed by the killer's dance. The elegant tiptoe through the jungle. The graceful swing of the machete. The lissome turn of his head, to keep the spray of arterial blood from clouding his vision. An artist. That was how Fox was going to be today. He had planned the dance in his head. There was just the matter of leading Kate to the center of the floor. Walking across the train yard, Fox heard the music start up in his head. Chapter 30. Kate tried to ignore the knowing looks she got from the nurse when she asked how to find Dr. Van Zant's office. If she hadn't felt like a whore already, she certainly did now. She checked her watch as she walked down the hallway. Kate had allotted herself 10 minutes to ask Philip her questions. Gail was in the bowels of the hospital having some sort of test performed. The nurse had said she would be at least half an hour. Kate didn't need to be in a room with Philip for that long. 10 minutes was more than enough time for him to give her a straight answer. These were probably fool's errands anyway. Gail Patterson wasn't sitting on information that could break this case wide open. She was too smart a cop not to have already put it together if she did. And Kate wasn't certain that Maggie was up to the job. While she could see how Maggie had gotten to the point, Kate was slightly appalled that the woman could think even for a moment that her brother was capable of mass murder. As to the questions they had for Philip, so what if all the dead men were homosexuals? What could Kate and Maggie do with that information? There was nowhere for them to go, no one to talk to. They couldn't start questioning members of the gay community because they had no idea who they were. Kate occasionally read an alternative newspaper. Their offices might be a starting point. Or they could go back to the bartenders at Dabbler's. Or they could just run around in circles until they bumped heads and fell down. Philip's office door was closed. Kate heard the deep vibrato of his voice. He was obviously on the phone. He was probably talking to another woman, possibly his wife. Kate almost didn't knock, but a couple of snickering nurses walked by, and she knocked so loudly that the door shook. "Yes?" he called. Kate opened the door. Philip was sitting behind a metal desk. He held a telephone to his ear. 2 leather sled chairs were across from him. A sleek leather couch took up the entire left side of the room. He was wearing a dark blue suit that brought out the color in his eyes, and an open-necked yellow shirt that showed the curling hair on his chest. Kate wanted to turn around and walk back out the door. "Darling." He hung up the phone and rose from his chair. "What a pleasure to see you." "I'm here on business." She shut the door. "I need to talk to you about sperm." "I'd be happy to make you some more." Kate silently cursed her verbal idiocy. "This is serious." "Of course it is. I can see that now." He indicated the couch. Kate sat on the edge of one of the deep chairs. He said, "May I ask if you're well? You left in such a hurry this morning." "Yes, Dr. Van Ziplis. Thank you for your concern." He laughed, seemingly more delighted with the name than Oma.
He sat behind his desk. Now let's be serious. What is your question, Officer Murphy? Would a doctor lie on an autopsy report? His interest was piqued. I suppose it would depend on what was found. If a man was homosexual, would there be physical signs? The short answer is yes. He leaned back in his chair. As for your original question, you would likely find traces in the areas you would expect to find traces. If it was ingested with 1 to 2 hours of death, it might be found in the stomach. Sperm is high in fat and protein, which takes time for the digestive system to process, though the caloric value is roughly the same as a can of Tab, which I would like for you to keep in mind. Kate caught herself before she stupidly asked him why. Let's say that the coroner found traces where you mentioned, or found evidence in the stomach. Would these findings be noted on the autopsy report, or is that something that would be left off? I would leave them off if they didn't serve a purpose, but then I am a man of great discretion. Shall I call the coroner for you and find out? You know the coroner? One of them, Artie Benowitz. He noted Kate's surprise. Yeah, that putz. Bottom of his class at UGA. Let me give him a call. He picked up the phone. Candy, can you get me Dr. Benowitz, please? He winked at Kate. She looked at her watch. How had this only taken 4 minutes? Kate glanced around the office. The couch was longer than Philip was tall. The chairs were so deep that her hamstrings were starting to ache from the effort of keeping herself perched on the edge. Philip cupped his hand to the phone. Do you have names for me? Kate took out her notebook. She flipped to the names of the dead officers. They were double homicides, so they go together, 2 and 2. I can't hear you. Could you please come sit in my lap? Kate slapped the notebook down in front of him. Philip silently read the list. These are the police officers who were executed. Yes. He held up a finger and spoke into the phone. Hello, Artie? Yes, Van Zipplis here. He winked at Kate again. She wanted to smack him. I've got some names for you. I need to know if they were Fagelas. He read the names from the list. At the same time, he reached his hand into his jacket pocket. Kate saw a flash of black silk in his hand. She lunged across the desk. He snatched back her underwear. He said, Yes, I'll hold. Philip? Kate struggled to control her voice. He moved the receiver away from his mouth. I found these in my car this morning. Do you know to whom they belong? Give them to me. You don't want them. I wore them on my head as I drove to work. Kate held out her hand. Now. But they're so silky. He tucked her underwear down the front of his pants. I love the way they feel against my... Yes. He moved the phone back to his mouth. I'm here, Artie. That's great. No sign whatsoever. What's that? He moved the phone away again, telling Kate. Artie took the liberty. Don Wesley is an affirmative. The other 4 are a no. Anything else? Kate grabbed a pen and added Lionel Rosa's name to the list. This man was killed yesterday. His mother is trying to get him released. She's already sitting Shiva. Philip sat up in his chair. His voice lost its teasing tone, and he relayed the information to Artie Benowitz. There was no more small talk at the end. He simply hung up the phone. Mr. Rosa will be released this afternoon. Thank you. Kate felt relieved. At least that was one good thing she was able to do today. Now will you give me back my underwear? Darling, I would like very much for you to come get it. Kate gripped her hands in her lap. Please try to be serious. I've just seen you do it, so I know it's possible. But I keep thinking of your hand in my pants. I can't concentrate. She gave up. Where is this going? Why does it have to go anywhere? Kate had had her fill of him always answering her questions with more questions. Listen to me, Caitlin.
Philip came around his desk and sat in the chair beside her.
Will you let me hold your hands? This really requires me to hold your hands.
She reluctantly let him hold her hands. He gazed into her eyes.
I've wanted you from the moment I saw you in Janice Sadler's basement.
You were the most beautiful girl I had seen in my life. I carried the memory of your kisses to Jerusalem. I begged my parents to let me return. I wrote our names in the back of my notebooks. Mr. Caitlin Herschel. I kissed my hand and pretended it was you. Kate laughed, because this was ridiculous even for Philip.
Then why didn't you look me up when you came back to America? I was still single then.
He held her hands more gently.
Because I have a duty to marry a Jewish woman who will raise my children in our faith, so that they will raise their children in their faith, and so on until our people are made whole again.
Kate slid away from his grasp.
And what am I in this equation? You are my shiksa without the guilt.
I'm as Jewish as you are.
Yeah, but you smell better.
He nuzzled her neck. Kate pushed him away. I'm working. I have to be back downstairs, and she looked at her watch and wondered if the hands had somehow moved backward. Gail was still in the middle of her test. Kate had lied like a cat in a sunbeam all week, but suddenly the skill abandoned her.
I only have 15 minutes. So, kiss me for 14 minutes. That leaves you plenty of time to get downstairs.
Why do I get the feeling you've done that math before? Philip shot his cuffs. He showed Kate his digital watch. He pressed a few buttons, and a timer came up showing 14 minutes.
Philip.
He started the timer. She said, I should go.
But you're not.
Kate pressed her hands against the seat of the chair. She did not stand.
Do you know how perfect your mouth is?
He looked down at her lips.
I think about the color all the time. Is it like roses? Tulips? It drives me mad just wondering.
She smiled, but not because he was charming. He talked to her like a pimp. Except he wasn't tricking her out. He was turning her feral.
Here.
Philip took her hand and pressed it to his chest.
Do you feel my pounding heart? Do you understand the effect you have on me?
His heart was beating fast. She could feel it through his shirt. Kate moved her hand to his open collar. The skin was hot. She let her fingers travel up to his face. His cheek was rough with stubble. His lips were so soft. Kate kissed him because she wanted to. She wrapped her hand around the back of his neck. She pulled him close. All because she wanted to. Philip hardly needed encouragement. He took off her belts with a practiced authority. Kate didn't let herself wonder why he knew how. She concentrated on his mouth, his hands. He went down on his knees in front of her. Kate's shirt came off. He unhooked her bra. She leaned back in the chair. She pressed her foot against his desk. Her head dropped back as he pulled down her underwear. And then he slowed everything down. His tongue made soft, lazy circles around her breast, down her stomach. He inched languorously downward until he was gently stroking between her legs. Kate ran her fingers through his thick hair. He was watching her, noting her breathing, her responses, so he could build her pleasure at his own leisurely pace.
Philip.
She thought about his goddamn watch. Come on, please. He allowed her to pull him back up. Kate bit his lip. She sucked his tongue. She tried to coax him with her hand, but he wouldn't let her. He would not be rushed. He kept the same languid pace until his mouth had set her body on fire. When he finally eased into her, it was with such exquisite slowness that Kate's teeth wanted to chatter. He pulled out by degrees, her body clenched for him. She felt hollow. And then he pushed back inside, and she moaned with pleasure. Caitlin. His breath was hot in her ear. He kept the same maddening rhythm. Do you like the way I'm fucking you? Kate dug her fingernails into his skin. Do you want me to go slower? No. He was killing her. Please. Are you sure? Philip. She couldn't stand it anymore. Just shut up and fuck me. Chapter 31. Maggie stood outside Gail's hospital room, listening to the stray calls coming through her radio. The chatter was soothing. No one was looking for her brother anymore. There had been a bank robbery downtown. 2 tellers and a guard had been gunned down. All available cars were dispatched to search for the robber. Maggie should have been relieved to hear they weren't looking for Jemmy. Instead, she was disgusted with herself. Why had she believed his letter even for a moment? What was wrong with her? When they were little, Jimmy was always tricking Maggie. He pretended he didn't know where her shoes were. He hid her books or shrugged when she asked if he'd seen her skate key, even though it was in his back pocket. He did that stupid thing in the swimming pool where he squirted water in her face. Every time, Maggie did the same thing she'd done last night. She overrode that nagging in her gut and believed Jimmy, not because she was gullible, but because part of her could not accept that her brother would ever lie to her. Yesterday had been one of the worst days of Maggie's life. She had been embarrassed by Terry and his friends. She had killed a man. Gail had been hurt. Terry had thrown her around like a frisbee. By the time she'd read Jimmy's confession, Maggie had been like Kate after she hit the cinder block wall. Shock had taken over. She couldn't think straight. She couldn't see straight. Her brain couldn't grasp reality. That was the only explanation for why the words of a grieving transsexual and a gay bartender had turned Maggie's doubt into certainty. All night, she had struggled against the contents of Jimmy's letter. Her thoughts kept ping-ponging back and forth. For every yes, there was a but. But he didn't have to, but he dated so many girls. But he was so dependable and honest, even to a fault. 2 days ago, Maggie had laid it out to Kate outside of the colonnade. People lie all the time. But if enough people tell the same story, then you have to accept that maybe they are telling the truth. Talking to that bartender, hearing him call her brother Jim, watching the way he smiled when he looked at Jimmy's photo, that was proof of one thing. And if Jimmy was telling the truth about that one thing, then it followed that he was telling the truth about the other. Just like that, Maggie had to accept Jimmy for lost. She had given up on her brother just as quickly as Terry had. At least, Maggie had given up for different reasons. Terry was stricken about Jimmy being gay. Thinking he was a killer was almost incidental. Maggie was the opposite. And now that the worst of all possibilities was removed, the other was one burden too many. Maggie would deal with that later, after Jimmy was back home and the real shooter was caught. For now, they had to keep moving forward. Kate was right about that. All they could do was work the case into the ground. Maggie was exhausted, but she couldn't even think about sleep until she knew that her brother was safe. She heard laughter from inside Gail's room. Bud Deacon, Mac McKay, and Chip Bigsby had dropped by for a visit. They were talking football with Trouble, Gail's husband. The men were joking around like they were all friends. Maggie couldn't fault them for their hypocrisy. This is what cops did. No matter who you were, no matter how much everybody hated you,
If you wound up in the hospital, you were guaranteed to be paid a call by every cop on the force. They had done the same thing for Jimmy the day before. And if Terry found him, they would do the same thing at Jimmy's funeral. He wouldn't listen to Maggie. She had called Terry from the payphone outside the emergency room. She had told her uncle that she knew for a fact that Jimmy wasn't the shooter. When Terry had asked her for proof, Maggie had stuttered like a moron. What proof did she have, other than a gut feeling and some second-hand information from the sheep? It sounded like a bunch of he said, she said. Terry didn't trust doctors. Other than fingerprints and blood type, he thought forensics was a load of shit. He didn't deal in nuance. He wanted cold, hard truths. In the end, Maggie's only fallback was to ask him to trust her. Terry was still laughing when he hung up the phone. Maggie's transmitter beeped. Unit 5, dispatch, what's your 1020? She pressed her shoulder mic. Dispatch Unit 5, I'm at Grady Hospital. 10-4, Unit 5, you're requested 1019. 10-4. Maggie let go of the mic. They wanted her back at the station. She didn't want to think about what would happen once she got there. Terry couldn't force her to quit, but he could fabricate a reason to fire her. She looked at her watch. Kate was 2 minutes late. She'd practically begged Maggie to meet her here at 12:30 on the dot. Hopefully, she was following up on a solid lead. What are you doing out here, gal? Mac was his usual 3 sheets to the wind. She had to step back so she didn't get a contact high. You should be out looking for your brother. Maggie bristled. If Jimmy wants to be found, somebody will find him. Listen to tough gal here, Chip said. He looked a hell of a lot better than Bud and Mac, but that wasn't saying much. They were all around Terry's age, but they looked like old men. Too much booze, too many late nights and early mornings. When they first started on the force, that was the only way to do the job. Now that things had changed, they didn't know how to stop. Bud asked, You ever find out why Mark broke his fingernail? Mac chuckled at the joke. Like Mark Porter's death was inconsequential. Yes, I did. Maggie talked over their laughter. We've got a lot of leads, actually. Murphy and I have been working the case all morning. We found a witness. Woo-hoo, Bud said. He obviously didn't believe her. Girlie here found a witness. How about that, Chipper? Guess we'll read about it in the newspaper. Chip smirked at the idea. Let's get out of here. We ain't got all day to wait for that crazy old slit. No, we ain't. Mac took his gloves out of his coat pocket. They were black leather, the same as Terry's, the same as Jimmy's, the same as everybody's. Detective Tits. Chip gave Maggie a half-assed salute as they walked away. Maggie rested her hand on her nightstick. She couldn't summon her earlier rage. Why had she told them anything? How many more mistakes was she going to make today? She'd already broken down in front of Kate. Now she told Bud, Mac, and Chip a lie, that they would probably radio into Terry as soon as they'd reached their respective cars. How long before Terry tracked down Maggie and asked her what the hell she was doing? That was all she needed to start her afternoon, to take a beat down in front of Kate Murphy. Hey, Mama! Gail yelled from down the hallway. A nurse was pushing her in a wheelchair. A large bandage was wrapped around Gail's head and covered her injured eye. Her hospital gown rode up her legs. She didn't bother to keep her knees together. How long you been here? Not long. Maggie felt the embarrassing urge to cry. Gail was sitting up. She was talking. She sounded like her old self. Damn, where'd you get them bruises? Maggie shook her head. She didn't trust herself to speak. This was the problem with letting yourself cry. Once you gave in, you lost your ability to fight it back the next time.
Gail told the nurse, "Thanks, doll, I got it." She took over the chair and rolled herself into the room. "Trouble!" Trouble was lying in bed reading a car magazine.
"Oh, hey, Maggie. What's up, babe?"
They had me in some damn machine downstairs. Wouldn't let me smoke for 45 minutes.
He rolled out of bed and handed Gail her purse.
"What'd they say?"
Jack shit, same as they been saying.
She held her head at an awkward angle so she could see inside her purse.
Did you smoke all my cigarettes, you asshole?
"I got bored."
Gail leveled him with a look from her remaining eye.
"There's a machine downstairs."
Trouble scampered out of the room.
He's driving me batshit.
Gail rolled herself toward the window.
Won't leave me alone. Keeps fetching me pillows, filling the pitcher with ice water. You know I don't drink water. What the hell is he thinking?
Maggie knew she didn't expect an answer.
This thing sucks.
Gail meant the bandage.
Can't look down because my eyeball might fall out.
She laughed at Maggie's expression.
Shit, gal, I've been through worse. Talk to me about work. Nobody will tell me squat.
Maggie tried to put her thoughts together. She had come to Gail for a reason. What do you know about Alex Ballard and Leonard Johnson?
Not a lot. They were good cops. Hated the shit out of each other. Always fighting.
Maggie hadn't read that in their files. About what?
Who the fuck knows?
Gail concentrated on turning her chair.
Bosses put them together because they're both married to black chicks. Thought they would have something in common. Typical high-handed bullshit.
Maggie guessed both men being married to blacks was some kind of connection. What about Greg Keene and Mark Porter? Were they married to minorities?
Not that I know of. Keene's a poonhound, but that comes with the job.
Gail pointed to a folder on the bedside table.
Rick Anderson left that for you. He had to ditch Jake Coffey to run downtown and get it, which he said twice, so I'm assuming he's expecting you to thank him for it in an off-duty way.
I'll put a note on his windshield. Maggie opened the file. Eduardo Rosa's rap sheet. There were 6 pages, front and back.
Been like Grand Central Station here all morning.
Gail clamped the brake on her wheelchair. She had turned sideways so she could see Maggie.
Rick was here, Cal Vic, Les Leslie brought me some whiskey. Red Fleming drank half of it. Your Uncle Terry finished the rest. Couple of colored girls brought me some chocolate. Delroy and Watson. You know 'em?
Maggie looked up from the sheet. Delroy and Watson. She could tell from the way Gail was staring at her that they'd blabbed about finding Louis Conroy naked in a phone booth. Gail asked,
Did it feel good?
When I was doing it, Maggie admitted. Afterward, she shrugged. She knew Conroy deserved it. Even on top of what Delroy and Watson had planned, he deserved it. Still, Maggie felt bad. Not for Conroy, but for herself. She had lost control. She'd never done that before. Gail said, It always feels good when you're doing it. Does it always feel bad after? Every goddamn time. Maggie couldn't bear Gail's scrutiny. She looked down at the rap sheet again. Eduardo Rosa's early life was typical to most criminals. Convenience store robberies, liquor store holdups, a few years in and out of the big house. On paper, it looked like he'd cleaned up his life. There was nothing recent in the last 20 years, probably because Gerald had handled the family's criminal exploits. Eduardo. Gail pronounced the name phonetically.
Who's that cat?
The tranny pimp. Maggie closed the file. Or, at least the pimp's mother, father, husband. She sounded like Kate. Remember the Portuguese lady? Gail made a face that Maggie deserved. Of course she remembered the Portuguese lady. She's really a man. We saw her this morning. She practically had a beard.
Holy shit! Gail laughed so hard her foot kicked out. Hot damn! The chair rattled from her laughter. She looked up at the ceiling to keep from doubling over. Oh, Jesus! Maggie smiled, not because it was funny, but because she was relieved that Gail could still laugh about things. Shit! Gail wiped her good eye. Shit, man, that's a cracker. I think I peed myself. She told Maggie. Really, I think I did. Should I get a nurse? Nah, let Trouble deal with it. He likes that stuff. Gail stuck her hand into her purse and started blindly digging around. Can't believe none of those dipshits picked up on it yesterday. The entire station must have been at that house. Somebody took her statement. She gave them an alternate name. Maggie didn't go into Gerald and Sir Sheik. Gail had had enough fun this morning. Did you know Murphy's Jewish? Sure. Wanda Clack told me. Read it in her file. Of course she did. She's rich, too. No shit. Gail's penchant for sarcasm had obviously recovered. What gave it away? The fancy accent or the car? Maggie couldn't bring herself to ask about the car. She's been lying about a lot of things. Oh, gosh, Gail mimicked. Tell me something, kid. You been saying you got them bruises from falling down the stairs? Maggie didn't answer. Gail held up her purse so she could look inside. Come over here. Pull up that chair. Maggie sat down in front of her. You think she'll make a good cop? Murphy? Gail opened her compact. I'm still trying to puzzle that gal out. Closer. Maggie leaned closer. Gail used the sponge to pat foundation on Maggie's cheek. She was gentle, but the pain made Maggie's toes curl. Murphy's got to sink or swim on her own. Nothing we can do for her. She's sharp as a tack, but she's too stupid to know when to be scared. She's scared of Terry. Shit, he ain't gonna hurt her. It's not like she's family. Maggie laughed because it was probably true. Stop smiling, this is hard work. He clocked you good. Maggie closed her eyes as Gail blended in the makeup around her eye. She couldn't recall the last time someone had taken care of her. Delia wasn't the type to fuss over her children. The few times Maggie had been sick with a cold or the flu, her mother had sent her to her room so no one else would catch it. Even the day Maggie had come home from next door, Delia had told her to go upstairs and stay in her room. The only person who'd cared about her well-being was Deathly. He had stood by the couch in his mother's kitchen. The cords from his hearing aids were sticking out of his ears. The receiver was strapped across his chest. She had never been that close to him before. He had the kindest eyes that Maggie had ever seen. There you go, Miss America. Gail had finished the makeup job. It's not your color, but that's the best I can do. Maggie took the compact so she could see herself in the mirror. Gail's skin tone was darker. The foundation was a little too tan. Still, the bruises were covered. Thanks. Listen, baby. Gail dropped the compact back into her purse. What went down yesterday? Bad shit happens. That's just how it is. Maggie knew she was right, but her gut kept telling her otherwise. You killed that fat motherfucker. That was good. I got hurt. That was bad. She shrugged. That's the job. You've been doing it for 5 years. You're gonna do it another 50 more. She gripped the arms of the chair. You got ice water in your veins, same as me, kid. Ain't nobody on this earth right now I trust more than you. I feel the same way. Good. Gail nodded. That's out of the way. Now tell me about this bolo on Jimmy. Maggie thought about Jimmy's confession, what they'd found out at Dabbler's.
Maybe she didn't trust Gail as much as she wanted to. He just disappeared.
Well, that don't sound like Jimmy.
She tried Kate's line of reasoning. Don was shot right in front of him. Jimmy got shot yesterday. That's 2 bullets that nearly took him out in 2 days. I think he needed to go off somewhere and pull himself together.
Jimmy Lawson, your brother.
Gail sounded extremely skeptical.
He don't sulk out of sight. Shit, no man sulks unless a woman can see him. What's the point otherwise?
This is different. He's not sulking. I think he really got scared.
And he didn't tell you where he was going? Didn't tell Terry or Bud or Chip or any of them?
Gail shook her head.
Nah, kid, I don't buy it.
He left a note. Maggie didn't show her what she'd transcribed. He said he wanted to be alone.
Did he say why?
No. Maggie kept eye contact. She regulated her breathing. She didn't fidget or shift in her chair. Gail saw right through it.
You're lying to me.
Maggie bit her lip. Even if she wanted to tell Gail, she couldn't. There was too much to explain. Maggie couldn't put herself through it again. And she couldn't tell Jimmy's secret. The gossip would be too irresistible for Gail. Plus, Maggie knew from experience that as much as Gail loved to raise hell, she could be extremely judgmental when she caught other people crossing the line. Maggie settled on telling her, I looked for Jimmy all night. He doesn't want to be found. She grappled for a better lie. He said in his note not to look for him.
What else did he say?
That was it. I'm going away, don't look for me. You know Jimmy. He's not going to write a book.
He turn in his papers to the boss?
No.
He asked for time off?
No.
He tell your mama he was leaving?
No. Gail wasn't swayed.
That's all right, Chickie. I lie to you sometimes, too.
I'm not... Maggie caught herself. She couldn't even lie about lying.
You're trying to put together this case, Gail said. You think you got a line on the shooter?
I don't know anything.
Bullshit.
Gail still thought she was lying.
You asked me about the cops who got killed. Why didn't you ask me about Dawn?
Maggie said the first thing that came into her head. Tell me about him. She shrugged, like she hadn't solicited the question.
He had his demons.
Such as?
War.
Gail leaned on the arm of the chair.
It tears these guys up. They go in thinking it's for God and country, and they come out knowing it's all bullshit. Just a bunch of old generals playing battleship because that's the only way they can get their dicks up.
I heard Don pushed his girlfriend around.
Pocahontas.
Gail snorted at the name.
Look it. That don't mean nothing. All them soldiers come back seeing the world a different way. Most of 'em let it go, get on with their lives, raise a family. Some of 'em can't do it. Look at your Uncle Terry. All that shit he saw over in Europe. Don't think for a minute that ain't still with him. Jet almost lost an arm at Midway. Mac was captured in the Philippines. Chip and Red pissed away their souls at Guadalcanal. Who the hell knows what Rick did over in Nam? Point is, they hold on to it too. But in different ways. That's just how it is.
Pocahontas, Maggie echoed. That was the only thing she had heard. Her gut was telling her not to let it go. Don Wesley's girlfriend was American Indian. Alex Ballard and Leonard Johnson were married to black women. Jimmy didn't have a girlfriend, but he might have a boyfriend. She asked Gail, "Do you remember Mark Porter's wife from the funeral?"
Yeah, I think so.
She was white, right?
White as snow. Short, round, kind of looked like Toady Fields. High as a fucking kite. I saw her going for a toke behind the hearse.
Gail picked up on Maggie's train of thought.
I know Greg Keene's wife is white, too. If she was black, I would have heard about it. Where are you going with this, kid?
It's just weird that 3 of them had women who weren't white.
You gotta take Jimmy and Dawn out of the equation. They don't usually work nights. They were filling in for Rick Anderson and Jake Coffey.
Gail rubbed her chin in thought.
Rick ain't got a gal that I know of, though, bless his heart, he's trying. Jake's girlfriend is all hippy-dippy. Good-looking, though, kinda has a Marina Oswald thing going. Works for some group that's been trying to start a union down at the supermarket.
Jimmy and Dawn weren't the targets. Maggie had to say the words out loud. She didn't know why she felt relieved. If her brother was going to have a target on his back, she wanted it to be because he was a cop, not because he was gay. Gail blew out a huff of air.
So, dead end number 10,000 whatever the fuck.
She reached into her purse.
Shit, where's trouble with my cigs?
Maggie shook her head. She was still thinking it through. Rick was one of the good ones. That's what everybody said. He helped the women out. He took up for them when he could. He didn't seem to mind that they were on the job. Jake Coffey was the same way. So there was a connection between 4 of the men at least. 6 if you counted Dawn and Jimmy. They were all men who were bucking the system.
Am I interrupting?
Kate stood in the open door. She was glowing again, the same way she'd looked when the elevator doors opened this morning.
I'm sorry I'm late. The conversation took longer than I expected.
Gail gave a raspy chuckle.
Hey, Mama, where do I get some of that conversation you just got?
Kate blushed.
Gail, I'm glad to see you're up and about.
I'm so sorry that... Gail clicked her tongue. Kate smiled, but her cheeks were still red.
Do you mind if I use your restroom?
Take your time, darling. Looks like you need a sec.
Gail was still chuckling when Kate shut the bathroom door.
My. That slick bitch might be a cop after all.
Maggie didn't care about Kate. Gail, what were we talking about before? All of the victims. They stood up to the system.
What's that?
Gail was still distracted. Ballard and Johnson were married to black women. How did their station house feel about that?
How do you think? They put a goddamn noose in Ballard's locker.
And Jake's girlfriend, what about her?
Shit, she's as white as you or me, but she's some kind of communist trying to start a union like that.
And Rick is practically a hippie. He's the only guy I know who thinks women should be on the job. Gail rested her chin in her hand. She was giving it serious thought now.
Porter voted for McGovern, had a bumper sticker on his car.
So did Jake Coffey. Maggie remembered the teasing he'd gotten at the station house. Cal Vick had revoked his parking pass. The bathroom door opened. Kate had obviously been listening. Greg King drove a Toyota. I read it in his file. She's right, Maggie said. The toaster-sized foreign car got lost in the sea of Fords and Buicks, with their extended front ends and beefed-up chassis. Kate said, King also had a peace symbol tattooed on his arm. I saw it in the autopsy report. Maggie said, You didn't tell me that. I'm sorry. The tattoo was on his upper arm anyway. No one could see it. Maggie had showered in the men's locker room last night. There were no curtains, just a pole in the center of a tiled room with shower nozzles all around. Everyone would have seen it. Gail said, You know, I've been thinking about that bullet that took out Sir Sheik. Came all the way from across the street. Shooter must have used a rifle. That's what, 50 yards? At least. Maggie hadn't considered the skill involved in hitting such a precise target. Gail said, I fooled around with a rifle once. You gotta know what you're doing. Take wind direction into account, anticipate where your target's gonna move.
It's not like a shotgun where you just yank the trigger and blow a hole in the fucker.
Kate said what they all were thinking. He could be a cop or a soldier.
This was the same description the bartender had given them at Dabbler's. Gail told them, "There's only one gun range fitted out for rifles. It's over by the women's prison. The city owns it, but there are civilians, too." Gail frowned. She obviously didn't like where this was going. Shit. It's what we were saying in the car. The shooter could be some ex-military jackass hanging around cops. You see it all the time. They can't make it through the academy, so they buzz around cops, picking up the lingo, hearing the stories. You know how we are. Give us a couple of beers and you can't shut us up. Kate said, "That's how he would know the codes and procedures." Maggie thought about all the time Jimmy spent at the gun range. He was one of the best shots on the force. Her earlier theory floated back up. Had Jimmy met someone? Was there a man at the range who was good with a rifle? And was the man more to Jimmy than just someone who knew how to handle a weapon? Kate said, "I remember at the range that they had targets posted on the wall. It's part of some sort of scoring system." "That's Jet's department. He's the range master." Maggie knew anything she said to the man would go straight back to Terry. She asked Gail, "Can you call him?" "Don't trust that asshole. Go down to the range and see for yourself. Murphy's right. The targets are on the wall plain as day. They got the names written right underneath them." She pointed at Maggie. "You find out who's the top scorer, then you'll have a good suspect." Kate asked, "Maggie, did you hear the radio? We're supposed to go back to the station. They upped the reward. They've been inundated with calls." "You go back." Maggie stood up. "Somebody downstairs can give you a ride." "I'm not going to leave you alone." Kate had her hands on her hips. She sounded like a cop until she said, "Don't be silly." Gail said, "Both of you go. You think they're gonna write you up if you figure out who the shooter is? Even Terry won't be able to fuck with you." She grabbed Maggie's arm. "Only you listen to me, sweetheart. Make sure it's by the book. You don't go handing this off to your uncle or one of those other dumbasses. It's gotta stand up in court." Maggie stared at Gail. This was the closest she'd ever come to saying that Terry had planted the evidence against Edward Spivey. The gun found in the sewer grate. The bloody shirt. The two snitches who put one hand on the Bible while holding a get-out-of-jail-free card in the other. Nobody seriously believed Terry had gotten that lucky. And the shitty part was that the case against Spivey was solid without the fake evidence. At the trial, his lawyer had used the gun and shirt as misdirection, waving both items in front of the jury while the prosecutor's case disappeared out the door. "Okay," Maggie said, a tacit agreement to all that was left unsaid. "If I find anything at the range, we'll do it the right way. I'll radio Rick and Jake. We'll take it straight up to the brass." "Good girl." Kate's radio squealed with feedback. Instead of turning down the volume, she covered her ears. Maggie turned off her transmitter. She told Kate, "Just turn down." "No," Gail told Kate. "Turn it up. Turn up your radio." Kate adjusted the volume. A familiar, long, drawn-out tone came out of the speaker, like someone was holding down a button on the telephone. Maggie said, "Change it to..." Kate was already tuning in the restricted emergency channel. 1099. Terry's voice was clear as a bell. There was none of the panic from the day before. He sounded steely, resigned. 1099, shots fired at Howell Yard. Confirmed shooter sighting. "Howell Yard," Gail said. "That's the railroad tracks over near CT." Maggie focused on Terry's voice. He was too calm. There was no fear, no excitement. "He's got Jimmy." Chapter 32. Maggie swung the cruiser across town. The lights and siren were on, but as usual, no one cared. Cars stopped in the middle of the road. They sped up instead of getting out of the way. Maggie didn't slow for them. She didn't slow for anything. Stop signs, red lights, crosswalks. She kept the gas pedal flat to the floor. "Maggie!" Kate had to shout to be heard over the siren. "Maggie, slow down!" Maggie swerved into the oncoming lane to pass a truck. A car was heading straight toward them. She yanked back the wheel at the last minute. "Maggie!" "I know my Uncle, Kate." Maggie's throat hurt from yelling. Her palms were sweating. They kept slipping on the wheel. "I know his voice. He said he was going to give Jimmy a cop's death. That's what he's doing." "He wouldn't get other people involved. That's exactly what he'd do." Maggie wiped her hands on her legs. "He said he was going to make it look like the shooter. Give Jimmy a hero's funeral. This is exactly how it would happen." "Bus!" Kate screamed. "There's a bus!" Maggie slammed on the brakes, banking to the left, sideswiping a Greyhound bus. Kate's window exploded. She covered her head as chunks of safety glass rained down. The car rocked to a stop. "Kate?" She still had her arms over her head. "Kate!" Slowly, she lowered her arms. Maggie saw it sink in. She wasn't cut into a million pieces. They weren't going to die. Maggie hit the gas. The cruiser's tires squealed, the car lurched, and they shot up the street. Kate shook chunks of glass out of her hair. She brushed it off her lap. She still didn't give up. "I heard everything, what you and Gail were talking about, that all the victims bucked the system in some way." Maggie steered into the oncoming lane. The street was empty on that side. She passed 6 cars, then pulled the wheel back to the right. Kate said, "What if Terry is the shooter?" Maggie looked at her, then looked back at the road. "He gave that whole speech in the garage about how liberals and minorities are ruining the world. You can hear that same speech in just about every squad room in the city. Terry was in the Army, right?" "Marines?" Peachtree was straight ahead. Maggie kept her foot to the floor as the cruiser crested the intersection. "Shit!" Kate grabbed the dashboard. The wheels left the pavement. The cruiser bounced down the road. Maggie's head hit the ceiling. She fought the steering wheel to keep the tires straight. Kate waited until she was back in control. If Terry's the shooter, he could have taken Jimmy. This could be part of his plan. Take Jimmy and frame him for the crimes. Maggie flew past another car, then another. He could have forced Jimmy to write the note, the end part, the apology. That could have been a code. Kate's voice got louder. "Maybe Jimmy was trying to send you a message." Maggie couldn't think about it. No matter if Kate was right or wrong, the only thing that mattered was stopping Terry before he killed Jimmy. They were nearing the Howell Y. The factories gave way to overgrown lots. The cars in the street were missing wheels and engines. Broken glass cracked under the cruiser's tires. Maggie heard the trains in the distance, the clack of their wheels, the rumble down the tracks. She slowed down so she wouldn't miss the entrance. The gates to the abandoned yard were usually chained shut, but today they were wide open. Maggie took the turn down the long stretch of gravel road. About 100 yards ahead were 2 office buildings, one on each side of the dead-end street, both 5 stories high. Each took up half a city block. The Y was 2 football fields away, but Maggie felt the heavy vibrations through the floor of the cruiser. The shaking got worse as they got closer. The steering wheel clattered, the rumbling train spread an earthquake through the ground. The Howell rail yard had been a main artery until the Tilford and Inman yards merged a half-mile up the tracks. The business end had moved upstream, too. Now the Y was nothing but a thoroughfare to the larger yards. The offices were no longer filled with workers. The parking spaces were overgrown with weeds. Maggie had been here on calls before. Every cop in her precinct ended up at the Y at least once a month. The looming buildings and relative remoteness offered cover for criminal enterprise. Drug deals, violent bums, dead hobos. Stolen merchandise stashed in the abandoned offices, girls dragged inside so the trains would mask their screams. Murders planned. Maggie stopped the car. There was no more going forward. At least 20 cops were already here. Their cruisers were scattered like pickup sticks along the roadway. At the end of the long stretch was Terry. He was surrounded by a group of men. He was putting a team together. They were huddled together between the office buildings. Soldiers planning their attack. She told Kate, "Stay here." Maggie was out of the car and jogging up the street before Kate could object. Mac McKay rushed past, two-handing a shotgun. Red Fleming followed with a rifle. She had watched enough training drills to know what was happening. They were setting up a perimeter so the suspect couldn't escape. A helicopter hovered overhead. Bud Deacon was pulling barrier vests out of his trunk. Jet Elliott looked sober as a judge as he pocketed a handful of speed loaders. Kate ran up from behind. She was breathing hard, but she kept up. Her arms were bent. Her equipment was pounding into her hips and legs the same as Maggie's. She looked left and right. Maggie did the same until they were a couple of yards from Terry. She slowed down so she could hear him. "There." Terry pointed to the building on the left. "The shots came from the 3rd floor. The shooter's still inside. We've got the back and sides covered. My team will take the front. Any one of you sees Jimmy? Shoot to kill." Terry banged the hood of the car with his hand. "Let's go! Move it!" A dozen men streamed toward the building. There was no door to kick in. Once they were inside, they fanned out into 2 teams to sweep the building bottom to top. 3 men stayed in the street, guns ready, in case the target ran out. Rick Anderson was one of them. His face was grave. He barely glanced her way. Terry screamed into the radio, "Dispatch, get these goddamn trains stopped!" Maggie said, "Terry." He spun around. "What the fuck are you doing here?" Maggie's revolver was in her hand. She couldn't remember pulling it. She had to raise her voice to be heard over the trains. "I'm not going to let you kill him." Terry wasn't afraid of the gun. "You let your faggot brother get away and you pull your weapon on me?" Heads turned. Rick Anderson nearly dropped his shotgun. Terry said, "Jake Coffey's dead, shot just like the others." Maggie looked at Rick. She could tell from his expression that what Terry had said was true. He was visibly stricken. She had never seen him in so much pain. "What happened?" Rick shook his head. "Tell her," Terry ordered. Rick cleared his throat. He couldn't meet Maggie's gaze. "I was downtown pulling that rap sheet for you. Jake was patrolling on his own." He didn't say the words, but the blame rose up like a shard of broken glass between them. Chip heard Jake send an all clear on a possible loiter. Then he requested a 29, same as you found in the shooter files. Chip came here to check it out and... Rick wasn't looking at the ground anymore. Maggie followed his line of sight. The body was in front of the building on the other side of the street. The sun bathed Jake Coffey in a gruesome light. He was lying on his stomach. His arms and legs were spread. His head was turned toward the street. A perfect black hole pierced the center of his forehead. His pants had been pulled down. All she could say was, "No." Terry took advantage of the distraction. He grabbed the gun out of Maggie's hand. Before she could react, he slammed his fist into her face. Maggie hit the ground hard, her lungs rattled, gravel bit into her scalp, her jaw felt loose. She tasted blood in her mouth. Terry tossed the revolver to Rick. He stood over Maggie. He raised his fist again. "Stop!" Kate swung her nightstick. The metal baton cracked against Terry's head. He was dazed for half a second. Then he grabbed Kate by the front of her shirt. Her feet left the ground. He pulled back his fist. Then, for no discernible reason, he let her go. Maggie saw Kate's shoes gently touch the gravel. There wasn't even a puff of dust. Terry went down on one knee. He reached for Kate. Maggie's first thought was that the scene was something out of a movie. The guy kneeling in front of the girl as he asked her to marry him. But Terry wasn't asking for anything. He looked down at his stomach. A large spot of blood flowered open across his white shirt. The trains were too loud. Maggie didn't hear the gunshots. She saw them. Gravel spit up at her feet. Holes blistered the hood of the car. The 3 men in the street returned fire. They couldn't pin down a target. Their shots went wild. Rick fired his shotgun into the air. Maggie didn't want to be here when the lead came hurtling back down. She ran toward her revolver. A bullet zinged into the ground in front of her. Maggie turned back toward the front gates, but another bullet stopped her. Panic threatened to take hold. She didn't have her gun. She couldn't find cover. Kate was crouched down with her arms over her head. Men were yelling. Shots were coming from the teams inside the left-hand building. Confusion rained down with every bullet. "Kate!" Maggie screamed, running toward the building on the right. She knew Kate would follow. Maggie jumped over Jake Coffey's body. She didn't stop once they were inside. She ran through the first open doorway she could find. The room was compact, obviously a front office. Filing cabinets were laid on their sides. Paper littered the floor. Maggie hurtled through the room, Kate close on her heels. She ran through another open doorway. They were in the main part of the office building. The space was as large as an aircraft hangar. The ceiling was at least 20 feet high. The back wall was 50 feet away. The width of the room was twice that. Rusted metal trestles crisscrossed the air. Hundreds of desks were stacked 2 and 3 deep in the middle of the floor. Broken chairs and metal bookshelves lined the walls. Maggie pulled Kate behind an overturned desk. They pressed their backs against the top. They said nothing for the first 20 seconds. They were breathing too hard. Maggie's heart was flipping in her chest. Her head was ringing. Her jaw still felt loose where Terry had punched her in the face. She looked down. Kate was holding her hand. Her radio was on. Gunfire from outside echoed through the speaker. Men were yelling at dispatch for help. The helicopter pilot was screaming about taking a hit. Maggie reached behind Kate's back and turned off the transmitter.
"Jake Coffey is dead," Kate mumbled. "He's dead. Terry's dead. Anthony's dead. Sheik's dead."
It wasn't Jimmy, Maggie told her. She had never been more certain of anything in her life. It wasn't him. Kate nodded. "I know." Maggie squeezed her hand. There was a lull in the trains. The helicopter's chopping blades started to recede. Shots were still being fired at the front of the building. They couldn't hide here, not least of all because the men outside might need their help. Maggie looked around the room, desperate for a way out. There were massive windows along the walls. The sun splashed like water across the hardwood floors. The glass panes were broken. The metal frames were cut into squares that were too narrow for escape. And any one of them would offer a clear view for the shooter if he decided to take out the 2 cops cowering behind an overturned desk. Their position in the vast, open space was almost worse than the street. "Over there," Kate pointed to the back of the room. Maggie saw another stack of desks in the far right corner. There was a door beside them. Metal, no window, rusted red hinges. Maggie had never been this far into the buildings. She didn't know where the doorway would lead, or if someone was waiting for them on the other side. Kate startled like a cat. She crouched down lower, her hand covered her head. Did you hear that? She was panting again. I heard something. From the other office, from the front of the room. Maggie reached for her revolver and found her empty holster. She had to use Kate's gun again. She'd been issued a replacement yesterday. Cleaning oil covered the grip. The weapon had never been fired. Was the pin properly aligned? Were the sights true? Would the firing mechanism jam? There was no easy way to find out. Maggie tightened her hand around the revolver. She cocked the hammer. Her heart was beating so hard that she felt it inside her tongue. She had to make herself move. Quickly, she turned around and peered over the desk. She checked the doorway at the front of the room. Empty. Or maybe not. There was a shadow across the open doorway. The bright sunlight from the front office windows made the lines crisp. Was the shadow from a filing cabinet? A chair, another overturned desk? Maggie stared at the shaded area so long that her vision blurred. She blinked her eyes to clear them. The shadow moved. Someone was on the other side of the door. He had his back to the wall, and then he didn't. His shadow spread up the opposite wall as he pressed his shoulder to the door jamb. There was something in his hand, something long and skinny, that looked a lot like a gun. Maggie stood up before her shaking legs made her slump down. Her heart beat up her neck and into her skull. Every instinct was telling her to hide, but she couldn't give in to emotion right now. She walked quickly and quietly across the room. If the shooter was behind the door jamb, her only advantage was to be to his left, rather than straight in front of him. She silently begged Kate to keep her head down, just as she silently begged whatever God was listening to not let either of them get shot in the face. Maggie heard her shoe squeak against a wooden floorboard. She stopped. How had she been able to hear that? The trains weren't running. The floor had stopped vibrating. Someone had halted the rail traffic. The lack of rumble was almost deafening. Gunshot. Maggie ducked, but the sound had come from outside. 2 seconds later, the shot was returned. Maggie came out of her crouch. She looked for the shadow behind the door. He was gone. Or maybe he had fired his gun at someone in the street. Behind her, Kate gasped. Maggie swung around. Chip Bixby stood a few feet away from Kate. He had a gun in his hand, a hogleg, an Old West-style six-shooter that could take off a man's head at 20 paces. The gun was pointed toward the ground. Maggie's gun was pointed at his chest. Chip glared at her until she lowered the revolver. He pulled Kate up by the arm and shoved her toward the rear exit. He waved for Maggie to follow. She did as she was told. Maybe Chip knew a back way out. Maybe they could sneak around to the front of the building and take the shooter by surprise. Or they could go upstairs and give cover to the men in the street. Even now, Maggie could hear the occasional stray gunfire. Rick was out there. He had lost his partner. Maggie wasn't going to be responsible for him losing his life. She walked backward toward Chip. Kate had already disappeared behind the rear door. Chip was standing in front of it, his hogleg trained on the only other doorway in the room. His eyes slid back and forth between the open windows and the entrance. Sweat poured down his face. The front of his shirt was stuck to his chest. He waved for her to hurry. Maggie wanted to run toward the exit, but she forced herself to appear calm. Her revolver was straight out in front of her. She covered the space in front of her. Her eyes narrowed onto the same doorway Chip was drawing down on. She was 6 feet from the exit when the shadow came back. This time, the shadow was more than a shadow. The muzzle of a gun stuck around the corner. Even from a distance, Maggie could see the sights sticking up from the tip of the revolver, and the black-gloved hand that held the weapon. Chip grabbed her collar and pulled her behind the door. Maggie fell back against the wall. They were in a stairwell that went straight up the back of the building. The emergency exit. The door to the outside wasn't just locked. It was chained. She pushed as hard as she could. The chains rattled. A crack of light showed. There was not enough space for them to squeeze through.
"Maggie,"
Kate whispered. She was already halfway up the stairs. She stood on the landing. Her nightstick was out. She held it low and angled, the way that Maggie had shown her.
"This way."
Chip fired the hogleg. The air rattled with the sound. He ducked behind the door to use it as a shield. "Go!" Fear took over. Maggie bolted up the stairs. She heard a bullet thunk into the metal door. The shooter was coming after them. Vomit roiled into her mouth. She fought back the panic, even as her brain was yelling at her to slow down, to think, to be logical. The stairwell was poured concrete. The only light came from the open floors at every other landing. Each new landing would represent a different tomb in which to trap them. "Kate!" Maggie yelled. She was running straight up. She wasn't stopping. The hogleg fired again. The boom echoed like cannon fire. The responding pop was a smaller caliber weapon. 2 different sounds, 2 different guns. Maggie rounded the next floor and stopped. She strained to hear something other than the blood rushing through her ears. Kate was still running at least 1 floor above. There were heavier footsteps on the stairs below her. 1 set, 2, 3. Everything echoed. Heavy breathing, scuffing feet. Was it Chip? Was it the shooter? Was it the mysterious shadow from the doorway? She crouched with her gun out in front of her. Her finger almost twitched when Chip rounded the corner. He waved for her to keep going. Maggie didn't hesitate. She ran up the stairs. The pop of the revolver echoed in her ears. A chunk of concrete splintered near her head. There was another pop. The air shimmered. The stairs felt like they were crumbling under her feet. Maggie took the next flight at a crouch. She stopped on the landing and pressed her back against the wall. Kate's footsteps had slowed. She was getting tired. Maggie was the opposite. Her heart was hammering. Her guts felt twisted. She couldn't get her breathing under control. She was going to hyperventilate if she didn't slow it down. For just a second, she closed her eyes. She concentrated on controlling the air going into and out of her lungs. Jake Coffey. Maggie couldn't get the man's face out of her head. The bullet hole that unblinkingly stared back. Rick's forlorn expression when he told her what had happened. Jake's girlfriend would get the news. His baby brother, his mother and father. His whole family would hear about what had been done to him. Executed in the street. His pants pulled down. Maggie opened her eyes. Why were Jake's pants pulled down? The hogleg went off. The revolver returned fire. They were close. Too close. Maggie ran up another flight of stairs. She stopped again, straining to make out sounds. There was a slow shuffling from above. Why was Kate going up at all? Had she panicked, or had Chip told her to keep going to the roof? They were 3 against 1 with 2 guns. Why run up the stairs when they could stake out a better tactical position on any one of the floors? Chip had run the SWAT team before he walked away. He taught tactical support at the academy. He knew the procedures better than all of them put together. Maggie felt her lips part. Chip knew their routines. He knew all of their codes. He had been an Army Ranger in the jungles of Guadalcanal. He didn't take a breath without assessing the tactical advantages. And he hadn't been right since Edward Spivey walked. Everybody knew Chip was screwing a prostitute when his partner was murdered. The guilt was a heavy burden. But Spivey's acquittal had nearly broken him. Over the last few months, Chip had been showing up at the house unannounced, dragging Jimmy out of bed, sometimes calling Terry to come over, so he could rehash the good old days he'd had with Duke Abbott. Every cop loved telling stories, but Chip somehow managed to make them sound like checklists. He had the annoying habit of listing things out. Steps he and Duke took to isolate the aggressor. Options they had explored when choosing their weapons. Chip talked about their targets like they were his prey. The deranged husband who took his wife hostage. The bank robber who hunkered down in the back of a Cadillac. The teenager who got high on PCP and chased after his mother with a hatchet. They were all crazy, Chip claimed. But that was okay. He was crazy too. Crazy like a fox. The hogleg fired, just like it did every time Maggie stopped. Just like it had downstairs when Maggie had tried to break the chains on the locked exit door. Chip had been first on the scene. All the information about what happened to Jake Coffey would have flowed from his mouth. He had told Terry that the shooter was in the other building, that the shots had come from the third floor. Meanwhile, Chip had staked out a spot across from the action. There was no other way to explain his sudden appearance downstairs. Maggie and Kate had come through the front door. The exit was barred, the windows too narrow for escape. The shadow they had seen in the doorway was probably cast by a cop who'd been trying to help. The hogleg had likely stopped him cold, just like the rifle shot had stopped Terry. Maggie could practically see it in her mind's eye. Chip, leaning out the first-floor window, aiming down on Terry, out in the street. But why shoot Terry? Maggie didn't have to consider the question for long. In all of Chip's stories, he was the one who always took the shot. He wouldn't let Terry get the kill. They were both the same kind of man, but only one of them could be in charge. The hogleg fired. Maggie didn't startle this time. Instead, she gripped her revolver with both hands and pointed it down the stairs. Chip had lured Jake Coffey to the rail yard, and now he was trying to get Kate and Maggie up to the roof. The hogleg fired again, then the revolver. Or maybe it wasn't a revolver. Maybe it was a .25 caliber Saturday night special. Maggie heard Kate's footsteps again. She looked up. The light was sharp. Kate was almost to the top. Slowly, Maggie climbed to the next landing. Sunlight. The roof door. She couldn't go down. The only option was up. She took the last flight of stairs full on. Maggie wasn't stupid enough to think that Chip wanted her on that roof. She would be collateral. It was Kate he was after. Like all the other victims, Kate fit the kill criteria. Everything about her said she didn't belong. She was a woman. She was independent. She was a Jew. Maggie's only chance to save them both was to get a tactical advantage. The stairwell was a death trap. She needed to be waiting for Chip the minute he came through the roof door. The afternoon sun would blind him. Her gun would do the rest. She looked up. She could almost touch it. Blue sky. The flat, white asphalt of the roof. She raced toward the open door at the top of the stairs. And then an arm snared around her neck. Maggie fell back. The warm muzzle of the hogleg pressed against her temple. Chip said, "Drop the gun." Maggie hesitated. "Do it." She threw the revolver as hard as she could out the door. Chapter 33. Kate stood on the white asphalt roof. She could barely catch her breath. The sunlight sent needles into her eyes. She had to cover her face for a moment just to get her bearings. The door was behind her, the rail yard was to her left. Jimmy was on the ground in front of her. He saw Kate, and his eyes went wide with fear. She rushed to his side. Jimmy's hands and ankles were tied together. Sealing tape covered his mouth and was wrapped around his head. She didn't know where to start. The twine around his wrists cut into the skin. The knots were red with his blood. Kate started to pick at the threads. And then she heard a noise behind her. Kate turned. Her eyes were still playing tricks on her. She saw a gun flying through the air. A revolver, just like the one she carried on her belt. Jimmy groaned. His shoulders twitched. He was looking at the gun. Kate was looking at Maggie. Chip Bixby had his arm wrapped around her neck. A large pistol was in his hand. Kate had never seen anything like it. The barrel was at least a foot long. He had his finger resting on the trigger guard, the same as he had taught them at the gun range. "You," Kate said, because she could see it now. Everything that had made her think Terry Lawson was the shooter could also be applied to this repulsive maggot. Chip told Kate, "Thanks for running all the way up here, darling. I didn't want to have to drag you." Kate looked at the revolver lying on the roof. It was 20 feet away. "Go ahead." His voice held a challenge. "You think you can reach that gun before I pull this trigger?" Kate's hand went to her chest. She had to say the words before she truly believed them. "You're the shooter." "Smart gal." "Kate," Maggie said, "get the gun!" Kate moved because she always followed Maggie's orders. And then she stopped when Chip's finger went to the trigger. He said, "You really want to try your luck?" Kate felt something trembling against her chest. She realized it was her hand. He said, "Take a step back." Kate didn't move. She could finally see how Chip had brought all of this into play. He had told Kate to run up to the roof as fast as she could. Obviously, Jimmy was already up here. Now Maggie had a gun to her head. This was no happenstance. All of them standing on this rooftop, in this rail yard. They were all exactly where Chip wanted them to be. Maggie said, "Don't do this." Her body was stiff against Chip's. Her fingers dug into the back of his arm. "You think you're honoring Duke's memory by murdering a bunch of cops?" "They weren't cops," Chip hissed. "They were vermin. Nigger lovers, hippies, kikes, greaseballs, fucking pansies." His eyes were on Kate, and she knew that she was the kike he was talking about. She told him, "I'm just trying to do my job." "Bullshit, lady. You don't even know what the job is." His disgust was so palpable that Kate felt it like a fist clutching her heart. Chip said, "I seen it with my old man. You let one in, they bring another and another, and pretty soon they're running the show, and your whole fucking world's upside down." He pressed the muzzle harder against Maggie's temple. "All I'm doing is putting things back where they belong." Kate asked the only question that mattered. "How is this going to end?" "Ain't you more curious about how it all started?" He showed his small, brown teeth in a smile. "Think about it, baby. When did this all start for you?" Kate didn't have to think about it. Her part in all of this began that first day on the shooting range. Chip Bixby had suggestively pressed his body against Kate's, as he'd shown her how to hold a weapon. She had been disgusted, but there was no other choice because she had to learn how to use a gun. That initial uneasiness had never really gone away. It followed her to her parents' house. It followed her around town. And lately, that initial disquiet from 6 weeks ago had grown into a full-blown feeling of paranoia. The glow of a man's cigarette outside her parents' house. The smell of smoke in her hotel room. Patrick's missing dog tags. She said, "You've been following me." "Watching you." With a sickening clarity, Kate understood the difference. Watching implied careful attention. Watching meant you noted gestures, recorded even the most inane details. Kate thought about Chip's hands roughly grabbing her hips at the range. The rancid smell of his breath. The stench on his clothes from chain smoking. The revolting knowledge that the stiffening in his pants would probably be later remedied with Kate in mind. Was that why he was watching her? Was he gathering more fantasies? No. What was happening on this roof was no fantasy. Chip was planning to take her. "This won't work." Kate struggled to keep her voice from wavering. "Those men on the street will come up here eventually. How are you going to explain 3 dead bodies?" "I'll tell them the truth. I chased all of you up here, but I was just a second too late. Jimmy killed Maggie, and then he knocked you out before I put a bullet in his head." Chip started smiling again. "Don't worry, sweetheart. I got a nice, safe room all ready for you. Ask Jimmy. You can yell as loud as you want, and nobody's gonna hear you. I'd rather die than let you touch me. We'll see how you feel in a week, Caitlin." He grimaced at the name. "Ain't that what your mama calls you?" The breath left Kate's body. "Put on that white nightgown. Wrap yourself in that purple blanket." Kate's hand went to her mouth. She wore a white nightgown when she stayed at her parents' house. The purple blanket was on the end of her bed. There was a window right across the room. She left it cracked open most nights. Had Chip been standing on the other side? Had he watched her sleep? Kate's heart stopped at one particular memory. Had Chip been there the night she finished what Philip had started? Kate had left the covers off so she could feel the breeze on her skin. She had been at her most vulnerable, her most open. "Oh, God," Kate whispered. "What did you see?" "You think I don't know what a dirty Jew looks like when she spreads her legs?" Bile rushed up her throat. "I know you, Caitlin. I know everything about you. And what I didn't know, I heard from Oma." Kate felt punched in the stomach. Oma. How did he know her name? There was a shout from the street below. Police sirens bellowed in the distance. Chip obviously heard the sounds too. He unwrapped his arm from Maggie's neck. "Get on your knees." Maggie didn't move, so he pushed her down. The gun was inches from her head. "Don't," Kate begged. This wasn't happening. She couldn't watch Maggie die. "Please, we can talk about this." "Talking time is over." Chip unplugged Maggie's radio from her transmitter. "You know what to do, Lawson." Jimmy pounded his shoulder against the roof. Maggie looked at her brother. Her jaw was locked. Kate had seen her like this once before. She was resigned to her fate. She was done fighting. She laced together her fingers. "Maggie, don't!" Kate couldn't let this happen. The revolver was lying on the roof less than 12 feet away. She took a step toward it. 11 feet away. Chip said,
Hands on the back of your head.
Maggie!
Kate took another step, 10 feet away.
Hurry up, Lawson.
Maggie put her hands on the top of her head.
Don't do it!
Kate pleaded. There had to be something that she could do. Kate took another small step, 9 feet. Another step, 8 feet away. 7. Kate couldn't stop counting. She always counted when she was afraid, the number of lightning strikes before the thunder, the number of times her heart beat before Patrick's plane disappeared into the sky, the number of bullets fired in the stairwell as she ran up to the roof. Kate asked Maggie, "How many bullets are in his gun?" Maggie said nothing, but Kate could read her thoughts. This was how it happened. This is what Chip had done to Ballard and Johnson, Keene and Porter. Kate said, "I heard 6 shots that were louder than the others. I counted them." Maggie turned her head toward Kate. She was dumbstruck. "How many?" Kate repeated. 6. Kate lunged for the revolver. There was nothing graceful about the movement. Her shoulder slammed into the roof as she scooped up the gun. She was too late. Chip pulled the trigger. Click, click. Kate had been right. His big gun was empty, and her little revolver was pointing directly at his chest. She said, "Drop it." Chip stared at her for a moment. He let the gun fall from his hand. Kate's eyes followed the weapon as it clattered to the rooftop. "Kate!" Maggie yelled. Again, Kate was too late. She had made the same damn mistake she'd been making all week. Her eyes were looking in the wrong direction. Chip had dropped one gun, but with his other hand, he had reached behind his back and pulled out the other. Kate remembered the weapon from that first day of roll call. Chip had held it above his head for all to see. The Raven MP-25. 6 in the magazine, 1 in the chamber. "You have 1 bullet," Kate told him. "Unless it's magic, you can only kill one of us." "You sure about that count, Caitlin?" Chip sounded calm. He could have been talking about the weather. "Sure enough to bet your life?" "I'll shoot you in the head." "I taught you how to use that thing, sweetheart. You couldn't hit the side of a bus with a machine gun." "Are you willing to bet your life on that?" Kate struggled to keep the fear out of her voice. Her hands dripped with sweat. She hadn't cocked the hammer. Had Maggie already cocked it? Would she throw the gun onto the roof without the safety engaged? Chip said, "Why don't you put down that gun before you hurt yourself?" "Why don't you kiss my ass?" Chip took the bait. Kate had his full attention now. "I've been wanting to grab that ass since day 1. She held his gaze as she let her thumb travel up the side of the gun. "I thought you already grabbed my ass." "I sure as fuck did." She felt the cylinder release, the metal backstrap that scooped underneath the hammer. "Did you like it? You think I didn't know what you were doing?" Chip was making Kate's mistake, no longer looking for threats. "Pressing that tight ass against my cock, working your kike magic." I remember that day. Kate felt the 3 ridges that scored the top of the hammer. "You said the person with the most bullets always wins." "Oh, darling, I'm gonna win this." "No, you're not." Kate pulled the trigger. The hammer was already cocked, the firing pin dropped, the bullet fired. Chip's shoulder jerked back, his gun went off. Maggie fell to the ground. For one heart-stopping second, Kate thought Maggie had been hit. But the bullet had pierced the asphalt a few inches from her leg. Kate heard a familiar noise. Click, click.
Chip was pointing the gun at Maggie's head, but Kate had been right. The magazine was empty. He dropped the gun. He pulled open his shirt. Blood dribbled in a steady stream from his shoulder. The hole was black at the center, just like the holes he had put in his victims. Just like the hole in the roof that had almost been a hole in Maggie's head. The bright red blood cut a line down his torso and pooled into the waist of his pants. His chest hair was gray and splotchy. There was a tattoo of a red fox above his heart. Patrick's dog tags were around his neck. Kate stood up. She clutched the revolver in both hands. There was no more sweating. Her skin was cool. She was not afraid or panicked anymore. She was just certain that she was holding the gun that was going to kill this man. Take those off. Come and get 'em. Chip hooked his thumb through the metal chain. He actually winked at her. You better be careful, sweetheart. Your doorman sees a badge. He'll let anybody up. Give them back. Kate's voice was flat. She was dead inside. Dead as Patrick. Dead as Chip Bixby was going to be. Take them off right now. You really thought you could do this job? I said take them off. Even your own mama don't want you wearing the badge. Shut up, Kate ordered. That's what Lisbeth told me. Her and your granny. I talked to them last week. He was lying. He had to be lying. Saw them Jew tattoos on their arms. You'd never guess it, right? Couple of blonde slits. Guess Hitler wasn't fooled. He smiled again. Too bad he didn't finish the job. Shut your goddamn mouth. Are you gonna finish the job, Caitlin? The smile had turned into a grin. Nice couch they got in the living room. What do you call that color? Turquoise? Kate was a statue. Her lungs stopped breathing. Her heart stopped beating. Her finger was frozen on the trigger. She could see Chip on the turquoise couch, sitting back, with his legs spread wide as if he owned the place. Oma and Lisbeth would offer him cigarettes and cocktails. And why? Because they had no idea that a monster had talked his way into their home. Do it, Maggie said. Shoot him. Kate wanted to. With every ounce of her being, she yearned to pull the trigger. But she couldn't. Not because she didn't have it in her, but because Chip Bixby so obviously wanted her to. Even now, Kate could hear the men on the street. They had heard the gunfire on the roof. They were probably working their way up the stairs, clearing each floor as they made their way to the top. Chip had obviously heard them too, and he'd decided he'd rather be killed than taken alive. Kate put her finger back on the trigger guard. She told Maggie, "Handcuff him." When Maggie didn't move, Kate threw down her own set of cuffs. "We're taking him in. You and me. We're arresting this asshole, and we're going to take him in." Maggie didn't move. "Let's go," Kate told her. "You and me, Lawson, not the guys. Us two tough gals are going to handcuff the great Chip Bixby and throw him in the back of our squad car and take him in." Maggie took her time coming around. She reluctantly picked up the handcuffs. "I get to book him." "I wouldn't presume to have it otherwise." Maggie clicked open the cuffs. She was now nodding as she worked it out in her head. "I'll fingerprint him. Take his picture for the papers, toss him into the cell.
May I accompany you?"
"You mean when I put him in the cell?"
Maggie smiled.
"Sure. Both of us will throw him in a cell in front of all the bad guys."
"No." Chip took a step back. Then another. "Fuck no."
"Stop."
Kate's finger curled around the trigger. Chip kept backing up.
"You two snatches ain't taking me in."
"Stop." Kate's voice was stronger now. She was walking toward him even as he kept walking away. "I'll shoot you again." Chip didn't stop. He took another step back, then another, until his heels hit the parapet. He stepped up. He stepped out. He hung in the air for less than a second. Then he was gone. At first, neither Maggie nor Kate moved. Then they both rushed to the edge of the building. The scene below was eerily similar to the one they'd found when they arrived. Except this time, instead of Terry Lawson surrounded by a group of cops, it was Chip Bigsby, with a dozen guns trained on him. They needn't have bothered. Chip was obviously dead. His limbs were splayed. His skull had cracked open. Blood was everywhere. "Up there!" one of the cops shouted. Rick Anderson. He had his shotgun on his shoulder. Kate felt about a vertigo come on. She dropped to her knees so she wouldn't tumble after Chip. The revolver fell to her side. "Oh my God." Maggie ran to Jimmy. "My God," Kate repeated. What had just happened? She should have shot him. She should have put a bullet in his head before he jumped off the roof. Kate laughed. Was she really thinking that she should have killed Chip Bigsby before he killed himself? She heard her father's voice in her head. Talk about beating a dead horse. Her father, her Oma and mother. Kate shivered uncontrollably. Chip Bigsby had been in their house. He had sat in their living room, talked to Lishbeth and Oma. He had planned to take Kate away from her family. He had the place ready for her, a room where she could yell and no one would hear her scream. Kate would have been gone. Her family would have lived out the rest of their lives, never knowing what had happened to her. Just like Oma's father and mother, her brother and son. There one moment, vanished the next. "Kate!" Maggie yelled. "Kate, help me!" Maggie was using her teeth to tear the tape around Jimmy's head. Kate had to let this go. She had to bury it somewhere safe in her psyche where it couldn't hurt her. Chip was dead. Kate hadn't been his victim. She hadn't been anyone's victim. She was a police officer. She had a gun she'd used to stop a suspect. She and her partner had closed a case. Kate had helped solve a crime that had been haunting the city since before she'd even decided to put on the uniform. Her uniform. How many times had Chip watched her take off her uniform? Kate shook her head, trying to rid her mind of the terrible thought. She pushed herself up. She wiped her hands on her pants. She walked toward Maggie and Jimmy to see what she could do to help. Maggie finally tore through the tape. Jimmy groaned as the adhesive pulled away from his skin. Maggie wrapped her arms around her brother. They were both crying. Neither one of them spoke. Until Jimmy said, "I'm sorry. It's all right," Maggie soothed. She stroked his back, kissed his cheek. "It's gonna be okay. Everything's fine."
Kate looked away. She felt tears in her eyes. She didn't know for whom she was crying. Herself? Patrick? Maggie and Jimmy? Her parents? Her Oma? Maybe Kate was just relieved. That was the lie that she would tell herself. She wasn't scared. She didn't feel hunted or violated at the most intimate level possible. She was just relieved. "You're okay," Maggie told her brother. "You're safe now." "Everybody knows," Jimmy sobbed, like his sister had a few moments ago. He sounded resigned to the fate that awaited him. "Just shoot me, Maggie. Throw me off the roof before they do." Maggie was crying too. "I won't let them hurt you. They'll have to come through me." "It's too late." He was clearly devastated. "I'm sorry. I'm so fucking sorry." There were loud voices in the stairway. Kate could hear the footsteps pounding up the concrete treads. "Just kill me," Jimmy begged. "Give me the gun and I'll do it." "No!" Maggie wouldn't let him go. "Jimmy, I don't care. I don't care about any of it. All that matters is that you're okay." "I'm not okay." "Yes, you are." She held him tighter. "We'll get through this. We will." Jimmy didn't respond. He stared over Maggie's shoulder at the door, waiting for the judgment that was certain to come. There were more shouts echoing up the stairwell as the floors were cleared. Every man on the street was making his way up to the rooftop. Every man had probably heard what Terry Lawson had said to Maggie about his own nephew. "You let your faggot brother get away." Kate said, "Chip lied." They both looked up at her. She shrugged her shoulder. "He admitted it." Maggie asked, "What are you talking about?" Kate spelled it out for them. Chip admitted that he lied about Jimmy right before he jumped off the roof. She put on her haughtiest buckhead tone. "Gosh, you guys were standing right here the whole time. Didn't you hear him say it too?" Day 4, Thursday. Chapter 34. Maggie sat in a chair outside Terry's hospital room. He was going to live. Maggie couldn't let herself get used to the idea. All day yesterday and through the night she had let herself think that he wasn't going to make it. The doctors had said it would be touch and go for 24 hours. And here they were, on the other side, and Terry was still alive. Nobody knew what kind of life he was going to have. The bullet had grazed Terry's spine. There was a lot of swelling. Part of the bullet was still in there. There was no way the fragments could be safely removed. They didn't know if he would walk again. He couldn't feel anything below his waist. All that they knew was that he could breathe on his own, which meant that he could talk. Not that Maggie had spoken to her uncle. She stayed in the chair outside his room and watched the door. Terry's visiting hours were limited. There wasn't the usual steady stream of cops floating in and out. Delia and Lily cried too much to be with him for any length of time. The commissioner had come by, but he'd left 5 minutes later. Cal Vic stayed a little longer before the nurse kicked him out. Gail had wheeled herself up for a chat, but found out she wasn't allowed to smoke because of the oxygen, and wheeled herself back out. There was no sign of Mac McKay, Red Fleming, Les Leslie, or Jet Elliott. It fell to Bud Deacon to tell Terry about Chip. That conversation had gone on for almost an hour. Bud wouldn't look at Maggie when he left the room. Jimmy had talked to Terry this morning. That was all the information Maggie had. She had pressed her brother for details. Of course she had pressed him. That was what Maggie always did. Only this time, Jimmy hadn't done the things he always did back, which was yell at her. He just shook his head and told her everything was fine. Was it fine? Maggie had been downstairs. She'd heard the murmurs in the waiting room. She'd seen the way some of the other cops looked at Jimmy. All three of them had stuck to Kate's story about Chip's confession. But cops were naturally suspect. She assumed this was the reason that Red, Mac, Les, and Jet were staying away. They had worshipped Jimmy. What did it say about them if Jimmy turned out to be queer? What did it say about Terry Lawson that his nephew was gay? Maggie should have been relieved that the men were gone from their lives, but she was furious at them for abandoning her brother. They had mentored him. They had treated him better than they treated their own sons. She would never forgive them for turning their backs on him for something that was none of their goddamn business. Not that Jimmy seemed bothered by the betrayal. What happened on the roof outside the rail yard had changed a lot of things, but Jimmy Lawson still wasn't the type of guy to pour his heart out. And about the other thing, well, Maggie wasn't the type of gal to pour her heart out either. Kate, on the other hand, had done a complete 180 from the fresh-faced newbie who'd opened the locker room door too wide on her first day. She had some kind of liquid steel in her blood. Even when she'd seen the hundreds of pages on the clipboard they'd found in Chip Bigsby's car, all she had done was make a quip about how she preferred Jewess to kike. Who knew what Kate was really thinking when she saw the lists of things that Chip was planning to do to her? Or what she made of the surveillance reports that recorded her every waking hour from the moment Chip had met her on the shooting range? Or the rants he'd scribbled about the kikes and spics and chinks ruining the world while good men like Chip Bigsby fought to put things right? Who knew about anything where Kate Murphy was concerned? She was such a fucking good liar. Or obfuscator, as Kate would probably prefer. At least she was using her skills for good. The amount of bullshit Kate put into her incident report was breathtaking. Oddly, none of the embellishments were for her own benefit. Officer Lawson drew Bigsby's attention by kneeling on the ground, which gave me the opportunity to move closer to the revolver. Had she not distracted him, I would not have been able to act. Bigsby. Maggie almost wished she'd been there when Terry was told the news. She wanted to see the look on his face. Not just one, but two men in Terry's life had managed to pull the wool over his beady little eyes. And part of her couldn't help but think that it just proved how full of shit Terry really was. He spent every waking hour complaining about the kikes, and slits, and coloreds, and liberals, and feminists, and everybody else who was ruining his perfect little world. What did he think would happen when somebody like Chip used his words as a call to action? Miss Lawson. The nurse came out of Terry's room. She held the door open for Maggie. He's asking for you. Maggie didn't know whether to laugh or check the woman's pockets for dope. Don't stay too long. The nurse wasn't joking. Taking care of Terry had obviously sucked all the life from her soul. He needs his rest. Maggie put her hands on her knees. She pushed herself up. Her body still ached from being thrown around. Her cheek was bruised black. Her neck was blue and yellow. Her jaw popped from Terry punching her in the face. The lights were off in the room, but the glow of the equipment was enough to see by. Maggie had always felt comfortable in hospitals. She'd been visiting her father at Milledgeville for so many years that Part of her thought of it as a second home. Terry was on an inversion bed to take the pressure off his spine. He was stomach down. The face cradle offered him a view of the floor. Long straps kept his arms and legs immobilized. Another strap wound around the back of his head. His hospital gown was open. Maggie could see the wings of his shoulder blades. 12 inches below, there was a large bandage where the bullet had torn into his flesh. A sheet covered the rest. Someone had painted a blue sky and fluffy white clouds on the tile directly below his face. There was a small mirror attached to an arm on the bed. The glass was tilted to show Terry's eyes and nose, though Maggie wasn't sure whether or not he could use it to see who was in the room. He said, "Move closer." Maggie couldn't understand him at first. His jaw was pressed into the face cradle. He could barely speak. "Closer." She moved closer. He was staring into the mirror. He could see her. "Where's Jimmy?" "He's back at work." Terry's nostrils flared. "He has to quit." Maggie didn't respond. "He doesn't belong." "You sound like Chip Bigsby." Terry's face was already red. His eyes were already bulging. Maggie didn't need the usual clues to figure out that he was furious with her. She felt it in her gut. She felt it with every breath, every beat of her heart. No matter how much she denied it, she was connected to Terry the same way she was connected to the sounds in her house. The slap of the phone cord, the bang of the cabinet, the crack of the egg in the bowl. Maggie sat down on the floor. She crossed her legs Indian style and leaned down just enough so that Terry could see her without the mirror. She said, "I want to tell you something." He stared straight ahead. "You were wrong. Don't you want to know what you were wrong about?" Terry's jaw bulged. Maggie quoted his favorite saying, "People don't take power. Somebody has to give it to them." She waited not for a response, but for her words to sink in. "You were wrong, Terry. I took the power. Kate Murphy took the power." He didn't look at her. He didn't look in the mirror. "I've been sitting outside your room all night, thinking about this. Do you want to know what I figured out?" Maggie didn't wait for an answer this time. "I don't think you're really racist, or sexist, or anti-Jew, or anti-gay, or any of that bullshit. I think you're scared." Terry still wouldn't look at her. "You're terrified." She recalled Chip's words on the rooftop. "Your whole world's upside down. You don't belong anymore." Terry didn't respond, but Maggie could tell her words were hitting the mark. She said, "Chip didn't kill those cops because he hated them. He killed them because he couldn't stand the fact that they were changing things. And you made him see that when you planted the evidence against Spivey. That's what set him off. You know it. I know it. Spivey walked free, and 2 months later, Chip was murdering the same kind of people you blamed for making it happen." Terry's jaw clenched so hard that Maggie could see the outline of the bone underneath his skin. She said, "And the sad part is that Spivey walked because of you. The case was tight, but you couldn't leave well enough alone. You couldn't let a judge and jury decide on the facts." Maggie gave him time to think about what she was saying. Chip was paranoid. He was alone. His world was falling apart.
and he couldn't handle it. Just like you. Terry trembled with rage. His flesh was mottled, sweat dripped onto the floor beneath him. That's what I wanted to tell you. That it was your fault. That the world isn't just changing. It's passing you by. Maggie smiled. Atlanta's still a cop town, Terry. You're just not the cop who's running it anymore. He finally broke his silence. You fucking cunt. Maggie couldn't stop smiling. She loved this too much. She could sit here all day letting out every word he had ever crammed back down her throat, and Terry couldn't do a damn thing about it. He said, You think anything's gonna change? I think the whole world is gonna change. For me, for Kate, for the blacks, for the browns, yellows, greens, for you. Especially for you. Terry looked at her now. You're nothing. You know that. You're the streak in my fucking underwear. Maggie saw his hand clench. She couldn't control her body's response. Every time his anger threatened to boil, her chest filled with mercury and her heart shot into her throat. Terry said, Get the fuck out of here. You don't tell me when to leave. Maggie got on her knees, put her face close to his. You're not in charge anymore. Do you hear me? When I'm out of this bed. You feel this? She rested her hand on the back of his neck. Terry's breath huffed out. What are you doing? Maggie walked her fingers down his neck. His skin was cold and dry. I know you can feel my touch. It's just everything below the waist that's gone, right? He couldn't finish her name. Sweat dripped onto the floor, ran across the painted tile. They tell you the bullet's still in your spine? She kept the pressure light on his neck. You're a quarter inch away from pissing and shitting in a bag for the rest of your life. Don't. She moved her hand down half an inch. Her finger found the place between the vertebrae at the base of his neck. Her touch got lighter, but she knew Terry would feel it like a jackhammer. Tell me you're sorry. What? He stuttered. Tell me you're sorry. Her mouth was by his ear. She hoped he felt the spit come out. She hoped his heart was trembling and his nerves were shaking and he was racked with the kind of fear that came when you were pinned down in bed and somebody was behind you doing whatever the fuck they wanted. Maggie pressed her fingers between his shoulder blades. She could feel the bone of his spine. The incision was 6 inches away. It would be so easy for her to press her fingers into the wound. Push the bullet that quarter inch over. Stop, Terry begged. Please. Tell me you're sorry right now, or I'll slam my fist so hard into that bullet that it shits out your nose. I'm sorry, he screeched. I'm sorry. Are you sure? Yes. He was crying. Please stop. I'm sorry, please. Maggie removed her hand. She took her time getting up from the floor. She brushed off the back of her pants. She walked toward the door. She turned the handle. The nurse was in the hallway. She had obviously heard the noise. Is he okay? He's fine. I'll get his pain medication. Maggie stopped her. He told me he doesn't want it. Are you sure? I thought I heard him screaming. That's what he does. Maggie said. He grits it out. You should see him at the dentist. It's awful to hear. He always makes the hygienists cry. The nurse had been around Terry long enough to believe the story. Well, that's what he wants. Trust me, I learned a long time ago, you don't argue with my uncle. Maggie smiled at the woman. He's a tough guy. Day 8, Monday. Epilogue. Kate pulled her car into the parking lot down from the police station. She took the scarf off her head. Her sunglasses went into her purse. She thought about putting the top up on the convertible, but no one was going to steal a car from a police parking lot, even if it was a red Ford Mustang. She grabbed her belt off the passenger seat. The metal clips were in her front pocket. She looped them on her underbelt, then hooked on the utility belt. She clipped the transmitter at her back. She checked her pockets: gum, lipstick, notebook, citation book, pens. She checked her belt: flashlight on the hook, handcuffs in the pouch, shoulder mic threaded up to the epaulette, jack plugged into the transmitter, keychain attached to the ring, nightstick through the metal loop, holster secured around the belt. Safety strap snapped over her gun. Her gun. Kate had shot a man with a gun very similar to this one. She had been aiming for his chest and winged his shoulder. But as her people would say, closeness only counts in taxes and horseshoes. Not that her people would ever know the truth about what happened on that rooftop. Even if she wanted to tell them, Kate could not find the words to explain how she'd really felt. She had wanted to kill Chip Bigsby. Not the first time she'd shot him. That time, she'd just been desperate to stop him. And not just stop him from killing Maggie, but stop him from saying the awful things he was saying. Kate's white nightgown, her purple blanket, her Oma. The time Kate had wanted to kill him came when she had seen Patrick's dog tags. Rage had consumed her. She hadn't wanted to just murder him. She had wanted to empty her gun into his chest. And then she wanted to fill the holes with burning oil and dance in his still warm blood. She had felt dead inside. She had felt capable of anything. The fifth Kate reared her ugly head. This Kate wanted darkness. Her finger was on the trigger. She was ready to pull back, and then the other Kates took over. She wasn't sure which ones. The daughter, the widow, the cop, the whore. The real Kate, she wanted to think. The only Kate who mattered was the one who had taken charge on that roof. Her finger had moved from the trigger. Her hand had tossed Maggie the handcuffs. The real Kate was a good person, and she was not going to do a bad thing. Why had that happened? Because Kate had made a choice. She had pulled herself back from the abyss. She was not a vigilante. She was not Chip Bigsby. Her job was to uphold the law. And that's exactly what Kate had done. And not just that. She had protected Maggie. She had saved Jimmy. She had saved herself. Sure, she'd urinated down her leg in the process. But thanks to Philip, Kate happened to have an extra pair of underwear in her pocket. She locked her car door, which was silly since the top was down, but it was a habit she was trying to develop. Kate scowled as she put on her hat. The band smelled of Jimmy Lawson's sweaty head, no matter how many lingerie sachets she stuck in it every night. At least the baking powder had absorbed the foul odor in his shoes. Small victories. Kate walked up the sidewalk. The air was crisp.
The sun was out. Her nightstick banged against her leg. Her holster dug into the flesh. She wondered if she was going to develop a callus. That seemed like the sort of thing a doctor would know.
Murphy.
Jimmy Lawson was behind her. Kate slowed so he could catch up. She asked, "Good weekend?"
The usual.
Kate glanced up at him. Jimmy had never struck her as the funny type. Maybe he was trying to make changes. Jimmy seemed different from a week ago, and not just because of the bruises that cut into his wrists. The anger that had lived inside him was starting to uncoil. Kate wondered when that had started. No one knew what had happened to Jimmy during the 18 hours Chip had held him hostage. Jimmy claimed all he remembered was hearing a noise downstairs in the kitchen. The next thing he knew, Chip was slapping him awake on the roof of the rail yard office building. There was no mention of the letter. Which was fine with Kate. No matter how things really went down, she could only hope that nothing coiled Jimmy back into that angry person. Maggie needed him. The police force needed him. Though she wasn't certain how long Jimmy would last on the job. Despite what Kate felt was a fantastic performance, there were still rumors floating around the station. She'd thought that the girls were bad at her high school. As Kate had told her Oma the night before, there was no society more viciously controlled by rumor than your local police force. That was the only detail she had shared with Oma. Kate's picture had been in the newspaper. She let the journalist tell her family what had happened. And thanks to the police commissioner, the journalists did not know much. The truth about Chip Bigsby and his nauseating log were going to sit in police storage for the next 100 years. That is, unless Kate managed to move up somehow. She was certain detectives were allowed to access the storage rooms. Jimmy said,
"Can I ask you a question?"
"It would be my pleasure."
The bullets in the stairwell. What made you count them?
Kate gave a long sigh. "Tables reserved for 4 or more. Only 6 items allowed in the dressing room, 2 drink minimum." She shrugged. "I've been counting all my life."
Jesus Christ, he muttered. Didn't it ever occur to you that any one of those shots could have come from Maggie's gun?
"Absolutely." She smiled up at him. "That thought occurred to me the minute I got home. I almost had a heart attack."
Are you kidding me?
I wish I was. Kate had been in such a state that she'd stood under a hot shower until the water ran cold. I never even considered that Maggie could have fired her gun.
Jesus help me, I was saved by Lucy and Ethel.
Jimmy was teasing her. There was no animosity in his tone. He indicated the steps up to headquarters.
Ladies first.
Gosh, thanks. Kate walked up ahead of him. As usual, there were cops crowded around the entrance. As usual, they didn't part for her to walk through. Kate turned around. She almost bumped into Jimmy. She said, "So I'll see you tonight." Jimmy's mouth opened in confusion, but Kate closed it with a kiss. It wasn't just any kiss.
Kate put on a good show.
Her hands caressed his neck. Her fingernails scratched his scalp. She literally knocked his hat off. Kate saw Jimmy picking it up from the stairs as she walked through the tarnished front doors. The gauntlet through the squad room wasn't as bad as the first day. Kate had learned so much since then. Such as the fact that it was called a squad room. She ignored the new penis drawing on the door to the women's locker room. Kate cracked open the door and edged in. Maggie was alone. She stood at her locker.
You're early.
Don't get used to it.
I won't.
Kate smiled as she dialed the combination on her lock. Reflexively, she checked her pockets again. She had forgotten to bring cash. Again. Patrick's photo was in its usual place inside her wallet. Kate touched his beautiful face. Cal Vick had offered to return Patrick's dog tags, but Kate had politely declined. She was going to have to get a new apartment. Kate couldn't go back to the Barbizon, and though her father had told her she was more than welcome, she was too old to live in her parents' basement. Besides, one look at the footprints outside her bedroom window had convinced her she needed to live in a more secure space. Just thinking about Chip Bigsby watching her still made Kate ill. So she didn't think about it. Kate closed her wallet. I hear they've scheduled Jake Coffey's funeral for tomorrow. Gail wants me to take her. You need a ride? Kate thought about the last funeral she had attended. Patrick's remains had been flown to Atlanta from the other side of the world. There were bureaucratic snafus. A freak storm had hit Atlanta. 10 days passed before what was left of her husband finally made its way home. Kate had been so drugged by the time the funeral was held that she barely remembered the coffin being lowered into the ground. Maggie asked, "You all right?" "Absolutely," Kate fibbed. "I'll meet you at Gale so you don't have to make the drive into Buckhead." "Buckhead," Maggie grumbled. "Listen, just to warn you, Gail's thinking about getting her PI license." Kate slapped her hand to her mouth. Maggie knew what was coming. Everything can't be a joke, Kate. Cyclops investigations? Stop it. Maggie's head disappeared inside her locker. Her voice was muffled. Keeping an eye out for trouble. Oh, well done. Good morning, ladies. Wanda Clack squeezed past the door. Her smile dropped. Another cock drawing. Really? Kate said, I thought the shading gave it an air of realism. I'll bow to your expertise, Mrs. Lawson. Maggie said, What? You didn't know your partner's dating your brother? Wanda sat down on the bench. They were making out in front of the station house. Half the squad saw 'em. Maggie looked at Kate. Kate shrugged. I can't believe it's Monday again. Every fucking week. Wanda leaned back and opened her locker. She loaded her belt with her nightstick, handcuffs, transmitter. I met a stone fox on Saturday. Looked like Al Pacino, but shorter. He took me dancing and dining and then found out I was a cop and sneaked out the bathroom window. Stuck me with the check. She huffed a laugh. Guess I'm lucky he didn't have a gun taped to the back of the toilet. Maggie was smiling the way she did only when she was really happy. You could always date a cop. I'll leave that to the young and stupid. Right, Murphy? Absolutely. The door opened wide. A terrified young woman stumbled into the room. Her hands were clasped over her breasts. Her hat was down in her eyes. Her uniform was 3 sizes too large. Jesus Christ! Charlene Compton came in behind her. She pushed the door closed with both hands. What the hell were you thinking? We could have naked women in here. The new girl's mouth worked. She looked ready to run out the door. She probably would have if Charlene hadn't been blocking the way. Wanda said, Look at her. She's terrified. Like a deer caught in the headlights. Charlene feigned sadness. Poor thing won't last a week. Kate openly studied the new girl. She had dark hair and a wholesome appearance. She was attractive, except for the unbridled terror. Wanda asked, What's your name, sweetheart? Beth Dawson. Wanda said, She reminds me of that chick from Laugh-In. What's her name? Lily Tomlin? Charlene suggested. Judy Carn. Ruth Buzzy.
Wanda clapped her hands together. I'm gonna call you Buzzy. Charlene looked at her watch. I gotta call my sister, make sure she doesn't stick my kid in her trunk instead of taking him to school. Better get out of here before the colored girls come. Wanda slapped Kate's leg. Kate helped lever her up. Instead of leaving, Wanda grabbed Dawson by the shoulders. Listen up, Buzzy. A word of advice, stay away from Jimmy Lawson. He's Murphy's over there. She shook the woman like a sack of laundry. Trust me, you don't want to fuck with Murphy. She just shot a man to watch him cry. Wanda cracked open the door and slid out into the squad room. Maggie told Kate, Vic told me we're partnered. That work for you?
Gosh, I'm thrilled.
Kate couldn't help herself. She really was thrilled. Still, Maggie was shaking her head as she crabbed out through the door. Kate zipped her purse. She patted her pockets one last time. She slammed her locker closed. Dawson jumped. She was standing in the corner, her hands still clutched her breasts. Her hat was so low, Kate couldn't make out the color of her eyes. Kate said, Take your hands off your breasts. Dawson moved her hands. Her purse dropped to the floor. She leaned down to retrieve it and hit her head on the doorknob. Kate willed herself not to smile. Do you have a lock? The woman was too petrified to speak. A combination lock. Dawson shook her head. She put her hat back on. The brim dipped into her eyes. She pushed it back up. Kate opened her locker. You can use mine today. Get one for yourself by tomorrow. There's a sporting goods store on Central Ave near the university. Wear your uniform and they'll give you the lock for free. Dawson didn't move. Kate grabbed the woman's purse and threw it into her locker. Never open the door all the way or the guys can see in. Don't wear the dress socks they gave you. Franklin Simon has wool ones, 2 for $1, but I prefer cashmere from Davison's. Either way, get something thick that will help keep your feet in your shoes. And find a stapler for your pants. Those bobby pins won't hold. Trust me. You'll end up looking like the Scarecrow from Wizard of Oz. And speaking of looking, always take in your surroundings, up, down, left, right, front, back, sideways. You can take off your hat. Dawson took off her hat. You see this curtain? Dawson looked at the curtain. The colored girls change back there. They get the room 10 minutes before roll call. That's the rule. They don't like it when we're in here, and we won't like it if you piss them off. Understand? Dawson's head moved like the ball in a typewriter. Somewhere in her brain, she was trying to record all of this information. Instead of slowing down, Kate went faster. You won't get arrested for altering your uniforms. There's a tailor on 14th who'll take care of you. He's Jewish but reasonable. What else? Oh, toilets are upstairs. It's a tight squeeze, only 2 stalls. Don't spray your hair in front of the mirror or someone will kill you. I'm serious. We all carry guns. I'm Kate, by the way. Kate offered her hand. Dawson hesitated, then tentatively reached out to shake Kate's hand. Welcome to the Atlanta Police Department. This concludes the reading of Coptown, a novel by Karin Slaughter. Copyright 2014 by Karin Slaughter Publishing, LLC. This book was read by Kathleen Early. This unabridged recording was produced in 2014 by Blackstone Audio, Inc., which holds the copyright. Neither this recording nor any portion of it may be reproduced or used for any purpose without prior written authorization from Blackstone Audio, Inc. If you would like to obtain a monthly update telling you about new releases, call 1-800-SAY-BOOK. That's 1-800-729-2665. For a complete listing of our titles, visit our website at www.downpour.com. Thank you.